DBD fans, how is everyone doing? Welcome to 2026. Time flies. I cannot believe it's already 2026. Welcome on in, everybody, to the first Community Cup of the new year. My name is OutcastAndrew, and we've got a couple of best of 5 matchups for you today. Before we get into what is going to happen in this no rules, no holds barred tournament, I want to introduce my co-caster. Joining me on the desk today, we have Jersku. Jersku, how are you doing on this lovely, lovely Saturday afternoon, evening?
Hello, hello. Thank you very much. And of course, Happy New Year to everyone since it is 2026. I am doing very well and I'm really excited for the Community Cups and just everything that we're going to be doing this year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. I'm really looking forward to these matches today as well. I think it's going to be a bunch of exciting things. Honestly, yeah, it's going to be really fun, especially with the rules that we're going to be having today for these matches.
Absolutely. So, first up today, so basically what we got this weekend for you is this weekend and next, actually, we've got a 4-team Community Cup. We're going to be doing 2 best of 5s on the Saturdays. So that's what we're starting up right now. The winner of today's 2 matchups will be playing a best of 7 tomorrow at the same time at 1800 CET. So that will be what's happening this weekend. First up, we've got Team Memories versus Team Aegis. 2 teams that are I see some familiar faces in these teams, but I personally haven't seen too much from these teams in this configuration, which I guess you find a lot in competitive Dead by Daylight. We've had a lot of team shuffling in this past year, and I guess that's continuing now. So why don't we talk a little bit here, Jersku? First of all, I said there's no rules. Can you clarify what that means for everybody? What does no rules mean? What can these killers and survivors do today?
Absolutely. So the basic gist of today is that since it is kind of like a no rules set, like no holds barred, kind of like you said, is that survivors, for example, are allowed to bring duplicate characters. So we could we I think it's definitely a possibility that we're just going to see 4 aces, so maybe like 4 Quentins or something like that. They can also bring duplicate perks, which I think is going to be very interesting. You are also allowed to Kobe while anti-camp is active. And I think that's going to be very interesting. And it's going to really have to make the killers change up their playstyle a little bit, though, I think. Because a lot of times you see in competitive Dead by Daylight, especially, that killers want to try to secure those stages a bit early on. But the survivors obviously aren't allowed to use the Kobe in the anti-camp in the basic rule sets. And of course, there's also some other things. For example, in the basic rule sets, you can usually body block a killer for about 10 seconds, but in these rule sets, you can body block for as long as you like.
So lots and lots of chaos. I think the anti-camp is actually probably one of the biggest changes. That being said, because you're right. Like there is a lot of camping. We're gonna have this is basically going. It's just a competitive pubs is basically what we're looking at. You can have killers
Yeah.
can camp at the end of a hook state, but if they camp too long or if they camp too early, you're gonna see people being able to free Kobe, and they're not gonna be able to secure that state. One other thing, I just want to some people might be like, so what? They can be the same characters. A lot of competitive Dead by Daylight is securing that tunnel out, getting it down to a 3v1. If you face off, which I can't imagine any team won't do this. I guarantee every team, and if they don't, I'll eat my words. Every team will probably come in with the same survivor in the same cosmetic. Why? Because if the killer sees 2 injured aces both wearing, the leopard print manties, uh, you
Yeah.
may not know from a distance which one's which. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. They won't do that. But that's what I would personally do. We're also going to see basically any perks too. So there, obviously there's a lot of different balancing that goes in. Particularly weaker killers get more restrictions on the survivors and stuff like that. It's anything goes. So I'm gonna. I don't know if you agree with this, Jersku. I would say this is angled towards the survivors based on the fact that they can have 16 broken perks and the killer can only have 4. I don't know if you agree.
And honestly, no, I think I agree. Like, honestly, I think in these kinds of circumstances, because of the fact there are going to be 4 survivors who are more often than not going to use the exact same looking outfits, similar perks that are really just going to aid them in everything. 16 perks versus 4 perks is such a substantial difference that I do agree. I think this is going to be somewhat leaning towards the survivors, but of course, we got to remember that both sides will be playing as survivors, so it could still, at the end of the day, be anyone's game. But I'm really curious to see how these killers especially are going to perform on these matches with survivors that really are just like not going to be holding back with very strong perks.
Yeah, it's I'm glad I'm glad we agree. I feel like most people would agree, but I asked the question because you never know. Like to
Yeah,
sort
yeah,
of hear someone. Sometimes you don't think about every angle, so I was hoping I wasn't missing anything. But it should be
yeah.
pretty exciting. Let's talk a little bit. We're getting ready to go into our first set here, and I will say so far, I'm not going to spoil it, but I will say so far that I was correct about the survivor choices. Let's talk a little bit about our sets here. First up, you and I were talking about this before. We're both pretty big fan of this killer. We are going to see Springtrap, the animatronic,
Yeah.
on a map that I don't think I've ever seen in competitive Dead by Daylight. We're going to do Ormond Lake Mine, so the new Ormond map for Springtrap. This was Memories pick, and we're going to have Gallowfake on Memories versus the survivors of Aegis. Um, I'll ask you about that in 1 second. Really quickly, I just want to rattle off the rest of the sets. We've got Wraith after that, followed by Freddy. If we go to 4 and 5 sets, we'll have the Artist and Bubba. Um, what do you think about Springtrap? And what do you think about this map?
Well, like we discussed a little bit earlier already, I love Springtrap so much. He has genuinely become one of my favorite killers in the game in the recent times, and I think that was probably my favorite chapter of the previous year, of which it was added. I don't really think about the map too much, but still, really cool stuff. But like, I'm very curious to see how Springtrap is gonna perform in Ormond. Like, I think that's like it is Ormond Lake Mine though, so like it's like nice to think about that. Like I'm as far as I remember, Ormond Lake Mine is slightly smaller compared to Ormond Resort. So I think Springtrap can definitely still do things. I've gone against some good Springtrap players that have played in that specific map, and they have brought some insanely good results. Like I think this could honestly be pretty nasty for the survivors.
I agree. One thing I want to point out, there are, I'm trying to think, three jungle gym tiles in the entire, four, sorry, four jungle gym tiles in the entire map. There's the one that's sort of, diagonal attached to Shack. There's if you treat Shack as sort of the bottom right corner of the map, on the right side there are two, and on the left side of main, in sort of the middle of the map, there's another one there. Other than that, you've got a lot of those sort of short hills, like a lot of those up and down hills, snow and junk tiles. There are a couple of those ones that have sort of the raised, I think they're chain link fences with tarp over them. Those would block line of sight for a ranged killer. But a lot of those tiles, depending on how the RNG maps out here, a lot of those tiles are very snipeable by a range killer, particularly Springtrap, who has that little bit of an arc to their axe. So this could be a really strong map for Springtrap. But again, so Springtrap, I think, is a pretty balanced killer when it comes to strength. Like his power and chase is not overbearing. His mobility using the doors gives him something. I think mobility is something that changes killers a lot. If you're not mobile killer, you're bottom tier, I would say almost. If you have mobility, it automatically bumps you up a tier, I think, because it gives you that ability to, take a chase at Shack and then go all the way to main and whatnot. So, but by no means is Springtrap a strong killer. He ain't no A or S tier. I'd probably put him as a solid B. So I am a little bit. I think what we're going to see is some pretty good chases. But if the survivors are on point with their efficiency, I think we're going to see gens fly. But that goes both ways, right? Because you got both teams get the same rules.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Like again, like I'm saying, it goes for both teams. So it really is, I think, gonna depend on which killer is going to perform the best. And I absolutely agree with you that on a map like Almond Lake Mine, ranged killers especially have quite a few tiles in that map that do allow them to kind of like snipe over, and especially with Springtrap, with the arc that he's got going with the axe, and like, but of course, I think if we're speaking of that map in particular, I think especially kind of like the middle area, and then the side of main closer to the tower is where there are some more dangerous tiles, especially against Springtrap. So I
Agreed.
honestly wouldn't surprise me too much to see that we're just gonna have that one specific survivor there who has like some crazy escape perk to just like be able to run so early that Springtrap is unable to interrupt them, even if they try to go interrupt their gen progress.
You gotta keep in mind too, I would not be surprised if we see two or three sprint bursts.
Oh yeah,
Just because, like, for what you said there, right? You could run sprint
yeah.
burst and vigil. I don't think you need everybody to have it because it might be nice to have a dead hard and whatnot, but you might see it. But I think a couple of sprint bursts with vigils, where basically every time the comms come out, every time the comms come out to, hey, he left, you can instantly make it to behind main building and get good distance and whatnot. Good call on that area though. That left side of main is pretty dead. Sometimes they have some of those
Yeah.
box tiles with some pallets, but I've seen that. I think it was in higher rotation during the event, seeing as it's a snow map, and I saw quite a few complete dead zones there. But our speculation can come to an end. We are loading in to the Ormond Lake mine. We have Gallo Fake for Team Memories on Springtrap. We've got Team Aegis represented by Tech, Fasti, Drago, and Svexy. I'm gonna let the I'm not gonna spoil it, but I'm excited to see the survivors they picked here, Jersku.
Yeah, honestly. And we are
All
just
4 sprint bursts. All 4 sprint
okay.
bursts. Sorry, go
All
ahead.
right. Well, yeah, match started. Now we have 4 Fung Mints, and we're seeing that looking. Honestly, I like it. We got Fox's hook on Springtrap, and immediately oh no, that's a really unfortunate late reaction from Svexy, but a good surprise from Gallo there. Can they get it down though? Oh, Blood Favor is gonna be really nice
That's
though.
a down.
Honestly. Yeah, no, that's a down. They just have to go corner.
That was. I mean, listen. It's been a long holiday. We gotta shake off the rust a little bit, but that's pretty funny. We almost had I almost had a grab on a survivor in the first 10 seconds of the map for simply not looking. So that's my first hook coming in.
Yeah. I would have loved to see Svexy's POV there. I wonder if they got really scared. That must have been a bit scary from their POV.
I would have screamed.
Not realize.
I would have screamed.
I would have too. Like, I can't say anything else about that. We're seeing Drago and Tech are currently just sitting on gens, which is completely fine. Gallo's trying to does actually find Fasti, which means that the hook save's probably going to have to fall for Drago or Tech. Yeah, missed out on the axe throw a little bit, but does, of course, get the haste out of it due to Fox's hook. Maybe that's why they did it, actually, to catch up a little faster.
I agree, but I think that was very hittable. Like, if you he just shorted it, so it's a little unfortunate. Wow. See, those are always weird. I never know what you can and can't hit through, and I personally always do that. If I'm ever trying to shoot even Death Slinger, like on top, on balcony and Dead Dog Saloon, I always hit the railing. So I think you could probably make that shot, but I think we were just a little bit high or a little bit low there for Gallifake. Good hatchet there on Fasti. We're gonna try and finish this chase out. The first gen is still not popped. Keep in mind, too, though, Foxy's hook affects the survivors as well. So it is speed when you run through that, and I'm sure that Fasti will know. Good juke there at the last second. Looked like it was going to be a no juke, and it didn't happen. First 2 gens are popping as we get this second down in. Something I noticed here, we do have, not open-handed, I'm sorry, we have the luck perk along with multiple luck offerings and multiple slippery meats. So we aren't going for unhooks, we're going for Kobe's today.
Yeah, I think what I saw was someone has upped the ante.
Up the ante, sorry, slipped my mind,
yeah,
thank you.
Now that's completely all right. Yeah, they're going for self-unhooks, honestly, which... Honestly, that kind of makes sense, though, doesn't it? Especially with, like, these luck perks they're going to be bringing together, and it's going to affect everyone, alongside with Slippery Meat, which is going to allow you to try to self-unhook several other times. Like, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that happen a bit more in the future matches, but who knows? Maybe they've thought of some other crazy builds for the next sets that we'll be seeing. Oh, just unfortunately misses that axe throw, but does get the God Pallet out of the way in Shack there. So far, we have 2 hooks, so that is 2 fresh. Loses the chase a bit there, but of course does want to use Fox's hook to try to catch up a little bit to get that extra nice speed. But I don't know what they're planning. I think Gallo just wants to not commit to that and instead defend some generators here.
Keep in mind, too, Springtrap is the only killer who has multiple speeds, right? So not only do we throw that axe in order to, walk through it and pick up some speed from Foxy's hook, we also go from 4.4 to 4.6 meters per second. So we should never be, like, unless you're anticipating an attack, which we're stealthed up right now, we're looking to maybe get a sneak attack here. Unless we're looking to immediately attack, we do not want to be carrying that axe. We want to leave it on the map until we can, until we're in a position to throw it at a survivor. I want to say Gallo has been, that looks good. I was going to say that one looks good. Gallo has been quick releasing these hatchets or these fire axes, which pays off in that situation. A few of them have been, I think if a little bit of patience would have paid off a little bit more. But that being said, I mean, you know, it's really hard to predict what the killer's going to do. Sometimes you think they're going to hold it, and you can juke, and you can juke, and you can juke. But there you go. Pull up and release, and on 2 quick fire axes here on Tech. We're going to get our third fresh hook with 2 gens left. Surprisingly, I mean, we are running Blood Favor and we have Undying. Survivors are ignoring it and saying, you know what? We trust our chases. We're just going to crank these gens.
Yeah, honestly, and I think that's the right call from the survivors, because just because of the fact that they're gonna have, like, you know, 4 sprint bursts and everything, even if Springtrap ends up seeing them, it's just gonna be really hard. Whoa, we've got a little bit of an interesting coloration going here. It's a little dark at this time of day, huh? But we just okay, and that is a down on Drago. I don't.
That's all 4
know
freshes.
Yeah, and that's honestly really good so far. Tech actually went second over there, I think.
So, really quickly, I'm saying this both for viewers and for producers. I think what happened was switching characters while we were in the tunnel caused this. I'm not saying it should have happened, but if he next time he tunnels, it might reset itself. Otherwise, we apologize for the DBD at dusk. We're gonna try and respectate here. Is that gonna work? Did not work, but that's okay. We'll have to see how it goes. Anyways, as we see on the map, both of our last 2 generators are about to pop. But we have 4 fresh hooks. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good for pretty good result. 4 hooks is not great. We would love to see a kill here. That's for sure. Wait, did Tech go second there? Sorry, Tech. We have. It says 1 hook, but it looks like 2. I'm not sure what's going on. Pardon me.
Oh, yeah. I think it's another spectator bug. I think they are definitely in second stage. Yes. And surely they're not going to die, right? Oh no! No, they just barely got the
second hook. It just in the process of all the darkness and stuff, I got confused. I apologize.
Yeah, that's completely all right. Like, it's understandable with these unfortunate bugs currently happening. But like you said, it's not an awfully terrible performance for Gallo just because of the fact that, like, you know, survivors can bring so many great crazy perks. It's just like having those 4 freshes could, like, you know, be the make or break difference in who's going to be winning some of these sets. It's a nice down on Svexy though.
I've been told by our producers, because in the process of that was actually Tech was first hook. I thought it was. Tech went for the Kobe's and missed, even with 3 luck offerings and up the ante and slippery meat. Still ended up like that. We got our second hook on Svexy, so now we're sitting at 6 hooks, 4 fresh. I like the 4 fresh. You'll often see in games like this where you maybe tunnel somebody out and then get maybe a kill in endgame, so you get like 6 hooks, 2 fresh, something like that. This is actually a really good result, I gotta say, for Gallo Fake.
No, absolutely agreed. Like, I think Gallo performed really well for what they could really do in this, and end result wise, this is really good. I honestly thought this would be the overall strategy that would be like widely seen throughout the course of today. Just a bunch of brand new paths with that, you know, that specific toolbox we have. I think that's the Commodious toolbox, if I remember right. And yeah, like, I think these generators are probably going to fly. We do have Corrupt on the killer side to slow things down a little bit. Also seeing a little bit of, we're seeing Deadman Switch and Blood Favor and Pain Resonance. So definitely like a very, very, very strong gen slowdown build. Let's see if Meto manages to get a fast start like Gallo got on their Springtrap match. It's very interesting to see if they can... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm sorry. I jumped in. I was going to say, I've been corrected. It's Metox. I apologize. I didn't know the naming convention here. So it's Metox on the killer here. Unfortunately, a bit of a slower start. Didn't almost get a grab like Gallo did on Svexy. But it looks like we finally found one of our Claudettes that we're going to be chasing to this was the area we talked about in the last, in the pregame, in the campfire talk, how this is I think he went downstairs. Yeah, he went downstairs into the mine. We're mind gaming ourselves here, Metox, and this is not the start you want when you compare to how quickly Gallo Fake had started. We are going to finally we're chasing Gallo into main here, and we're just pre-dropping and running. I like it. If you're going to run Blood Favor, I'm just going to throw the pallets before I get hit.
Yeah, honestly, like, if you think the killer's going to have Blood Favor, which in this kind of case, especially a Springtrap, they're more than definitely going to have it, and like, this is rough because that pre-drop, I think, is hurting Metox quite a bit. Doesn't quite hit it there. We are seeing a little bit of a change in add-ons there. We do still have Fox's hook, so they are going to be a little bit faster to catch up. This should result in being a hit no matter what, and it does end up. And we also see the Celebrate poster, so we're going to see haste on both sides here. But, you know, they're applied to both.
So this Celebrate poster is interesting. Being in the TL wall right now, we're probably not going to be able to get... Yeah, I was going to say, we're not going to be able to pull the axe out. So that haste affects both of you, but obviously... Wow, that was 3-gen chase. That was a huge start. That was a really good chase by Gallowfake. Gallowfake doing the really smart thing. We're not going for the... Oh, you know what? Never mind. I agree with that. I said we're not going for pain res and instantly realized my error. 3 gens just popped. There is no gen progress. Gallowfake, you know, benefit of being the killer and having to strategize as a killer goes, there ain't no way he's not bringing the same perk. Let's get these pre-drop pallets and force him to either kick him so I make distance, or I can play them even with or without an axe in my back. So first hook comes in on Gallo. We are down to 2 generators. We're going to get a little bit of Foxy speed here. Unhook comes in on Gallo. And we're going to get a hit there. Had the last vestiges of our Foxy speed, but Shaq's pretty strong against Springtrap here, Jersku.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely is. Tried to predict the dodges there, but no. Shots just knew. They just knew that they didn't need to dodge that.
No juke. Oh, in the early swing. That hurts.
Yeah, that's definitely very painful. We see that Seth is currently working on a gen that's about halfway. We've got 2 gens left to go. Can they get the snipe? Not quite. Honestly, that would have been a 6 snipe if that.
Points for effort. Points for the try, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I respect the effort. Whenever anyone tries to snipe, I respect that.
Those are fun too, because it gets to such a weird arc. Sometimes survivors don't see them coming. But we are in trouble. You can see on your HUD right now, we're gonna get the down here on shots, and we will take our pain res, but we will probably, I want to say probably get it before Seth manages to get that generator done. But we've got 2 generators with significant amount of progress. I do want to point out the survivors had a different strategy. It seemed like the survivors of Aegis went straight for that. They all in on the Kobe plan, which unfortunately cost them a little bit, as we were talking about. The survivors of Memories have gone with a more standard, we have broken perks build. We see a lot of exhaustion perks. We got 2 lides, we got a sprint burst, we got a balanced landing, and we see 3, count them, 3 decisive strikes. We've got a shoulder the burden in case we were going for a... Wow, that was very close. Yeah. We have a shoulder the burden in case we were going for a tunnel out. So just really strong perks all around, as opposed to the all-in plan versus the... and then the sun comes in. Versus the... Kobe, so...
Yep, absolutely. Like, yeah, that was a very nice sniper attempt from Mito earlier, but no, doesn't quite connect it. They're not quite connecting their throws properly. This is going to end up in being a hit, but as we can see from Crooked Smile, that Crooked Smile is working on the last gen alongside Seth. That is going to be the last gen pop. It's not looking good for Mito. Mito is here. Honest, if it was just a little higher, it might have actually
arced over the hill, right? Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this will be sick, and it was like, you see, it was coming down on the other side of the hill. It was so close. Those are the shots I love, by the way, with Springtrap. So
yeah,
we're slugging Gallowfake. We need more here for sure. We need to, we need a lot. We need to literally kill 2 people and get the last fresh hook in order for this to make it work. Unfortunately, no.
Not quite.
No, what's the bag? The Foxy's bag? No, what's it? Bag of tricks, isn't it? Whatever it is, the thing that stops them from escaping. But be cranking fast again if Wraith doesn't get a really, really fast start here. This is Cool Tower, one of my favorite competitive maps. We are gonna see a quick uncloak, but I think that was a sprint burst here. We've got Bree coming into the fog now. We're taking the place of Shots. And we're playing that. And we got Finesse there too. Dang. Wow. Looks like we're going to make this window. Oh, we get the swing on through, and we're going to get the first hit here. And once again, with the blood favor. And if you see there, we're rocking a shaman build here, Jersku.
Yeah. It's a full hex building. I'd love to see it. And we actually see someone... Gallo is... Wait, no, not Gallo. My apologies. Crooked Smile is currently trying to cleanse one of the totems. Of course, because I think they might have a chance to do that. That is a pretty nice and honestly a relatively early down for Wraith, especially with the fact that everyone here has Sprint Burst, so they can make so much distance. Of course, we gotta remember, though, that, like, Wraith can catch up really quickly if he wants to. And especially with, you know, these experienced Wraith in HMR, they're gonna know how to body block, they're gonna know how to do all these crazy things. Even though Wraith might have a simple kit, I think Wraith is still a relatively decent killer, even sometimes in these kind of like competitive settings as well.
Wow, and so that totem took an insanely long amount of time there for Crooked Smile to break, but I think if you're going to break a totem, they broke the right one first. That was Thrill of the Hunt, which means that the other totems will be significantly faster to break. So we're down to three totems now. We've got Ruin. So, like you said, just a back and forth with Wraith being able to keep people off their generators and let them be regressing. Blood Favor obviously is going to be the major chase perk. And don't want to put too many. I don't want to take away from crowd control as well. Hits through the pallet on Crooked Smile. Don't touch my bones, he says. And we're gonna get our second fresh hook here. Bree breaking a totem though as we speak.
Yeah, well, honestly, amazing. I was worried. I wasn't sure if Crooked was gonna make that pallet, but he's just like, wow, crowd control and Blood Favor really helping out here. So I'm not sure if the survivors are thinking if they want to get rid of it, because as you said, they did get rid of that first X like Thrill the Hunt. Does find another person here, which seems to be Seth here. That's just wants to keep running, which honestly I respect. Against a killer like this, that's kind of all you can do. Are they gonna use this? Oh no, they're not gonna go for that pallet. And they're just gonna admit taking the hit and going to a much safer area, which is completely understandable in this situation. Otherwise, they just catch right back up with you. Actually wants to force them into that corner, which I think is exactly the right decision here from the Wraith, trying to zone them into a much worse area on the map.
Much worse area. This is looking good. Yeah, we're gonna get another fresh down here on Seth. Fasty on the Wraith is again whether by plan or because hey, there's a Claudette. We are spreading around fresh hooks, which in these crazy sets is not the worst thing in the world. It's interesting. We did break 2 totems, and obviously Thrill makes breaking totems a lot easier. Thrill going down makes it a lot easier, but the 2 strongest totems I would say are still up. Crowd control went down, and so did Thrill, but we've got Blood Favor again. Blood Favor is so strong in chases, and like here, we hit that, and now Shack Pallet is essentially gone for a while, and we can continue the chase out here. We may actually be able to chase Crooked and continue something that looks like a tunnel up, maybe? Maybe not, though. I guess we found Gallo here being the last healthy survivor. We're going to get that hit on him. And then, of course, sorry, in all the action, I forgot to mention, we also have Ruin up. So all these survivors running around taking hits and trying to help each other out, and all the generators are regressing. We've still got 2 gens left here.
Yeah, and I think this really shows the strength that Wraith can have, especially with a build like this. That Thrill slowed it down so much. They took so long to cleanse it. Even if it was the first totem to be cleansed there, it still took them quite a long time to get rid of it. Does find another person hiding right here, and because of Blood Favor, what are they going to do about it? Wins the 50-50 though with the window. Nice. Oh, but that Volt Speed, that's definitely a Windstorm add-on. I believe it was a Windstorm add-on. It's just crazy stuff. Really nice bait out here from Fasty as well. Fasty is doing really well so far, just because of the fact that no survivors on a generator. Only Seth isn't injured, and I think this is definitely gonna result in another down. Yep, it definitely is.
Yep, reaches for it.
Cannot make that pallet quite, and there's no pallet safe possibility either because of Blood Favor. We do see that they're currently just resetting though, which I think is the right call, especially against a killer like Wraith.
Yeah, they need to get control of this map. Although we've got Bree. This is the first time we've come close to anything like a tunnel out in this tournament so far. And they lost the totem.
Oh.
Which was it is the question. It looks like it was because that would have been blocked. Yeah, we have Ruin up, but we just lost Blood Favor. So now we're down to no chase perks. We're just... Oh, you're dead.
Ooh. And that's the 4th fresh?
That's the 4th fresh. No fear of a dead hard because they hadn't been looked yet. This is interesting. They broke totems, but they still have possibly the worst. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Like, obviously, Blood Favor is crazy for chases, but Ruin is just ruining all their gen progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
trade.
Oh, they did get the trade in time. This is going to end up resulting being another hook state. And Gallo's currently still being slugged. That would be their 4th fresh. And I think Fastin now wants to go to get that fourth fresh potentially.
Yeah, finally going to hook Gallo, who spent a good minute or two on the ground from 2 separate slugs. So we got our fourth fresh hook here. You can see Crooked Smile is working a generator. Bree has just got away. Bree can't easily come in for a save on either of these because if we don't get it sneak in, well, okay, I say that, but we're gutsy and we're going for it. Bree is going to manage to get the saves. Never mind, I take it back. I was going to say Death Hook injured against a Wraith is very, very deadly. Crooked loses that 50-50, and we're going to get everybody's off hook. We managed to get the 2 saves, but going back up on hook is Crooked. That is going to be 3 survivors on Death Hook, and Ruin still active. Gen progress is regressing across the map. This is looking pretty close to a 4K2 at this point here, Jersku. I don't know. I don't know how they come back from this.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know, and that's another surprise on Gallo here. That's gonna end up being another hook right there. I don't know. Actually, no, they could pick up right away, since even if Gallo were to have decisive, which I believe, yes, they did have, but they were working on a generator, so it would have been disabled regardless. So current score is, as far as I calculate, right, 4 fresh and 8 stages current for Fast.
We're at 8.
2 gens left to go. Like,
in true,
I think
in true pub fashion, we got no rules, and we're playing by the Survivor playbook. We ain't killing nobody until we 8 hook everybody.
yeah.
Can't blame them, though. It's not like you can tell which Claudette is which, so.
yeah. No, you can't, and that is gonna end up being the final down. Frostdeath just wants to get the kill immediately, and that's gonna hurt them a lot. And I think also the position of the Hex Ruin Totem is just really bad for them. They can never really cleanse that because his presence is always gonna be in this general area. No one's gonna be able to get rid of it. I think they just desperately want to get another gen done, but I don't know if it's gonna be possible because Wraith is just so fast while invisible. He's gonna surprise them so easily. I don't know what you think, but I think this might end up. Yeah, I think so. I
it's
think
over.
It's gonna be
like I don't like to count anybody out, and something crazy could happen. But I mean, we've used up a lot of the resources on the map. This pallet's down. That pallet there is not super great. The pallet in this junk tile's done. Like you said, that is a center map ruin totem with. Like, that's where all the action has been. There's 2 generators on either. There's a generator on either side of it too. Yeah, this is looking like a 4K. This is not looking like. This is a 4K2. There just wasn't enough gen progress, and any gen progress that happened, Wraith being so quick, managed to cross around the map. That's gonna. I thought Gallo had it dead hard. Actually, I thought I was gonna use it dead hard. We see the scratch marks here, and we're gonna put the Fasty's gonna put the final nail in the coffin here. 14 memories in secure their 4K2.
Yeah. Honestly, absolutely fantastic performance. Fasty doesn't get the palace, unfortunately.
No.
It's all about those reads you kind of have to make in this situation. It is really hard sometimes. Sometimes it's just against the Wraith, it's simply a 50-50. You kind of need to guess which side they're going to launch from, if they're just going to commit to the other side, that kind of stuff. But like, yeah, really impressive performance from Fasty. But we also cannot deny how much value Fasty got from their perks. Like, these perks are insanely good. And I think like a lot of killers still nowadays love to use this perk build so much just because of its insane strength.
Yeah, again, I kind of thought it was a good news that we got Thrill out of the way right away because it allowed us to break.
Brand new parts on the Survivors.
They didn't have them last time either, and I'm wondering because again, like I said, you can't change your builds. And yeah, they are doing the slippery meat thing. So they did go all in on this. I wonder if they just did not realize they could use them. Like we were very clear that there are no rules. But maybe in their head, no rules still meant, I mean, there's no way they let you use brand new parts. Well, yes, we do. So unfortunate for Team Aegis. They are going to get a few more nice. Oh, good jiggy away there by Spexy. Spexy, the first chase again this time, looking to make up for that almost hook grab last time, gen grab last time. Yeah, they got a few more charges in their toolboxes. Sorry, I lost the word there. They have a few more charges, but they don't have the brand new parts. I see one really spicy perk there. Do you see a spicy perk?
I am. I don't. Are you perhaps referring to something that might devour someone's hope?
I hope they aren't very hopeful because it might be devoured. That is a swing for the fences. We'll have to see. Well, he swung for the Spexy, but also swing for the fences with devour hope for sure.
Yep. Saw something interesting there just a moment ago. I think it was Drago. They were just cleansing a totem, so I wonder if they found his devour already, but they just decided to not cleanse it yet.
Well, they've identified that there's no ruin. They've identified that there's no blood favor, which I think is
Ooh, nice.
very interesting choice. Like, I don't know if I like that. Good good body block on the window there. Maybe they've identified that, and maybe they're wondering if it could be haunted grounds, and they don't want to break it until they know.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Very
Comparative, by the way,
good.
the first down came in this match in 1 minute and 41 seconds. For Fasti, it came in under a minute at 59 seconds. So, significantly faster start for Fasti.
Yeah. It's just the good stuff. We're gonna see Tech is currently working on another generator, probably going to be finished here. I don't think Gallo can quite body block that. Honestly, very fair on that quick drop, because that kind of pallet is really hard to mind game yourself on if you stay at it, especially when it's dropped. Decides to just drop that as well. Do they win the 50-50 here? Not quite. This can end up being a hit on Drago. Tech now finishes the gen. That is 2 gens done for Team Aegis. Gallo seems to just want to try to commit to Drago here. I don't think he quite makes that.
Did we not get a stack on the first unhook? Were we too close? I thought we were far away, but maybe it's a bug, but I don't see a stack on Devour right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we got a hit tag here. So we got 3 injuries, but we basically got 3 generators done. Almost 3 generators done and another one at half there. So this is looking really, really good for Team Aegis to tie up the tournament this here. Interesting, last match we did have Shadow Dance, which is the vaulting and faster kicking add-on. This time, Gallo has opted for Windstorm, which is going to give us faster speed getting across the map. See if that pays off. Oh my goodness, yeah, they're almost done all the generate. Oh, that's it. That they won. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the win time. Yeah.
I was like, they're almost done the gen. Wait, it was 4K2. No, they're done. They win. So that's Aegis with the win there. Well done.
Yeah. Congrats to Team Aegis. Really good pressure on the gens, honestly.
Gens popped so fast, I didn't even realize the match was over.
Yeah. Yeah. Just all this comes down to is just like seeing how the rest of the match goes, seeing if we get some juicy. Does win the 50-50 there. Really nice from Gallo. But like, they're not working on any gen currently, so this is gonna end up in being the second stage hook.
I think that they are possibly reset because they were very close to getting their the last gen done. I think that they realize they're in a situation. Obviously, you want the best possible result here. They're in a position where they could get snowballed. Good, very ambitious swing there by Gallo. Almost gets hit. I think that's going to be a pallet. Yeah, not quite there. They were in a position where they could get snowballed into a 4K 4 slug with 1 on hook and 2 injured. So I think they were slowing down the game a bit, getting some heals off before they finish the last generator.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think if my apologies, I started a bit there. If Gallo had managed to get into a really good start, they might have even seen it as a very, very tiny possibility.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that just barely misses that. A very, very tiny possibility that they also could have even tried to do a 4-man slug, like you said. But just like, it's really hard. It's really hard because like all the survivors are going to be split up. It's going to take you time to find them. It's going to take you time to down them. It's rough out there. The final gen is completed there, but once again, of course, this does go for Team Aegis. So the score currently is 1-1, and we'll be moving on to the next set after this.
Yeah. So I mean, okay, let's looking at the. Oh, that was couldn't believe that he didn't vault there. That's crazy. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. We will be going on to Freddy next, but that means we're gonna get bare minimum artist. By the way, I totally forgot about this interaction. Their the build for Aegis completely neutralizes Devour Hope. Kobeing doesn't allow for stacks of Devour Hope. So we were never going to get stacks because they're rocking the Kobe build. That's hilarious. That's crazy.
Honestly, that was a thing I had forgotten about Devour.
I'd forgotten about that. How often do you get regular Kobe's?
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Like, I honestly thought it wouldn't do that. I thought with Devour it would always be when you get unhooked by any means, but no. This is just not that situation, and this is gonna end up in being a 4-man. Really nice job from Team Aegis. Excellent teamwork. This is a very simple build that's very understandable. For Freddy, we got Grim Embrace, Corrupt Intervention, Deadman Switch, and Pain Resonance. Something I'm sure that a lot of us Dead by Daylight players see on the daily basis on just regular pubs games, because that's just very popular to have 4-gen regressions and stuff like that. Playing very aggressively so far. Looking around, I think they actually did find someone. I think, yeah, they definitely did. They found Fasty. Gets rid of the fake pallet there. Nice slowdown here.
The survivors of Aegis, in addition to good hit, in addition to their Kobe builds, they've been rocking 3. Oh, that's gonna be so close. Yeah, okay. They've been rocking 3 luck offerings, and the other one has been the shroud that starts everybody separated, which, by the way, is insanely strong in all circumstances, but particularly in competitive games. So you saw here, we're doing a chase here in the. We're getting it down here in the carnival area, but we had gen progress down on the other end of the map. We have Shack and the gen next to Shack getting cranked right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, really good gen progression so far. We are probably going to see some gen swap. Actually, no. I think that's a pain. Yeah, that's a painless hook. So we're going to see one of the gens regress a little bit. Of course, DMS is going to activate because of a nice bait from Gallo there with the TP fake. I think they actually could have committed to it, actually, and caused a lot of pressure, but they decided not to. But they know where the survivors are now. Grim also came into effect for a little bit there. And we see some survivors running about now. Gallo, understandably, does not want to chase into Shack. Instead, decides to go for a much simpler survivor to catch in this situation. And it's not looking very good. Tech, however, did use a clock very recently, so Freddy will be unable to put them to sleep for quite a long time.
Which means no power. We are man with claw. Yep. So Tech has come back here. We are getting rid of some strong pallets. The question is, it's always the question you always ask when you're looking at this is it going to be enough? Like, the further the game goes, the longer a game goes on, the less resources survivors have. So that works out in the killer's favor. But the survivors, can they prolong the game, or can they get the gens done fast enough that it doesn't matter? Look at this. We've got some nice gen perks there. I couldn't tell you who we were looking at a second ago. We switched off, and it was a bunny fang.
Yeah, we got bunny fangs all around today.
But we had Detective Hunch and is Detective Hunch? Sorry, not Detective Hunch. Fast Track, and
oh yeah.
Yeah.
This
is gonna be a quick down.
Oh yeah, it is, because that's not balanced or anything. It's another fast down on Fasty. Really unfortunate. It's not going to be a fresh, but it is going to be the 3rd overall hook state for Gallo here. We do see another gen pop here, so currently Team Aegis has done 3 gens so far.
I don't know why we're hanging out here but Tech is hanging out here. This seems... Oh, Tech has...
That's a decisive
strike, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, not completely honest. Yeah, no, I get that.
I gotta make an excuse for myself here. This is such a... Did we not see him coming? This is such a weird... Like, having no rules is so crazy that, like, I don't remember the names of some perks, and I don't remember, like, oh yeah, they can have 4 they can have 4 decisive strikes against Freddy. Like, it's taken a little bit of a recalibration of my brain casting this tournament, because it's kind of crazy. That's going to be a really good slowdown. Drago loses the 50-50, and we're going to see a 3rd fresh up.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think a good thing you need to kind of keep in mind, even in these kinds of routes, that's another gen done for Team Aegis. Good thing you need to keep in mind that, of course, while the killers will have the information that most survivors are probably going to bring mass DS, you also kind of want to sometimes try to maybe play around it a little bit, that don't make it too obvious that you have decisive, because if you make it too obvious for an experienced killer that you have decisive, they are just going to opt to either down you and leave you there, which is, you're not going to be doing anything then because you're being slugged, someone has to come help you unless you have Unbreakable, or that, like, the killer just ignores you and goes for someone else, and you can't really go fix a gen because they're like nearby still.
Very true. I think we're actually very close to this reset. I think they were resetting to the right here on the other side. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I knew they were in one of these broken buildings here. I thought it was the one on the other side there. But we did manage to find them. 2 sprint bursts. So, haha, killer, I'm out of here. This is Fosty, who is healthy, and Tech, who is not. Fosty would be a tunnel out of the game finally. Tech is the easier chase, it looks like. Although we're looking around, Gallo is well aware that there is a lot of gen progress getting on. See, look at this pallet into main building window there is pretty strong, but we didn't go for the window, so that's interesting.
I think the reason they didn't want to go for the window there because it was a risk they had to be taking, because I wasn't sure if there was a doorway right on the left side of that kind of in the danger zone, because then the other teammate wouldn't have been able to come and take a hit for them.
Right.
Nice hit there from Gallo. Let's get an injury on Mito, who has not yet been hooked actually, so this could be a very, very attractive target there to Gallo.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end game here where we got a generator about 50% done. I think we teleported in there. Oh, that's going to be a grab. Nice grab. That grab is strong. This is our last pain res, too, I think. I think we managed to get the other 3 pain reses. So this will be nice. We'll get to regress the generators a little bit. Survivors, playing it slow. Just, oh, you know, we actually, one of the previous hooks, I guess I hadn't noticed, one of the previous hooks either was not a pain res or did not regress a generator. So there still is one. I apologize. I did not notice which one it was. So it'll be a surprise.
Yeah, very true. We also see that this is Survivor gameplay is gonna slow down in general right now because Grim Embrace came into full effect. And if I remember correctly, the full duration of Grim Embrace at 4 stack specifically is 40 seconds, I believe it is.
That is correct. Is 40 seconds, yeah.
It's quite a substantial amount of time. Survivors can't do anything, and the killer is just free to go to town.
So I think we teleport in here and kick pallet. Yeah, smart move here by Gallo. And now we've got a sleepy, injured Tech and a fake pallet there. So all we can do is go... Oh, okay, I think he blew up the pallet there, but still. This is not the strongest pallet in the world. And we swing through when we get the hit. Tech is going to go down. It looks like it looks like Fasti was hanging out there trying to come in for the save. Now, the question is this our pain res? Because you can see Metox is 75% done the last generator. This
I'm not
doesn't...
sure.
Is this a pain res?
I don't...
Wait, did you?
I'm not sure if I saw it regress. I'm not sure.
How did that generator block?
They got off a little too late, I think, because of DMS.
Oh, because DMS. I'm sorry. Yeah. You're right.
No, it's completely fine. It happens.
I was thinking Grim Embrace. I'm like, but we're done with Grim. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, I was really afraid there for a second for those teammates. That teammate started healing while they were asleep, I think, or the other way around, and that's really scary against Freddy. Because you need to remember against Freddy that you cannot be healing if one of you is asleep, because he can teleport to you.
And he teleports really close to you, too. Like, he's right on top of you. Good dodge there, but that's a fake pat. You got nothing here. Yeah, there ain't nothing here for... Okay, going for style points. Gallo does the pallet breakup. Probably saves a quarter second. That is not our pain res. Drago is not our pain res. So, still banking one. We know it's not Metox, and we know it's... it could be it could be Tech, but I don't think we hooked on a pain res last time, so... Oh, man, we're just winning all the 50s here.
See, he's in their minds right now. Like, honestly, Gallo's doing really well as Freddy. And, like, this amount of slowdown, DMS, Scrim, Pain Res, all this has contributed to the fact that, like, the last thing actually is going to get popped here, I think. Because this is not a pain res
popped, but we're looking... This is 9 hooks now?
I believe it's 8.
Oh, sorry, that's 8 hooks. I apologize. I thought Metox was dead. My bad. That's 8 hooks, 1 injured. This is a really good... Again, this is a super good result. It's a really good result. I wonder if Aegis is going to rethink... I mean, if Aegis winds up winning today, I wonder if they're going to rethink this Kobe build and bring some stronger perks. Because it feels like they're really... when things go wrong, they go wrong. Like, they're going very wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It went really well in their first game, for sure. But this is... and you know, they obviously did well against Wraith, but... I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of strong perks, and they're kind of leaning too much into the meme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Oh, unfortunate. I totally get what you mean with that, because the risk in this kind of build is though that even if you bring a luck perk and such, there's still that risk that it might not work, and that could be like a really bad thing in the long run. If everyone brings like slippery meat, but it doesn't really work out for you, then someone still has to come and save you, and you know. Something you're nice down there on Metox. Wants to get a little bit more pressure here, just trying to force people out at this point, I think. All the survivors are together. Yeah, I think they're just going to open. Yep, they're just going to escape now. They know there's no hope for Metox there. But still, excellent result in my opinion for Gallo. That is going to end up being 4 fresh 9 stages with 3 people out of 5 gens complete for Team Aegis. Really nice job from Gallo, though. I think that was a
Very
really
strong.
impressive performance.
We've got Gallo, Crooked Smile, Bree, and Seth. So same as against the Wraith, and Fosti is going to be on Freddy. And we found a chase way faster this time.
Yeah, and wow, Shack Pallet's already gone, which could honestly be really good for Fasti there. They did spot that there's a Hex Totem there, but I would imagine that Team Memories has put 2 and 2 together, just assuming that this killer is probably going to have a very similar Hex build as they did last time with Wraith. So curious to see what Team Memories, how they're going to adapt to this. So far, Gallo has been avoiding those abilities really well. Gets a nice stun too.
Yeah, Gallo is still awake. One of those snares would have put them to sleep. This will be missed again. Never mind. That looked like a hit to me. Getting off that generator, they will have identified that Ruin is active once again. I don't know what happened here. We maybe gave up on Gallo chasing back into the map. I feel like, yeah, you don't want to give them the whole map. Oh, good swing and a miss though. Big nopers, little nopers there by Crooked.
Slow,
I think that fighting down by Carnival is a strong place to chase. So it's interesting. Maybe he just felt like Gallo was kind of on their game today and came down and chased after Crooked.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, Blood Favor definitely going to play. We're going to see the comp corner strat, even though they're not going to quite make it because of the slowdown. But actually kind of did make it. We see 2 gens popped already so far from Team Memories. That's really good pressure so far. I think they've realized what build this guy's bringing, so they're probably just doing gens instead of worrying about totems.
Yeah, and delay. Oh, we got a little bit of a. We're not face camping, guys. We're a little bit bugged here. We're just gonna wait until something happens. We're trying to break a totem here. We got Bree in Shack again. Extremely slow totem break there. Because of Thrill the Hunt. Gallo is in chase again. Gallo's been doing really well this match. See how long that can last. Again, Gallo was the one who had the really strong chase against the Metox, sorry, in the first game, where he was just pre-dropping pallets. And looks like that's still the plan. You can't block the pallets if they're already down.
Yeah. And we see that one of the totems was actually Cleanser, which was undying though, so Thrill is still at play. So basically, the main perks are still basically at play here. So that totem cleansing didn't affect too much, other than just kind of delay those perks being cleansed. If they do that, I don't know if they're actually going to commit to it. Currently chasing a Bree here. I think this is going to end up being a hit because of that slowdown. Yeah. And but the third gen gets done by Team Memories. So far, really nice gen pressure. We currently only have 1 hook stage, but this is going to end up being the second fresh and second stage. Still, not a bad performance from either side.
Yeah, but Memories definitely got the assignment, understands the assignment, and is okay. Look, they've got a lot of really strong perks on the board. Unfortunately, they broke 1 totem and they go, well, that wasn't Thrill, so that's going to be a problem. They are just cranking generators. They're trying to take the chases away. I mean, this is pretty standard stuff. Trying to take the chases away from the active generators. You can see there, Crooked takes a hit and runs away from the generators that are being worked on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, though, Bree is on hook, and it looks like we're probably going to get a pretty quick down here on Crooked. Well, yeah, there you go. And so somebody just unhooked Bree. That's 3 of the 4 survivors not doing generators. We just saw a totem break.
Which one could it have been? We'll probably have a look very soon which one that is. And that is the 3rd stage, and that was Ruin.
Okay.
That could actually make a big difference here.
Do you think they go for, because again, Blood Favor is so rough to deal with in chase. Do you think they go for the last one? I think they probably just crank the gens at this point. Knowing Ruin's gone, they understand they're gonna, they work they play their M1 chases and understand.
Yeah, well, that's gonna end up being a down.
I'm just laughing at the blocked pallet after the pallet went down. The entity didn't get the memo, but yeah, Gallo goes down.
Absolutely, while it isn't currently looking that good for Fasti, no one is on a gen, and he is still actively getting these hooks, applying that really nice pressure in this area, and surprises Crooked Smile at the worst possible moment. Unfortunately, a really fast down on that as well. It's going to end up being in the 5th stage here.
We've got all our freshes here, Jersku, so now it's just a matter of tallying up the score. Doesn't matter how we get those hooks. If we can get to 9 hooks, we tie. If we get to 10 hooks, we will win this. And Yeah, things are falling apart here a little bit for Team Memories. This was looking really good with how much gen progress they had, but, you know, they got rid of the totems. They got their gen progress, but that's a grab. Wait, that's
Is
a
that
DS.
DS though?
That's got to be DS.
Yeah, okay,
I was
that's
like,
a DS, yeah.
I was like, that's a huge. No, it's not a mistake. I know it's not a mistake.
I wonder if that's gonna hurt Fasty though, because he catches up relatively quickly. If they dodge the slow, okay, they didn't dodge the slow, but they didn't get slowed down either because they're not asleep yet. They do make the pallet just barely.
Okay, I gotta say this. Crooked Smile has been hit through 3 pallets. There must be a ping difference. Now, like this is coming from a 70 ping warrior over here. I never get better than like 50, 60, 70 ping. So I think Crooked has. Oh, that's Gallo. Sorry,
yeah,
that was Gallo getting hit through a pallet. My apologies. I thought that was Crooked because Crooked got hit through 3 pallets in one in one of the earlier matches. So I thought maybe that was the same thing. I apologize. I got mixed up there.
Yeah. Not a problem at all. Like initially, I thought that Team Memories was doing really well, and they might take the win here. But now, all of a sudden, like Fasty has just like locked in, and they're giving out so much pressure now, and no one's on a gen again. They're just really worried, I guess. And like we do get the save there on Gallo. Probably gonna see a reset happen sometime in the near future. But yeah, no one's on a gen. They just want to play it safe, because like they of course want to try to win this nightmare set, so they're trying to play this extremely safely currently.
I meant to. I have been confirmed. This is South America versus EU. So Team Memories is South America and Aegis is EU. So yeah, those hits going through, they're not specific to a particular person. I think Crooked Smile just got the worst of it, and that's why I took notice. But yeah, Gallifake getting hit through that pallet too was to be expected. We are 3 hooks off of the tie. We are 4 hooks off of the win, and it looks like we're gonna get a hit here on Gallo again. Sorry, Bree. Listen, they're all Claudettes. I don't know what I'm doing, guys.
Not to worry, honestly. Like it happens to the best of us. Loses the 50-50 there, unfortunately. Both of the Freddy players have been winning a lot of their 50-50s. You love to see that. Just being able to get into the survivor's mind feels really good as a killer player. I'm sure that the killer players here in chat and in DBDL probably know what I'm talking about, that it feels really good to win constant 50-50s.
So, looking at the gens, we got 2 gens down here by Shaq. Oh, they're doubling up on this one here. And we're a perkless Andy at this point. We have no perks really other than Thrill the Hunt, which does not do anything really. Bree gets unhooked. I mean, I wouldn't hate, with 2 gens left, I wouldn't hate going back to hook and trying to kill Bree before they get the heal off. I guess you got to worry about Decisive Strike, because they are rocking a few of them, so maybe that's not the plan, but if we can get somebody out of this game, we could definitely end up winning this match.
Absolutely. I think like just Fasty definitely just wants to get a confirming. I think that's a hit.
Oh my god!
Absolutely.
They got the gen.
But I think they might escape here. He can. There's a generator right there though, and of course he can TP very, very close by, and he's making it there.
He needs one more person.
Oh.
If he, right? Yeah, we're at.
Yeah, I think so. 8 stages currently.
We're at 8 stages right now. We need one more person. That door's gonna open.
Oh, wait. Did that? Yep. Okay. No. Team Memories wins it by just a thread.
Yep. For Team Aegis, in order to go to the tie-breaking set of Bubba. So a lot on the line here for Fasty. Let's see what we can do. One thing I always do here, Jersku, when I load into Suffocation Pit or Azeroth's Resting Place, I like to take a look at the gen split. Looks like we've got. It's harder to tell from the survivors. Oh, that's gonna be a quick M1. Looks like we've got Deja Vu generators down here at the main building.
Yep.
I'd be curious to see, like, sometimes you get like a good 3-1-3 split with 1 in the middle. Sometimes you get like 4 up one side and 3 up the other, and then sometimes you get those like gross ones that like the middle generator connects to one side. So we'll have to wait and see when we get a better look from the killer side. This looks like this is gonna be a pretty quick down though. They managed to double a generator out, but we are gonna get our first hook here, and you can see the survivors clearing off. It looks like they're going. We see that we've got a bottom side, shack side hook. In fact, a basement hook. So they are going to try and tackle that 3 gen up top, while Fasty is hooking down here. 56 seconds on that first down.
Honestly, really impressive first down. That was really rapid from Fasty. Really good stuff so far. I think what Gallo's idea was to go into that tile, run in front of Shaq, and expect that there was a pallet there, but there was actually no pallet there this time. So I think this is really unfortunate that that tile usually, not always, but usually spawns at least one pallet on either side. And if that had happened, they probably would have made that and been able to make some distance into Shaq and extended the chase by maybe like another additional 20 or 30 seconds.
I don't hate this, by the way. We did get a good look at the generators, and it looks like the quote unquote middle gen over here is just on the other side of. It's in this tile right in front. We're looking at it right here. This tile is very, very top side. So we've got a pretty strong 4-gen top side. So I don't hate the fact you can see, yeah, the survivors. Bree with a little bit of miscalculation there tried to jiggy. We want, the comms have come in. We want survivors dying down near the shack because we cranked one of the 3 gens down by shack, and we want to take the chases away from that 4-gen. Bree was not able to get out of that tile and around the middle choke point and did go down. I mean, we're still pretty far down bottom side, but we're not so far away that we can't patrol the top. Really good job there by Fasty. And by the way, you mentioned how rapid that first down was. And big fan of rapid. We're rocking rapid brutality, a fan favorite or a killer favorite on the artist.
Honestly, rapid brutality, I think, is generally a really, really good add-on. Oh, not add-on. I meant.
Oh my goodness! Look at the timer.
Oh, they don't. They might put a little extra. They might. I think they're gonna pick up soon. I don't know if they really counted though. But they must figure that it's been quite a while.
He's not scared of head-on, is he?
I don't think so. I don't think they're scared of head-on. I think they're just waiting out the decisive. Decisive is gone, but that did still delay them a little bit, at least by 10 or 15 seconds. So like that could help. We did get a 2nd gen done as well.
Looks like we are opting for the pain res hook. I know this was one because I saw it earlier. We're going to opt for the pain res hook this time on our 2nd hook on Gallo. Again, Decisive Strike is going to make it rough, but if we can get somebody out of this game and treat it more like a pretty standard, competitive match, that could work out in the favor of Fasty. That was really interesting. That was a great play by Fasty. I don't know if you saw what he did there. Puts the bird down and full sends it. That way, if Crooked had doubled back to do the vacuum pallet drop, almost there. If we'd vacuumed the pallet, then we would have got the stun on Fasty, but we still would have got the hit. So I really like that move. That's a really heads-up play as an artist player.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I actually we see shoulder the burden. Shoulder the burden coming into play. Okay. This is gonna be the 3rd fresh, I believe. I don't quite remember if you can freshen in my mind if shoulder the burden will count as a fresh or not.
I think it should, but we're gonna confirm. Well, yeah, I mean, they have a hook state on them, right? So I feel like it should count, but we're gonna wait for it. It does count. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, it counts as a, so this is.
It wouldn't be fair if it didn't. Like you're taking the benefit, you take the penalty too. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. And we've just been told if you were to shoulder the burden on someone's first hook, you could remove their fresh hook. So it would then transfer the fresh hook to the other survivor. We got a Claudette blending in with the rocks.
That didn't quite work this time.
You can't do that as a bunny fang. That's all I'm saying.
You could try. I can't promise it'll work though.
That's awesome.
I love it. Oh, this is just rough. Nope. Unfortunate. If they were just like, I think if they were just like half a second earlier, they might have been able to actually get the stun off without Fasty being able to react to it with a crow.
Yeah, so Fasty did the exact same thing that time, but opted to not send the crow. Yeah, but Seth, recognizing the danger, tried to overplay it, and it almost worked. It really did almost work. That is true.
Yeah, it almost did. Like, very close, but Fasty's doing really well so far. We're probably gonna see, we're definitely gonna see the 3rd gen get done here by Bree. And Crooked Smile is still broken though, however. Pretty decent gen pressure from Team Memory still though. Not sure what they're gonna do with Seth. Though Fasty has to, of course, keep in mind to look at these generators a little bit. But from what I can tell, regardless of what generator is fixed now, it should still be a pretty decent gen spread for Team Memories here.
There's a 3-gen up by main side, but that includes the middle gen, like that sort of like, right? So it is a 3-gen, but it's not like a tight 3-gen. And then we've got, well, wait a minute, am I wrong? I only see 2 there. And there's 2 down here.
Oh, okay, no, it is still like a...
Yeah. No.
tiny
It's
one.
it's a 2-2 split. It's a 2-2 split. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like it still gives a little bit of leeway for the survivors to work with.
Great. Yeah, I miscounted. I thought we I was looking for 5 gens when we're down to 4.
Yeah.
That is going to be
Rapid Brutality helping out there.
a 3rd down on Gallo fake for the 2nd hook on Gallo. We get the unhook there. Yeah, pretty good gen progress. We're not holding down the we're not holding down a 3 gen, but again, just we're really putting pressure across the entire map. We're really, we're traveling top to bottom, finding survivors. Fosty's got some really good map awareness, being able to find survivors. See, this is where... Okay, we're just going to call it up. I was going to say, this is where hitting those angles, a really good artist is able to know exactly when they're crossing their line of fire and get that hit off. But we just didn't bother. We just pressed W and comp cornered here. So 4th gen pops. We're down to 1. The Shack gen popped. So we know that the gen with the most progress is on the left side of your screen right there, just left to center. Is this our last pain res?
It is as well. That definitely hinders their progress. They're not going to be able to finish that gen now due to that. Really nice pressure from Fasty. And like you said earlier, Fasty has been able to find these survivors pretty efficiently. And he's allowed for a lot of pressure. Gets killer instinct on someone else there just a bit earlier as well. For if I saw that right. This is going to end up being a hit on Bree. But we do see that we have a commitment on this gen. And I do believe, yeah, this is going to absolutely get done, that generator.
So this is really interesting. For those of you who've noticed the perks, we do have... Everybody's injured, so we have Devour Hope. It's not going to help. It's not going to help us with the 1-shot down, but the 4% speed definitely helped us catch up there. We're going to slug Bree here, who is worth the most the most hooks. But yeah, I think the survivors are all up the other end of the map. We got a little bit unlucky. We have split doors, so it looks like we're going to take our last 2 hooks here, and we're going to get another 9-hook game.
Yeah. Really good performance from both teams still. Like, I think especially Fast, it was really impressive to see just like the general knowledge they had at where the survivors would generally be against a killer like this, who kind of like plays in a more linear way with the crows and everything, keeping track of the generators, but still.
Back on the map, and pretty similar build to last time. No rapid brutality though.
Yeah, instead switch out with Deadman Switch, and yeah, we're basically seeing the same build here from Team Aegis with the perks. They're still going for that unhook themselves, unlock offering, and perk kind of thing. Gonna see how it goes. Does get the bird off on tech, but we're of course gonna start seeing some progression on these gens now. I think important to point out here though that currently Tech and Gallo are... Oh, this is that unfortunate.
That's good though. We established our place in the palette. Sorry, go ahead. You were talking about what they were doing, but they established their place in the palette. That actually worked out in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to point out that they are currently chasing on the corrupt side of the map, which may not necessarily be that good for Gallo, because if they don't get this down fast, the generators won't get unblocked, and then like they're kind of just chasing in an area where it isn't beneficial for Gallo to be in currently. They do get the down though, but that does also mean that the survivors get a lot of generator progress here. And the first down came in at about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Pretty decent first chase. Unfortunately, no pain res, so we're not going to be able to stop Drago and Spexy from that doubled up gen, like you said. We see Deadman Switch coming in on this middle gen. Let's look at these generators for a second here. Looks like the middle gen over here is a little bit more leaning towards the middle of the map. It was a little bit closer to the water tower last time. We see the two Shack side gens get popped. So we do have a pretty nice 3-1-3 split. And so there's 3 generators down by the corrupt you were mentioning. The 3 generators down by main building are what we're going to want to be holding. But, you know, given the situation, given the rule set, it might be a little bit difficult. Oh, bird damage, though. That's huge from Gallo. Are we going to be able to capitalize on it?
Oh,
He just full sends it. God, okay. Gallo is full send king, and I'm here for it. That's amazing.
No, I love that. That's great. And honestly, I think that's exactly what Gallo needs right now. The generators have been going. We already have 2 gens done so far, and this is currently the second stage hook. So we're definitely going to need to see some amazing things still from Gallo. Gets the birds off. Most likely going to end up being an injury here on Mito. Is it going to be, though, just another fast unhook? I think that's just a self-unhook coming into play there.
It's so gross. It's interesting. That was a no juke again here by Metox, where if he'd full sent it, immediately. It's funny because I say Gallo is the full send king. If he had full sent it, it would have hit, but he kind of expected a juke, and Metox just ran through, just jiggied.
Yep.
No bird damage coming through here, but we are on a pallet. Oh, that's unfortunate. We were trying to force them to drop the pallet so that they would refresh, like they would interrupt the bird cleanse, but didn't wind up working, and now we're going to get more distance. Third generator pops here, Jersku.
Yep, honestly, Mito is doing a really good job so far, just reading Gallo's bird placement really well, understanding exactly what to do in that situation. Pretty good tile there, but doesn't quite get the fast vault there, and Gallo does get the down there on Mito. It's going to be the third stage hook there, but Gallo still has quite a lot of work to be done. Of course, good to point out, I'm pretty sure no one is currently working on a gen. Swexy is currently resetting tech somewhere on the map next to a generator that has about halfway progress, though. Pretty good stuff so far. We're probably gonna see
that was a pain res, though. Something else has more progress. That was a pain res hook?
Yeah.
So this one didn't get hit. So this one got hit. This one had the most progress. So they got about 2 around the same progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Gallo, this is good for Gallo because they are able to now pressure a generator that has a pretty decent amount of progress. Swexy is almost done with their own generator, though. I think currently Tech has gone for the save, or it could have also been a self-unhook potentially.
That was
because
big.
They are, yeah, absolutely was. But that setup is really nice just with the window and everything. But I think Gallo is just able to close off things really well here. Even if that pallet's dropped, this is going to be really hard to dodge. They do dodge it, but they opt into just going into the corner instead. Not much there can be done. Also, the force then does get popped there, and they are currently 2-manning the last generator with Mito and Tech.
It's so disgusting because you know what happened while that was happening, right? I said this is their funny meme build. It's not a meme build, but like they're all in on the Kobe. Paid off because Metox Kobe'd while the two of them cranked out the one gen, switched over to the other gen, and then they tripled up. Great snipe on Metox there, but we need way more progress. Although you will see that 4% on the right side of your screen. And I don't believe the bird down will have revealed it. So, I mean, they might be expecting it, but they don't actually know that that no-it is active here. So,
you know, they do see a person lingering.
Who got hooked there? Was it Tech? Tech Kobe 2.
Yeah, it's just like, I think I wouldn't be too surprised if Gallo's looking for a 4-man slug here. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Well, you have to, right?
Yeah,
you either lose or you win the whole matchup here and you go to the finals. If we can get a lot of progress here, we can do it. Now, can we pick it up? They don't have a lot of perks. The survivors don't have a lot of perks. Like they don't have Wiglift. They don't have things like that. All their perks are around anti-tunnel and self-unhook. So
nice sprint burst there, but I don't know how much distance they're gonna make. They probably want to go a little more all in on
That's killer instinct. He knows they're there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there, but that was just a really good. That was a really good shot.
Yeah, no, absolutely it was. That killer instinct is really nice information. They do get that sprint burst, but they're not going to really get far. The pallet is still down, though. But with the right setup with the bird in this kind of tile, it's really simple to just kind of zone them out. But they're not really going for it and decide to just get down in a corner instead. But still, the risk there is that like they could just try to get out currently. Just desperately trying to open that gate there, and everyone's kind of like lurking around the same area though, just kind of wary of the fact that Gallo needs these downs. The only thing they can really do is get that 4-man slug going, but it's going to be difficult because these guys know that.
So the crazy thing is, Gallo's been playing against these guys all day. Oh, we just down Tech with that.
Okay.
Wow, I was gonna say
no, that could be huge. Okay, no, they see the last survivor. They saw them.
Here's the problem, though. Listen, Svexy, we know. Gallo knows. You can't hook Svexy. You can't do it because he's going to Kobe.
No, yeah.
So, you know, maybe one time you'd be like, I'm going to put a hook on so I can start progressing and actually get, like, you can't. You know for a fact. Oh, and the slug comes in. Okay, we're going to get the pickup by the other door. Yeah. This door is... Oh, my goodness. This is so close.
They don't get it, though. They don't want to risk it. They're right there. They can't. If Gallo plays the cards right here, this could be a 4-man slug.
If Svexy gets out, it's over.
Oh, okay.
If Svexy can get out the door, it's over because we don't have the fresh hooks. If everybody dies and Svexy gets out, we're going to have 9 hooks. 3 fresh. So I just want to throw that out there. That is a potential win condition
Ooh,
we need to consider.
Both people get hit there.
He needs this bird.
Oh,
Not quite.
nice dodge as well.
Oh, well, stop the heal coming in, but
It's gonna be a. This surely.
you know the crazy thing is if he gets the chance, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to throw Drago on a hook and get him out of the game. Like if you have time, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. He's applying more pressure, and they're still not really able to work with the gates here.
But okay, but Drago's by the door there, and Svexi's on the ground.
Oh.
Drago getting out is not enough, right? Like you've got to get 3 hooks out the door without Svexi getting hooked. Svexi got picked up. I kind of don't love.
Oh no, I don't think
falling
this is
apart.
doable. Unless they double the bird, unless they manage to do the double bird strat. Are they planning to do the double bird?
Oh, they're running out of time.
Oh, they didn't really quite get hit by that, I don't think. Forcing the slow. But Swexy is the one, but
this is still not enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This
no,
is
I think
8 hooks. Even if he doesn't Kobe, that's 8 hooks. He needs 1 more. But that door's not open. Or is that door open? That door's
no,
open.
it is.
It's over.
Okay. All right.
They don't even let him try and Kobe! With teammates like this, who needs killers? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 hooks. We're going to the tiebreak. Not only can you not camp, these survivors, these bunny fangs, have been rocking slippery meat and luck offerings all day long. So they've been, for the most part, unhooking themselves. We do find a few bunnies in their natural environment, using the few defenses available to them, the wooden pallets. It looks like they're gonna split off and we're gonna chase Drago.
Yep, let's see how this chase
That's a down.
goes. Yeah, that's a. Oh no, it isn't. That's so close, and they get a stun off too. Oh my God, that's that's really scary. Yeah, no, like it could have been. It honestly could have been. That was really close. But of course, Bubba is the pallet shredder. I think Drago might make it to... Is there a pallet? Yep, there is a pallet here. But can he mind game this? Because I've seen some Bubbas be able to do some insane things. Not quite, but once again, like those pallets are going to be going down really fast. But it also means that some generators are going to be going down really fast.
Yeah, I like the attempt at the like that, and it's going to pay off this time. Yeah. I like the attempt at the move, but as long as you don't bump something, you're still fine. Like you waste maybe 2, 3, 4 seconds breaking the pallet, but you make an attempt to try and get the hit. And yeah, 1 minute and 5 seconds on that down. You can see Fosti was doubling a generator with one of the survivors because that generator's almost done. And we are going to interrupt tech here on a generator. And oh, I guess no, never mind. They were split on 3 gens. I forgot about brand new parts. I'm sorry. I was looking at the timings and assumed that was a double up, but it was not a double up.
Not quite, and yeah, Tech is currently just playing it really safe with a nice window setup here. Doesn't get the M1, but of course this Bubba has Bamboozle, like you see on basically every Bubba player in the world, because it's just like, sometimes it feels like almost like a necessity with Bubba to have Bamboozle. Not gonna quite end up in resulting in down here, unless Gallo manages to do something crazy here. We're just gonna have to see, because sometimes it can be hard to chainsaw here. Doesn't quite get it because of the vacuum with the chainsaw.
I thought that was going to be a hit. Drago, by the way, Kobe'd and got right back on Tech's generator. So,
yeah.
I know I was kind of mocking the... I cannot believe how close the red light is we're not getting these. I know I was teasing Team Aegis about missing the Kobe in the first match, but it is definitely paying off last game and this game for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, overall, that is definitely paying off. And I think Tech is just opting to get down in the corner. Because they know... The gen pressure is insane right now, and Tech is probably gonna jump off the hook, let's be honest. And the last gens will most likely be finished. At least one. Yep. That is the 4th gen pop for Team Aegis. Very good stuff so far.
I was definitely siding with Team Memories for their Survivor perk picks earlier. Look at this. Okay, I want to see how many it takes here.
Yeah.
2. Oh, if they miss again. It was Tech in the first game, by the way, who missed their Kobe's. No!
Hold on. Oh, no.
Do you wait it out? Oh,
Oh, no! No, they go
It's
second again.
hilarious. Okay, I'm
Oh,
talking it up. I'm like, no, they made the right choice, and then they make me eat my
yeah.
words.
Well,
That's so funny.
you had to jinx it. Yeah.
Jeez. I think Tech should never try to Kobe again. Even if your bar is full, just don't try. You have no luck, okay? Oh my god.
It's unfortunate, really. But
That's so
currently, like,
funny.
we have gotten a few pain risk stacks used there, and they do spot some bunny things again. But I don't know if they really want to commit to anything because these gens are actually really well split as well. So they can just kind of work on almost all the gens separately. I think this generator in particular, though, is honestly rather dangerous because if you get caught in a bad time, you can't really go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think these guys all have sprint burst, not bounce landing. So you have to like walk to the edge, drop down, and then run, and that extra second could get you in trouble, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. They did see a bird there, so someone's right there.
I
But
don't.
do
Are
they
we looking for
find
a
them?
second survivor? I guess. I thought.
There was a crow that
Yeah.
flew up here.
Right, but we saw the scratch marks leaving. Matox is going to get the
Yeah,
other gen done, I believe. The
yeah, yeah.
Oh no, it was the hill gen.
They probably
Good
were just on
stealth
the
by Matox.
Yeah, really good stuff. Like it's brave against someone who can insta down you really quickly. But I don't think they were committing to the gate. That's definitely gonna result in being down here.
So we
But
know
what?
Metox is over here, but that's Tech on Death Hook, who was going for
Yep.
the door. We do have Noed, so yeah, finding Metox would be huge right now.
Nah, enormous. But I think are they just gonna escape? Do you think?
I don't know. Metox
Are
is
they
this is his scratch marks right here.
Oh yeah.
That's his
Okay.
scratch
There
marks
you go.
right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Good job. Really strong performance by Team Aegis. They're going to be getting
Yeah.
out the door with 4 hooks here. That is really good.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely incredible. It just like shows how fast gens can go with these kinds of builds and everything. Now where did
I thought I heard the scratch. I thought I heard the crying over here. Again, we're not bringing map offerings, so or hatch offerings. Sorry. So there was the worry that we didn't even get our last hook there, but wow, I gotta say, after the very first game of the
maybe Tech is the goated Bubba of their team. Honestly, could be that we have loaded into the match now, and okay, we're seeing a bit of a change, I think, compared to Pain Risk has been switched out with Deadlock now instead, or for those who don't know the license, it's called No Hold Barred.
I haven't learned the new perk names yet. Oh, I know that Pain Res is Weeping Wounds. I remember that. Gonna go opt just for an M1 here on Seth because we were gonna make that vault. You saw the finesse there. Definitely wasn't gonna get a chainsaw in any way, shape, or form. Rocking over to Shaq. Survivors need to get those gens done insanely fast. And Seth taking an M1 this quickly. Unfortunately, was in a 2-window situation, so we couldn't pallet. But we're gonna need to use every resource possible to get 3 gens done during this chase. Otherwise, we're gonna be in big trouble. I don't think we make that. Oh, actually, we zoned the heck out of him here.
Oh, really nice pre-running from Seth there. Won the mind game really nice there. Didn't win that 50 there. But honestly, really strong effort. That is gonna be the first fresh though there. So interested to see how this is gonna go. Because that gen will be interrupted as well. Though we are gonna have 2 gens pop it. Actually no. Wait, no, because Deadlock. Is it gonna Deadlock is gonna block the other gen right now. And Deadlock has come into effect now.
Block it, but we can't regress it. So we're gonna have to listen to how it's cranking away. Now remember though, these survivors have a handicap compared to the survivors of Aegis because they actually have to go and unhook. So Bubba can proxy camp, and seeing that we hooked pretty close to generators with a lot of progress, like look at this. We're gonna be able to regress this generator and proxy camp pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a survivor kind of just waiting around here, which is Gallo. And if Tech manages to zone them into a good spot, which I think is definitely...
Bubba pleases, and we get that. Great move.
Yeah.
Great move by Tech. That was some really clean Bubba play.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We do see
the gen.
Second gen pops, but again, Deadlock came to play and Bree got denied completely out of about a halfway gen. So like this Deadlock is really helps out here in delaying those finishes.
Getting that gen done by the hook though was huge because you could kick it and regress it. And actually, given where the hook was, we might have been able to kick it before kicking in Deadlock. which would mean it would be regressing once the deadlock gave up. But yeah, no, getting that generator done was really good. Tech, as you see now, has to rock out into the map. We're going to get the pallet here, I assume. Dude, okay, dude, I'm going to stop talking about Tech. I was about to say how much I love Tech and how clean he is, and then he turned directly into a wall. I need to stop commentating on Tech.
Are you setting some kind of curse on him at this point? We see a little bit of hit-taking attempts here, but I don't think it's quite going to work out because they know what's at stake here. They are definitely trying to deny it here, but I just don't know if it's going to work out.
No, and the down comes in. That's going to be our third fresh, so we are one hook away. We are one hook away from the win for Aegis. Any hook on any survivor, or if Crooked just goes to second, and we are looking at Aegis winning. I am shocked, actually. Given, again, coming into this, I didn't know what to expect from these two teams. And these are extremely close, have been extremely close matches, but Aegis coming out on top. Aegis has been behind by 1 the whole time. They were down 1-0. They were down 2-1. They tied it up both times, and now it looks like, I mean, unless something crazy happens, and I don't think that crazy is going to happen.
That's down,
that's going to be it right there. And that's the win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing. Honestly, this has been crazy. They don't even want to let the gen be finished at this point, but wow. This is really, like, Tech had some techs, you could say. Like, this really excellent Bubba gameplay there. Congratulations to Team Aegis. Really well played, but we cannot undermine how well Team Memories did as well. Like, I think both teams did amazingly well.
Yeah, and something I always want to show respect to somebody. Gallo's been having a great day on all marks, but being the team's only killer is a lot of pressure. It's got like so much is riding on you when you're when you play killer. You are the whole team, right? Like 4 survivors, 1 killer. Any success or loss is entirely on your shoulders. You know, maybe you got a teammate in your ear who's calling out something. Oh, hey, there was a survivor there you missed and stuff like that. Maybe. But as a killer, the whole thing is on your shoulders. And there are 41 killers in Dead by Daylight right now. And having 41 killers and being able to play such a wide variety of them at such a high level, that's not something that can be overlooked. So Gallo put in a lot of really strong work today. Unfortunately, not quite enough for Team Memories. Aegis, Fosti was able to put up a couple of their wins, and then yeah, Tech with the very clean Bubba play. I really enjoyed a lot of these turnarounds and stuff. Gallo with the DS, but yeah, we're just going through the motions at this point here. Jersku.
Yeah, we definitely. Oh, yeah, we definitely. Oh, love the double pallet setup.
Dude, I love him.
Tech knows, because I know that, like, I'm pretty sure I don't play Bubba much, but from all I know about Bubba is that you actually need to do something specific there so you don't vacuum into the pallet and you hit the survivor instead. You kind of need to, like, go sideways, if I'm correct, so that you actually hit the survivor instead.
Yeah, well, and just very clean 180s, going through the pallet, 180 coming back around the other way, and we saw a couple of, like, 180, like flip one way, flip the other way. We saw a lot of that. There you go, again, just...
Okay, wow. Incredible.
Really, solid play there. A little bit of a lag hit, but solid play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tech is very solid at Bubba. I would be scared to go against this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I think this guy would honestly be an amazing match to play against.
That's gonna be 7 hooks, 8 hooks, 6. Yeah, 8 hooks. 3 fresh. That is gonna be the win for Team Aegis. That was really exciting for our first.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DBD League. My name is MetalBro, but you can all call me Rob. And on the desk today, I am joined by someone who was recently voted the community's favorite caster. How are you doing today, my friend Dir3wolf? It is great to see you and be casting with you once again, my friend.
Well, that's a very kind introduction right there. Welcome back, everyone. I missed being on the caster desk, and I saw the opportunity, especially with you, Rob, to cast this second semi-final of tonight. And yeah, what we've just seen in the first one was extremely exciting. Moving a little bit away from the standard balancing seems to open up a lot of strategy play and a lot of wild tactics. So we return to the Ormond Lake Lake Mine, as we have seen earlier, but we swapped the animatronic for the Huntress. Both killers a little bit similar, you could say, due to the axe throwing, but for me, Huntress goes a little bit more to the El Clasico of Comp DBD, and with the insta-down right here, I would say we set up for a very nice start.
Absolutely, that was a very solid first down by CyberEye here. Really nice to see. We're going to get the pain resonance as well, and I see a nice perk to add in for our frequent reloads we're going to be seeing here. That being ultimate weapon, pretty nice on killers that specifically reload in lockers, but a pretty good perk overall. But nice to see it on Huntress. That being said, yeah, we have Arcane versus Odyssey today, and we get to see some pretty nice action here. We got a lot of nice sets, but of course, we're starting out with the Huntress on Lake Mine. And I'm really looking forward to this set and this entire matchup as a whole. The last one, ladies and gentlemen, went to the tiebreaker. It was one serious battle fought all the way to the end, and I'm hoping to see that we get something very similar here with these two teams. Oh!
Very nicely done. I was just about to say, after the first quick down, it feels like we are slowing down a little bit here, not finding a survivor immediately after getting the first hook, but Cyber here making sure that we do not have a lot of break time on the survivor side. Garafa here going to be thrown onto the hook. Second stage coming out, and that's going to be the first generator in exchange. We have one very far progress generator right next to us, a survivor lurking in the shadows here. Will be interesting now to see what strategy our killer will pick. Will we scout a little bit closer around the hook here? Catching another survivor, bringing out the DMS there to get a little bit of some generator protection, and this might work really well. We have a regressing generator, the block generator right next to the survivor that was just hooked, so we better get him straight back on there.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in a pretty solid spot on both sides. It's just kind of like a matter of weighing in on the balance on one side. And it looks, oh man, Cyber is not falling for these pallet drop fakes at all. He's calling the bluff every single time, and it's working every single time as well. But like, if you look at the HUD, you can see there's a gen with high progress about to pop right here. We know that another one's being worked not too far away from this hook as well. Like, the survivors have great gen progress at the moment, but CyberEye is making these chases short and sweet. It's very nice to see that, and it looks like I can already tell, Dyer, from this very first match, this is going to be a pretty solid matchup. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, Cyber is currently doing such a good job on the Huntress that you could also call him Cyber AI, because he's doing so many good decisions here. But next one will be vaulting the window right here and grabbing this very dangerous headshot back. Trying to find the next survivor here. We had a little bit of traffic going on in the main building earlier, but it seems like the survivors have moved towards the outside of the Ormond Lake Mine here. You can really see the great strategy as well, right? Doing the mid generators first, and now really increasing the distance and the travel time for this 4.4 killer here. Also forcing the pallet break going underground. Will we see a peekaboo? The answer is no. Survivor is aware of Cyber going around. Was a nice attempt here, but if this chase lasts longer, we might be on a pretty good recovery on the survivor side.
Oh, absolutely. Very well said. We do get a little bit of a cutoff. Okay, all right. That was a very ambitious swing, I'm not going to lie. This might be, nicely done by Jaden here, ducking that hatchet there. I mean, we're 4.4 now, so not too much of a chance with M1 chase here. So Cyber either needs to leave or just build up a lot of bloodlust. Probably not a good idea to go with the latter, though, because the gens are popping, ladies and gentlemen. They are going pretty quick, and Cyber needs to be mindful of that if he wants to set a good win condition. You can see we're at 2 gens right now, and the gen that he just walked past has a lot of progress already as well. This is exceptional generator progress from our survivors here.
Absolutely. So far, it looks great. It also feels like they have a lot of additional gen pressure in the distance again. Look at this beautiful outscattered poor gen that we have remaining here. And Cyber starting to struggle a little bit, right? Coming into the trial, really confident, hatchet up, down, hatchet up, down. And now we do have a few ambitious swings. We can tell Killer's getting a little bit nervous, and especially when you do choose the strategy of just bringing this one-shot hatchet, you really need to make sure that you do hit it. If not, you will have to go for a locker, you lose some time, you're basically getting extremely punished for any slight mistake here. And the survivors really taking the advantage of that, getting the final generator out of the way, running into the main building again towards the door now. The squad is coming in, knowing that there's no hatchet at the moment, so we do need another reload, and that might be one final snipe here.
Oh, very close, but no.
There you can practice against other people, your survivor and your killer, and then the best next channel is the looking for team channel. You fill out some application, you find a nice group, you sign up for the scrim nights to get a first experience of competitive DBD, and somehow, while I explained that, we just had someone dropping in 15 gifted subs? And I don't know. 15, yeah, Jur74, thank you so much for all your support for DBD League. This is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for shaping future events here. That is absolutely incredible. And incredible will also hopefully be Jules, our fellow DBD League caster, in chase first. And she's gonna get fired after this incredible performance here.
Absolutely, yeah. No, nicely done. You know, weaving in and out of structures to avoid getting a hatchet toss. But we did lose the mind game, unfortunately. And with a singular hatchet able to deliver an instant down there, then that I was just unfortunate for Jules here. But you know, quite some time was bought for sure. I mean, Cyber's got quite a bit of progress on his gen. Ninjas is about equal to that progress as well. But right now, we're holding a bird's eye nest here up on top of the main building. We see the unhook already coming through here. I think that was a self unhook with slippery meat as well. I didn't see a savior there at all. But yeah, pretty early down actually for Arcane here. Garafa's got to be happy about that. We are finding our next chase onto ninjas here inside the main building. We're at the... Oh, reverse gun! What? That is incredible.
And it's getting punished. Yeah, I was about to say, like, when you pull something like this, Grafa hopefully not letting you get away with that. And he does exactly that. It's going to be a quick down here. Jules still injured. And not on a generator, so it will be interesting what the strategy is there. Nicholas and Cyber, however, they are grinding through the gens at the moment. Nicholas now rotating. We see Cyber over here. So they are readjusting their positions a little bit, making sure that they get back onto the generators here. But we haven't seen a completed objective yet, which is kind of worrying, right? I hope it is just due to splitting up individually on 3 different objectives at the beginning, but usually, especially with no restrictions on the survivor side, you would really feel nice if there's a generator completed already.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a little bit you know, perturbing to notice that we have no gens completed right now. We do have some good progress on the board, though, but unfortunately, Pain Resonance did eat some of it up earlier. Someone had to rotate for the save, and you know, like, there's just a lot going on right now that's preventing the gens from getting completed. But another down comes out onto Jules, and she's gonna go second hook now. I'm a little bit confused though, Dyer, why Garafa didn't take the basement hook earlier. That would have been an extremely defendable position for him, and probably could have gotten a kill pretty early in the match. And maybe pull out the win condition from there. Either way, it's still insta-bound Huntress. Can still definitely make something out of it, but just confused as to why we didn't take basement so early in the match. But we are going to see the first gen getting completed here by Nicholas off by the tower, and now we're going to find, I believe, ninjas here. We hear an injured Dwight, so it's got to be ninjas. Lots of mind games coming out on the shack as well, by the way. But we have some pretty excellent awareness here. Not gonna fall for it, and we're gonna crouch to there. Oh, what? No way that just happened.
Unfortunately, we were getting a little bit impatient there on the survivor side, already trying to move awake and expecting that the Huntress would now kick the pallet. Therefore, also great work by Garafa here, basically baiting out the survivor out of this hiding spot here. Very, very well done. But we see now Team Odyssey recovering on the generator side. We had Jules on a generator with 50%, Cyber working on a generator with 50%. So they do realize they need to get in a little bit more efficiency on this generator side here. Please don't let that be a snipe. Good work by Jules, just moving around the corner in time. And yeah, a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. Either way you spin it, though, Dire, the scary thing for Odyssey right now is the fact that the next hook is the win. If I remember correctly, the last match was 4 hooks, 3 stages, and we're currently at 4 hooks, 2 stages. Next hook is the win for Arcane here. And there's 4 gens left, Dire. This looks like it's going to spin down into Arcane's favor, but we'll have to see what Odyssey can do. Maybe we pull something crazy out here and don't get a single other hook stage until the end of the game, but I don't know. It's going to be pretty difficult to pull that out, so we'll have to see what can happen here.
Yeah, we have 3 generators remaining. 2 of the survivors about to say goodbye with the next hook. So in best case, we also see Nicholas or Cyber coming in now and taking some responsibility. It's definitely not Cyber, it is Nicholas coming out with the next chase here. Difficult pallet to move around. The greed is the correct solution here. Will we go for that a second time? What a great stun. Exactly what you need here. Moving over towards the tile here, but needs to make sure that he does avoid this line of sight where the Huntress could just snipe you over the barrels. And unfortunately, as well as he played the 50-50, not able to prolong the chase here. So next down coming in relatively quickly. Rob, what we really need is a longer chase here for a moment. A chase that kinda lets us recover with a little bit of break on the survivor side.
100% agreed, honestly. And we do get Deadman Switch off on this gen over on the top side next to main building, and we're gonna find. I believe this is Cyber. No, it's it's Cyber. It's Cyber. Okay. Oh, what a nice down through the Z wall as well. Very well predicted by Garafa here. Fantastic hatchets here. And yeah, like you said, Cyber or Nicholas definitely needs to take responsibility for the chases here, so we don't lose one of our 4 Dwights. But unfortunately, the win was already procured by Arcane, and yeah, the chase didn't last as long as it needed to. We still have multiple injuries throughout the board. The gens are not flying super fast at the moment. We kind of need a little bit more here, but Garafa is just making it very difficult for the survivors of Odyssey to make too much headway into the end game.
Yeah, Garafa smelling maybe even a potential 4K on the horizon. We will need a few more steps on the killer side as well for that, but it's definitely in reach, I would say. Finding the injured survivor, trade again here with a good mind game. Yeah, he might be able to just get another down onto Cyber. Jules and Ninjas would be the elimination as well, but they do get the final generator out of the way here. Nicholas with a little bit of a moonwalk coming out as well. But it is understandable. You want to have a little bit of fun, but the trial goes to Arcane here, coming out with a very strong survivor performance, only getting hooked 3 times. And now Garafa here with 8 stages overall. Very, very well done. And also a clear result, right? 3 to 8. Kind of setting the tone for the rest of this best of 5 here. And you have so much allowed by default already in comp, you might go back to your habit and you might say, okay, let me bring what I have scrimmed hours and hours on and what I'm really, really used to here. And the same goes for the Billy a little bit, because we do have an S tier. Oh, hello, Jules. That's becoming a standard now of getting the first down, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. That's twice now, 2 for 2 for getting found first. But yeah, one seriously crazy curve around that tile. I don't even think Jules was expecting Garafa to know that she was there. That was pretty spicy, I can't lie. But yeah, first down coming in pretty quickly into the match here, and we're already trailing somebody else as well. And you know, I took a little bit of a peek, and it looks like we're actually just bringing 4 stack of the same perks again, all slippery meat, sprint burst, etc., etc. And oh yeah, not gonna be able to dodge that at all.
Problems team potentially this early on. Also, for the context, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are allowed to be a little bit more mean towards Jules here and the first down back to back, because Jules, shout out there, Jules is actually one of our DBD League casters, so she's part of the DBD League family, and whoever is part of the DBD League family has to basically deal with a lot of bullying.
Oh!
But that's going to be a reverse stun, basically. Jules making up for the first down. Very well played here. Can she stay on the feet and live for a little bit longer? The answer is yes. Allowing the recovery for the rest of the team right there. The save coming in. Cyber being picked up. That was a good chase and a good recovery here. Very well done by Jules.
2 excellent crouch techs back to back, but unfortunately the second one, Jules got stuck in the in one of the corners of the tile, and that just led to another down. But still, excellent skill expression again from Jules. Nice crouch techs and dodges, and getting the reverse stun as well. Very impressive. But now we're gonna be crossing the map here, looking for our next target here. We do find somebody. I believe it's Mitch. No, it's Nicholas actually. We are going to go and drop the pallet here at main, follow it up, and we're going to go and break it from the inside and choose to leave. But it looks like Nicholas is still here at this tile, so might as well just commit to the chase, right?
Yeah, Nicholas needs to absolutely show us a great run. Nice one right there, ending up in a whiff. We have a survivor around as well. And I don't think that was planned to end up in a save here. That was actually 2 survivors running into each other because of an unfortunate communication, because that is second stage Jules with the decisive strike, moment of truth, and she does hit it. She's a DBD League caster, and as a DBD League caster, you are very decisive when you strike. So let's be some slippery meat on the shoulder of the Billy and move on here. Garafa has to get her once more here. Will obviously try to go for the elimination, but Jules says, no, we will delay that a little bit longer, trying to give the survivors some time to hop back onto the generators here. Honestly, Jules is making a good recovery in both of these chases.
I mean, you know, Dyer, a million people could tell you to stop making dad jokes, but your dedication is quite unbreakable. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we do get the down on the Jules, and that's going to be the first survivor out of the match. And yeah, with 3 gens remaining, we have some decent progress, though, it looks like, on multiple gens. So it's not out of the woods yet for Odyssey, but right now Garafa is in a very commanding spot at the moment, and yeah, his hillbilly has looked pretty impressive so far. We do find Mitch with high progress on his gen, but unfortunately Deadman Switch comes in and stops it from being repaired, so no one can come just get on it while Mitch is in chase. We do get a nice dodge there as well on next to the locker, and we find ourselves at a TP tile, looks like, and we get the pellet break, almost landing the curve, but not gonna happen. We're gonna go and leave and go see if we can find someone else working on a gen. But yeah, so far not really too much is happening outside of the gen that Mitch is working on.
Yeah, that was a very nice attempt there around the pallet. Fortunately, it took a little bit longer here. Now trying to find the next survivor. We have some blood on the floor. That seems to be Nicholas. Nicholas is not in a cage, so he is allowed to run freely. Mitch, however, is the one who now has to deal on this very weak tile. Pallet in reach, dropping that early, trying to create a little bit of safety here. And Nicholas on a 2/3 completed generator, so it would be good if we just continue this chase a little bit longer, getting that generator out of the way. Good mind games here. Looking very strong. Nice fake there as well. Does get hit now. Cyber not on it. He is on a gen down here. UI tricking us a little bit. So Nicholas potentially finishing the gen here. Will be a pain res. But it is definitely a step up for Team Odyssey. Very well done.
Absolutely. The gen progress is phenomenal right now, all things considered. But either way, you know, it's pretty... Well, I got to give a big shout out to Mitch there for that incredible chase on one of the worst pellets I think I've ever seen. It was pretty solid, I can't lie. Lasted quite some time, won a lot of 50s. But yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to fold out because 3v1s can be very, very hit or miss when it comes to certain teams. And I'd like to see how Odyssey can handle this. And we're going to... Oh, I thought I was going to... I think Hillbilly and I were on the same the same wavelength, expecting Dead Hard to come out, but not gonna happen. I think everyone's rocking Sprint Burst, so it's kind of impossible to run Dead Hard if you have Sprint Burst on. So yeah, it was very interesting though. We are gonna see Nicholas with DS. I'm not sure if he's gonna take it though, but Cyber's gonna be on the same palette, and yeah, it looks like we're gonna just take the M1. Unfortunately, we don't really win as many 50s. Karafa's like, let me get rid of this pallet, man. I don't want this to happen again.
Yeah, so Cyber, at least with 2 minutes of hang time, right? So we have a little bit of extra time potential for the survivors here. However, Mitch needs to rotate away from a half-finished generator. Nicholas... potentially working again on his project over there, so Mitch with the responsibility, but Killer actually switching again, checking on the progress of these generators. Pretty smart decision if you're asking me. Trying to find a survivor a little bit in the dangerous area, maybe even catching someone off guard. Ooh, that's exactly what we're looking for here. Grappa with some really nice attempts. I always feel like only like 5 to 10 millimeters, unfortunately, missing.
Yeah, I'd say about 5 to 10 hill millimeters. We're gonna get the down on the Cyber as well. Mitch is about to pop his gen. Nicholas has some progress on one as well. Decent progress, but it's gonna definitely need like 1 or 2 pretty decent chases in order to see that one completed. The one next to the hook as well has decent progress, but man, it's gonna be tough because Hillbilly is one of the most mobile killers in the entire game, and it looks like we're gonna get interrupted here. Deadman Switch is gonna proc on Nicholas's gen, so he's not really gonna be able to finish this gen, and no one else is gonna be able to get on it while he's in chase either. They're gonna have to take over the one that Cyber took right next to. Unfortunately, not going to miss that down right there. So we do get the down onto Nicholas, trying to fake the window, but yeah, Grappa he just knows better. So we're gonna get another kill, and now we're in the 2v1 dire. This is gonna be very interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah, if I'm analyzing this, I would say they are in a dire situation, and it will be a little bit tricky to get out of there, but Cyber also decisively striking the killer here. Grappa with the decision, chasing that survivor down or going for the next survivor. Oh. Pushing off Mitch away from a generator here. That's going to be Cyber working on the generator down there, but I don't think that will be enough time. So especially with our Billy deciding to slug now, it should be a 4K1, which is a very good result. Yet, it is kinda, you could say, yeah, no. On couch that with survivors allowed to bring everything, I would actually say it is an amazing result. I'll not downgrade Absolutely. My amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a fan of this result. Mitch picked himself up with Unbreakable, by the way, in case no one noticed that. We do have both survivors up right now, so Garafa needs to be mindful of what happens if this chase starts lasting a little bit too long, but it doesn't, so never mind. I don't have, let me just stop yapping about useless information. Anyways, we are going to get the this gen actually pretty decently progressed, but I don't think Garafa has the mind to pick right now. And whoa, okay, yeah, 4K1, you're 100% right, Dyer. You are a prophet, it seems. Very well played by both teams, but man, Garafa is absolutely sitting on a throne right now with how well he played this Hillbilly set.
Yep. Yeah, and it's like, especially in the context of this tournament, right? Your win condition is getting 3 generators out of the way. Sorry, you just need to get a few generators out of the way here. The survivor side for the killer, on the other hand, you basically need to shut them down before 3 gens are completed. And with everything they can bring, from brand new parts to special proof thyself and everything, this is a scary win condition for Odyssey's killer who's coming in.
Yeah, I'd have to 100% agree with you here. And we've seen Garafa a few times in DBD League, and every single time he's just really proven himself as a killer player. I've always looked forward to Garafa's killer matches. So yeah, another one for the book here, with Garafa just absolutely pulling out an amazing performance on the Hillbilly. And now we're going to take the well-deserved Mori onto Cyber-Eye. And after this, ladies and gentlemen, we have to switch over to Odyssey on Killer. It's probably going to be Cyber-Eye. I don't know if
the best of 5, you have to win 3 sets. So you really don't want to give this trial to Arcane, because that would put them in a 2-0 position, just 1 set away from the win and entering tomorrow's final here on the Community Cup. So Cyber needs to make sure to really get the pressure going. As protection for the generators, we have Ruin and Undying together with Thrill of the Hunt here. That does make a lot of sense, but you do need to actively push the survivors away from the generator in order to get the effect of Hex Ruin. So it makes a lot of sense that we are switching away from the current chase, getting over towards this duo over here. Unfortunately, not able to get the down right here, but yeah, we need to keep in mind also, Rob, the survivors are allowed to bring everything, so they are equipped with the most powerful resources that you can imagine on the survivor side. And with all of that at hand, it will feel a lot better to just get all the gens done.
Absolutely, very well said. I do like the mindset from Cyber here. Instead of committing to the first chase, actually going over and finding a different gen, and did find the one that 2 survivors were doubling. So that is absolutely very interesting. We are going to see Overcome as well, but this is... I don't know if this is a solo Deliverance player, but this is a Deliverance player. And seeing Deliverance out of the match, especially if it's the only survivor bringing it, would be very, very unfortunate, honestly. A very
Sounds like Swift with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if one of us is rocking Deliverance, then it's going to be really unfortunate. It is going to lose the 50, though, but a gen's going to pop for this. It's really, really solid here from Arcane, getting that first gen done. And
yeah,
another one with
you're right.
Frog.
You're right, it is the only Deliverance across the survivor team, so we actually lost it.
Wait, no, hold on. Did you see it? Shoulder the Burden's moving in for the pull.
Oh yeah.
But is he gonna get found? This would be really good if we can get Shoulder the Burden to get Deliverance back in the match, but I don't know, because he gets found as well. That's so bad. Wait a second.
So then, oh, nice dodge right here. But
dodge.
Yeah, we need to make sure, like, we're about to... That was not shoulder. It was just Jaden getting unhooked here. So that plan didn't work out. So we do, in fact, lose Deliverance here. I think important is now that the survivor team doesn't put too much effort into all of that and not too much thinking, right? Not with the mindset of, like, Deliverance didn't work out, but instead, like... Remo gens to go, let's do that ASAP. But unfortunately, Shrimp getting down tier, Cyber with a very nice curve around the tile there. So we are going through the main building to the next generator. Also interesting, the survivor team not even touching the totems here. They feel confident with their resources and with their chase time that they can go for the completion on all of these generators. So let's hope.
Coming out.
they can continue that. Yeah, now we see the shoulder the burden.
Absolutely. I think it's really important you mention that, because if you start thinking about like the negatives of the match, you're just going to start, it's going to affect your mental, right? If you just pretend like Deliverance just didn't exist once it's out of the game, you can kind of work with it, right? But if you start saying, oh man, my perk didn't work out, that really sucks, now a match is going to be horrible, your match is going to be horrible because you're expecting it to be now. But like, you know, I think it's really good you mentioned that, because like mentality in competitive DBD is very, very important. It's much more important than people realize. But that being said, Cyber is, you know, kind of struggling a little bit here, but does have some pretty good game sense, knows where people are, almost snipes. I don't know which injured Jake this is, I'm going to be honest with you, Dire, but does get the down on the main building pallet here, and just going to pick, calling the bluff on the save.
Oy.
Nice save.
Pallet save coming in. Too bad for Cyber AI. Our beloved Billy here. Losing a lot of pressure and getting angry at the pallet. But now trying to switch over again. Same strategy as before. Pushing the survivors actively away from the generators in order to get Hex Ruin to come into effect here. We have an okay-ish 3-gen on the top side here. Never mind, that explains why they are committing to that. They really want to break it, because now you have a very, very huge triangle across the cowshed here. That will be very difficult to defend, and Vaz already on it. So totally understandable why Jaden sacrifices himself, and that's going to be the win condition. That's going to be Arcane collecting set point number 2, match point in the upcoming Freddy set. Rob, I would say, considering we play Freddy next, that is a nightmare.
Very well said, Dire. Yeah, we're going to see Arcane taking another set point here, up 2-0 now. And yeah, that's... Oh, what was that? That was such a weird looking hit. Kind of trying to dodge it out and then taking the pallet vault, or the window vault prompt at a weird angle. That almost worked out actually for Shrimp. But yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be the down. Either way you spin it though, Dire, that's the win for Arcane. And yeah, up 2-0 now, going into the Nightmare set. I'm excited to see some Freddy. I'm a big fan of Freddy.
Absolutely, yeah. Freddy, especially the Freddy set earlier, has been extremely exciting. It was basically open result until the very end. Book stages were very close together. I believe it was 5 stages, and the other match was 6-7. I had to do it. I know that the mock staff to be excited about, and we thank you all for your support of DBDL. And with that being said, we have potentially the final chance for Odyssey to make a comeback here, as the survivor team of Arcane is looking forward to winning this best of 5.
Absolutely well said, Dire. And we're gonna miss that shot, unfortunately. But I am definitely looking forward to the unknown set. It's always a blast. And yeah, we're gonna go for another shot here on the Gallows gen, but gonna miss just barely. Voss reacts pretty quickly to that. Actually, that was almost a very sneaky shot there. We are going to see Blood Favor getting removed, but I see a very sneaky perk in the back pocket there for later in the end game, and that's going to be no one escapes death. No Ed. And yeah, we're actually seeing someone other than Cyber Eye here for the for the killer set for the killer match here. And that's going to be Mr. Boogity. And yeah, I'm interested in seeing how this unknown set's going to go, because I'm a big fan of unknown, as many people know.
Yeah, who are we even... Wait, I'm confused. We casted the Nightmare and the Freddy because Banshee tricked us with her pinned message. Shout out to Banshee, ladies and gentlemen. But Vaz going down here with a very surprising... And that's getting immediately punished when you get too greedy because you feel good about a down. Well, Rob, this is absolutely perfect how you play for a quick recovery on the survivor side.
Absolutely. One of Unknown's biggest weaknesses is pallet and flashlight saves. It is so unfortunate. And almost getting got with the same exact shot as last time. But Voss knows better this time and is going to actually be able to emote tech onto the pallet as well when he goes down. And yeah, that's a little bit scary considering what just happened in the last down. And Boogity, I think he thinks it's safe at the moment. Is it actually though? I don't. No, it's not. But we do at least get another injury out of it. Okay, so it's not all for nothing, but it kind of feels like it, right?
It kind of does, yeah. And we can tell that really also caused a little bit of upset. We're trying to fire the power as quick as possible here, realizing we need it down as soon as possible. We're trying to go for an M1. We desperately need a down on one of these survivors, but they just don't want to go down, Rob. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when you see like Lysol and the advertisements that say that it kills 99.9% of bacteria, this is the stuff that's left right here. Yeah, no, they are just really persevering to stay alive here, and it's just working flawlessly for them. The Linger gets Voss here actually with the UVX. And we're down to 2 gens left with no hooks at all. Dire, there's the down. He knows someone's here though, and does get stuck on the corner though, unfortunately. But that's gonna be finally a pickup. Do we actually get? Man, I was like, I'm not sure if we make a hook here, but we do. Okay, it's very nice to see that we finally get our first hook stage here, and yeah, I mean the gen progress is still gonna be pretty detrimental, considering that's Unknown.
Jaden unfortunately vaulting into the killer here, so that's going to be the comeback chance basically for our killer. We now have a hooked survivor and we have a downed one, but 3 generators already completed there. That's going to require a lot more in order to make a comeback, but it's a start here. If we are able to get Shrimp, for example, quickly onto the floor, we might be able to further drag the survivors away from the active generators, applying some pressure. But Shrimp seems to not be available for a quick down here, showing off some confidence in the looping. Going over towards the houses section here, Garafa, also healthy survivor. That's going to be the UVX shot right there, vaulting back over the pallet. Power back now. We can go for another shot. And nice dodge by Garafa, forcing the M1 here. Very well played. That's, yeah, and now the power is run out. So that's going to be tricky now to catch Garafa here. We would basically need to apply the power all over again.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just not really giving any headway here for Boogity at all. I can see, nicely done with that UVX blast there. Just kind of using the bounce logic to really make a nice shot there. And yeah, man, if you were able to shoot that just like a second earlier, that could have been a nice down. But yeah, no, this is incredible survivor play here from Arcane. We are going to take it down over here in the gallows area. We're going to die on the pallet though, but I think Boogity thinks someone isn't here, and they're not. That was a bluff. But Boogity didn't really fall for it. He's just kind of like trying to call bluffs when he can. We are going to take another pain resonance, but I think that's all the gen progress they had at the moment. But either way, I mean, like, Arcane is pulling this really like tooth and nail here from Unknown. Really not giving any hook stages. Oh, I lied. That is a lot of progress here over at the bottom side of the map. We are going to take a UVX weakness onto Voss here at Shaq, and he just needs to last a little bit. Unfortunately, it looks like someone's already on the gen.
It is on edge also, right? Because with these 3 injuries, you always need to be a little bit careful on the survivor side. You don't want to be too greedy. You don't want to become too confident, because you just have to go for one more gen. So I totally understand why they reset Garafa. You really want to make sure that the killer is not out of nowhere landing 1 or 2 snipes, and then you are basically saying goodbye to the trial. So I really like what Arcane is showing us here. Good pressure on the generator side, but not by all costs, basically. And when the time has come, taking a short moment, looking at the wider picture and saying, okay, let's go for a save reset.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the survivors of Arcane are playing this extremely well, and it's really giving absolutely no room at all for any outplays here from Mr. Boogedy, and we're really expecting this last gen to be finished here soon, and it is very close. And we're even seeing 2 survivors double it as well. And I mean, the amount of interruptions here are definitely worth noting. Lots of interruptions here on this final gen, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're actually starting another one just in case this one gets delayed so much. We have a very, very excellent split here as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone's over on that gen at the top side of the map next to main.
Jake trying to fake the stun here. Let's get a little bit of distance for that. Going for the windmill here. That's, however, cannot be chased because we need to take care of the generator over here. I feel bad for our killer. This is the moment, this is the situation you don't want to be in.
Absolutely. I mean, it's unfortunate because I play unknown competitively as well, and I completely understand how Mr. Boogedy feels right now. I mean, there it is. The generator over on top side pops as well. So that's gonna be all 5 gens completed with 3 hooks, 3 fresh, and it's unfortunate because this killer is called the Harmless for a reason, right? Like people refer to him as a Harmless because he just performs so many low results, right? Like so many low stages come out. And it's just really unfortunate. The power really gives you a sense of security that you just don't really have. Noed, on the other hand, absolutely rules. It's a very good perk. It's awesome, great. That's another fresh hook coming in for for Mr. Boogedy. Really fantastic. I think it's great. But yeah, it's gonna be another stage. It's all 4 fresh hooks secured, and oh man, it's unfortunate that Noed is so far away. It could be cleansed, and they can go for a save here. I don't know if that's gonna happen though. We'll have to see.
Yeah, to describe it with the words of a chatter who's currently in the Twitch chat, the survivor team basically says, I knock out you, and is not showing any mercy here on our killer, who so desperately needs a good result, because Odyssey is about to drop from this Community Cup. If they lose this set, Vars is protected by Garafa even going back in, because that means Jaden is going to get the rescue here. So it's all on Garafa now. Garafa with the vault number 1. Going into the main building, the best friend of competitive survivors, dodging that. Where are the mates? Mate 1 over here blocking the doorway. Perfectly done by our survivor team. Really, really great. We love to see that. Yeah, this is perfect survivor gameplay, but unfortunately someone is still fighting for their life.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? That's going to be the down on the Jaden, and
look at them.
Oh my god, they're actually going to go for the save again as well. They're all just going right back into the match here. This is true. Oh, what a nice down on the Garafa. Excellent wall bang there. And we do get the pickup on the Jaden as well. So, oh man, is it really worth playing for the save? I don't know if it's really worth it. I think we just take the outs here and just try to play for win condition in the next match.
Will that be enough time? It won't.
Oh,
I was about to say, like, he's carrying him out of the map into the mountains of that desert. Like, where do you want to go, Jimmy? That was a very ambitious carry over there. So now they are all going to take hits. And that allows for one final shot. Garafa dodging it. And that is actually 4 stages out of the door. And this, again, everyone take pen and paper out, a strategy that you might not have picked under normal circumstances, but that bring you closer to that very specific win condition. So Jaden will feel very confident here in achieving 5 stages.
Absolutely. I don't think I could have said that better myself, honestly. I mean, this is just one of those like very cut and dry kind of matches here. It's a very almost guaranteed result when it comes to Unknown. It's either going to be 4 stages or like 4K1, 4K2. It's usually never anything other than those 2 results there. So yeah, I mean, like, honestly, this is definitely like probably going to be the last match of the day if Odyssey can't pull something crazy out. And we are just going to miss that tag there onto Nicholas with the power and just take an M1 instead. And I can see Cybereye and Jules already pounding 2 different gens right now, and really just kind of doing what they can. I'm looking at Jaden's build, and this is really interesting looking here. We have N-Fury here for a nice chase, and we also have Forced Hesitation to delay those survivors near us, just hinder them and prevent them from getting pallet saves. I think is the thought process here.
Yeah, we're trying to get a few injuries across the board, successful with that. On the other hand, these survivors also grinding here. I absolutely also love the coup de grace together with the Enduring and Spirit Fury. We are on an absolute, yeah, aggressive build, you could say, just smashing through the resources and not showing any mercy. Jules with a good chase here up in the main building. We'll need to dodge the next power shot, which will be a little bit difficult here. Going down voluntarily in the pallet with the plot twist. And that's going to be the perfect setup for a pallet save. Ladies and gentlemen, note that down in your diary. This is how you want to play in your pubs. That was beautiful and serves as a tutorial of how you play together as a team here. Wonderful.
Excellently done by Odyssey here. Really starting to show their strength in this Unknown set here on the Survivor side. Yeah, honestly, that's quite incredible. We are going to take the down on the Jewel.
There he is already.
And we see Cybereye here ready for the pallet save and just kind of delaying as much time as possible. Mitch just cranks a gen right now.
Very well done, Cyber. Now going over to this pallet. No, wants to opt for the window. And there we see coup de grace, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. That's going to be the hook onto Cyber, but good work so far. First hook coming out after 2 generators have already been completed. So Odyssey, definitely, so far, I would say, things are going according to plan.
I would definitely have to agree with you there. Yeah, I mean, like we're down to 2 gens left and only 1 hook on the board. I mean, this is looking pretty good for Odyssey right now. We're gonna go and take a short swing, preserve our coup de grace stacks, even though we've got a whole load of them right now. Nice little bounce over the tile. Not gonna land though. We do have coup de grace, and it's gonna land onto Mitch's back here. Does get the down. Someone's here for the save as well. Jules is nearby. Another coup de grace stack coming in. No one's expecting it. It's probably blown out, but everyone's just like, nah, he's not gonna use it. There's no way. Another. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. He's getting very ambitious with the coup de grace swings now, expecting just about everything to hit. And I wouldn't blame him if it did as well. Like, come on, that's incredible.
Yeah, you can get really optimistic when you have coup de grace, especially you very often forget about the stacks being so limited and only being 2 per generator that is completed, right? So you're like, okay, this one didn't work, and again, and then you're just kind of trying to go for it. Jules plot twisting in the distance, so part of the recovery is being planned out here. Nicholas hopping into a generator, but that's leaving Cyber effectively as the survivor with a lot of responsibility here. Him and Mitch are now going to come over here. Nicholas going to be hooked. Jules back in the game now. I would say it does look great. We have 3 stages now. 4 on 4 was the previous condition. The only problem is the end game, right?
Absolutely. Which we did have Noah in the back pocket last game just to really help us out. This time we don't have anything end game, and it's literally just our 4 chase perks that are really going to be in play here. And we are just gonna. That is a very interesting swing by Jaden there. Not really sure what the thought process that was there. Maybe expecting them to go to pallet and get a short swing on them. Not too sure honestly, but right now looking pretty good. We're gonna go in plot twist as well. Force the pick with decisive, I imagine. Not gonna get any usage out of it though because we're just gonna expect decisive and leave. We are following up with chase though.
It is so chaotic and so structured at the same time. But I feel like the killer is unfortunately taking over Rob because this is hook stage number 4. If they would all escape right now and saving Mitch, we would have 4 stages and 3 survivors, which would be the win. But unfortunately, we are next to the generator that is currently being progressed, and we probably get one more down before we can make it out of the Alive Cat Saloon. So it's looking difficult.
Yeah, difficult. I would definitely have to agree with here. I mean, even though it's unknown and unknown doesn't really get too many hook stages, I mean, the realism here is the fact that you just don't really get out of this situation with one gen remaining without equal hook stages, right? We are going to find another chase here on the jewels at the toilet pallet here right behind main building. We are going to take the vault here and we'll win a couple of 50s actually, so really well played. Now we're going to go over to the main building, just try to waste a little bit more time. We're going to probably get injured here. Yeah, I mean, like, there's another couple of stacks of coup de grace as well. I mean, this is really good planning from Jaden here.
The only problem is Jules cannot go down, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot go down. No one can go down. They all have to get out of this trial right now. And coup de grace saving the day and sealing the deal in one. Coup de grace power is a little bit too strong. This will be hook stage number 5. And that means we'll see Arcane facing Aegis tomorrow in the final best of 7 for this Community Cup on the first weekend of January 2026. Arcane, very, very strong. Odyssey with some great recovery plays, but unfortunately, Arcane was definitely the stronger team tonight.
Absolutely. Really pulled off some incredible plays here on both sides. And there's the down onto Mitch as well, so that's going to be... Everyone's just plot twisting. Oh, okay, all right. Anyways, yeah, no, really, really well played by Arcane for pulling that win out. They're going to be going on tomorrow to face off against Aegis, and I'm really, really looking forward to that, honestly. And yeah, well played to both teams today, by the way. Odyssey did not go down without a fight. Definitely really put out some impressive plays themselves as well, but Arcane just on a different level here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, really incredible, honestly.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome back to DBD League. I am your caster for today, Snipes. And before we get and talk about the sets, I want to introduce my co-caster, OutcastAndrew. How are you doing this morning, Andrew?
I am doing great, Snipes. Happy to be here for the final of our first Community Cup of 2026. We got a best of 7 coming up with no holds barred, no rules today, Snipes. It was really fun and interesting seeing what teams came up with yesterday. So I'm excited to see. I gotta say, we got Team Aegis versus Team Arcane, and Team Aegis kind of went all in yesterday on one particular build. I'll get to that. So I want to see what they come up cooking. But we've got a best of 7. Why don't you tell us and the lovely viewers what we got in store for today?
Yeah, so we're going to be starting out on Blight Blood Lodge here. Aegis is going to be killing first. And I mean, Blight is always an interesting match, but I'm curious to see what they're going to do without any restrictions on the perks. We're definitely going to be seeing probably some of that blood favor that is very, very strong. And then we go on to Clown Wretched Shop, which is another interesting set.
Clown Rush's shop, yeah, for sure. I'll go into the rest of the matches here, but I just had a thought just while you were talking. I was thinking about it. Typically, with balancing in DBD League and most competitive Dead by Daylight, the stronger the killer, the more perks allowed on the survivor, and the less perks allowed on the killer. I think that the real explosive fights, real explosive matches are going to be those really top tier killers like the Blight. And we have another one coming up later because our third match will be Bubba. That's not the one. Our fourth match will be Ghoul. And Ghoul, no restrictions, might just be a little explosive. After that, we've got Dracula, who's kind of, he's up there, but I don't know if he's as imposing as Blight and Ghoul. Then we've got Doctor and Wesker. If we go to the 6th and 7th matches, yeah, we saw a ton of blood favor yesterday. And why don't I tell you guys a little bit? Anyone who wasn't here yesterday, Aegis went all in on a self. So we have no rules. You can Kobe if you can anti-camp Kobe. You can bring any perks. We saw every team was bringing all the same survivors. Aegis went all in on slippery meat and luck offerings, and it was hilarious because it worked, and they didn't have to worry about unhooks except for one person, Peck on Team Aegis, twice failed their Kobe and went to second state. So I thought that was hilarious. I wonder if they're going to stick to that plan or they're going to switch it up today, Snipes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, and I'm curious to see what both teams are going to bring to the table, mixing it up maybe, or just sticking with what worked yesterday, as you were mentioned, that luck offering and slippery meat. Definitely something you don't see every day here in Comp DVD, but it's definitely entertaining at the very least. But I want to say the Bubba match, Perks against Bubba, that is going to be very, very interesting. You typically don't see any perks against Bubba, so having perks against Bubba might be a little bit rough for the killer side there.
What we saw yesterday, again, speaking just from our one match yesterday, we had Aegis versus Memories. Aegis, first of all, played it textbook. They ended up getting, I believe it was four hooks, but like it was fantastic. It was Tech actually who failed the Kobe, but he managed to draw the attention of the killer and allow everyone to get out the door. What we saw with the Bubba and with a lot of other matches is, look, we know the survivors. Basically, everybody's rocking DS. It's really hard to tunnel anybody out of the game. So we were splitting hooks. We were just going, and it's hard to track anybody. If you're looking at 4 bunny fangs, how do you know which is which? You come up to a bunny fang, you start chasing him, right? So I think we saw a lot of splitting hooks yesterday. It did lead to some 4Ks, but for the most part, killers were just trying to just get a hook. They can't camp it because the anti-camp. They'll run across the map, they'll go grab another chase, and they'll go on there. And then it really came down to the survivors having really good gen efficiency and the killers having really good map awareness and just knowing where survivors are going to be crossing the map, going for unhooks if they got to unhook and whatnot. So what gen's being worked on. So Bubba was definitely a pallet shred while all the gens got cracked, but I don't think both teams have the same rules, right, Snipe? So at the end of the day, it's not like one team is in a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely not a disadvantage in any way, sort of thing. We're just here to have some fun and get some good games here. Um, Very, very exciting though. We're gonna be getting started with this Blight set, which probably is gonna be the most explosive, like you talked about earlier. Out of all of these, I mean, Blight, such a strong killer, and I mean, with some add-ons unrestricted, we could be seeing some interesting builds.
Yeah, we did see quite a few totem builds yesterday. Having blood favor with either thrill the hunt, undying, things like that to protect it. It can make for a really, really scary chases. What we saw a lot yesterday was the people who played the best against the perk were dropping pallets early, so that way pre-drop a pallet, so that way you don't take a random power hit or a random M1 and suddenly you have nowhere to go and nothing to use as a resource. So that was sort of the counterplay that I saw, but only 1 or 2 players were able to really utilize it. I notably eliminated, but Gallowfake had a really, really great chase against Springtrap yesterday. That was for Team Memories. Was able to sort of fight off the blood favor, but just based on some pre drops. But most people would loop a tile, lose a 50-50, and then run off to an area that had no pallets that had pallets that couldn't be dropped. So, but it wasn't all that. We saw some standard builds too. We saw some pain res with corrupt intervention and stuff like that. It's not all gimmick builds. Some of these perks are banned on some of the higher tier killers, like we said. So, you could see standard builds on. I'm just gonna use Blight the way I normally use Blight. That kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely just curious to see if they're gonna go for the more gimmicky route or they're just gonna stick with their like, what they are familiar with. Their typical pub stomp build, maybe, just running full regressions, and it's like a mind game almost, Andrew. It's like which side is gonna bring the gimmicky side. So it's like, do you play normally or do you play gimmicky? And it's kind of just like up in the air, and you don't know until you get into the match if if 4 survivors are gonna be tempting off of hook, so that you just can't really do anything. You just have to go and try and find another survivor to put on the hook, and hopefully they don't get off.
Well, and the funny thing is too, I said this yesterday. We require teams to pre-submit their perk builds. So when Aegis was they locked in their slippery meat builds before the tournament even started. And then game 1, Tech wasn't able to Kobe. They were committed. They went with that build the whole matchup yesterday. So, the unthinkable happened where they actually missed one of their Kobe's, and they can't revise and go, well, maybe this wasn't a great idea. And they saw the other team running a more standard build, 4 sprint bursts, a bunch of a shoulder the burden here, and conviction there and stuff like that. So once they're locked in, they're locked in. So that's why I'm really curious, because Aegis was locked in for 5 matches yesterday. I should say Aegis was down against the elimination multiple times yesterday. They lost the first match, then they went down 2-1, and then they wound up winning matches 4 and 5, sets 4 and 5. So they were looking like they were going to be eliminated, and they managed to fight back and come back. On the flip side, Arcane was able to win their semifinal 3-0. So maybe that means that Aegis got more practice. Maybe that means Arcane's more confident. It's all going to have to play out when we get into the match. We are getting our lobby ready, and it looks like we will see the guy I've been I've been laughing a little bit at right now, just out of RNG. We're going to see Tech on the Blight for Team Aegis versus the team of Arcane, and it looks like we are loading in. We are going to be seeing 4 Jakes for Team Arcane, although surprisingly, one of them is missing their hat. So I don't know if that's a plan or a mistake. 4 of them are they're Jake's wearing I'm Canadian, so they're not beanies, they're toques. There's 3 toques and 1 rocking the black locks there. No hat. So we'll have to see if that was intentional. Maybe they want to draw attention, but I think it might be a mistake. I don't think you want to have anybody singled out, Snipes, but loading into Blight on Blood Lodge. Here we go.
Makes the tunnel out very easy to identify if they do end up getting the first one chased here. But I mean, yeah, we'll see how we're going into this match. Very interesting perks that I am looking at currently. Looks like we're not going for now. Blight on the Blood Lodge. We are in. Tech is going to be trying to find this survivor as quick as possible. A very heavy hex perk, as we predicted earlier. And currently they're just trying to stealth it out, trying to not get found. And so far they've done a great job of that so far.
So it's interesting. We see 2 medkits and 2 toolboxes. The 2 toolboxes do have brand new parts. 2 medkits is interesting. I think they're strong, but yesterday we saw a lot of toolboxes. We want to see that first chase. We want to get those brand new parts down, and we always want to be cranking those generators. We are in chase here with Shrimping around this pretty strong loop, but it looks like we might actually end up taking a tag here. Yep. Little bit of an overcommittal there on the far side of the God Rock. We are seeing a totem go down already, but with Thrill of the Hunt, that is going to take a really long time. And good corner up there. Wow. It looked like I feel like he swung a little bit late, maybe waiting for a juke that never came. And Shrimping is going to live a little longer. We are going to see our first totem go down. That is a really long, there's nothing to bounce off of there. So again, Shrimping is staying alive while we're getting a gen done and breaking totems.
I mean, beautiful first chase here coming out from Shrimpin here. And actually, Tech is going to be leaving, trying to, stop this generator that was being doubled, I believe. And seeing some scratch marks. A flick around is not going to hit Garafa. Now we are going to be going over into this weird little T and L side, and actually going to be vaulting, trying to throw Garafa off, but he does have a pallet here, so we'll be just kind of playing it very safe here. The instant vault into these back, that was a very, very good mind game there, but Garafa will be getting hit eventually here. We already do see that reset here onto Shrimpin, and now we're going to be continuing this chase here on to Garafa, who is a very good 1v1 player, but is not going to be able to make that window. That is brutal.
Ooh, that was okay. So yeah, Tech was feeling the way we were feeling. That chase was going on way too long, and decided to go across the map and try and pressure. And the nice thing about Ruin is Ruin did allow that generator to stop. It does finally pop here. This is my bad on my part. I said I didn't know what totem broke. It was Undying, obviously, because Undying was there. I hadn't fully glanced at all the perks there. So we still have our two major perks, our Blood Favor and our Ruin up. But next totem up could be a little back bump there and an unfortunate flare. And Shrimping is getting the better of Tech today. Tech had a really good first hit, but since then, Shrimping has been just a little bit slippery. Maybe there's a little butter on that shrimp because seeming to get out of trouble. Another big pallet stun there, and we see two generators get done. You see Waz on the HUD there is working on the second totem. The question is, will it be any totem that it is can be really strong. If it's Thrill of the Hunt, at least then the rest of the totems can be easily broken. And obviously we want to get Ruin at least off the board so that the Blight can't pressure gens across the map.
Are now taking chase here onto Was, who was doing that totem. Actually, that totem did not get completed in time, so we are going to be having 3 perks still up. And look at that Blood Favor. He has nowhere to go. He's going to be going to the window, but actually fake. Really good fake from Was, but it won't matter because Blight is just going to bounce and get around that fireball and get that second down here. The gen progression is slowing down just slightly. We did see that first gen doubled, so of course that was going to be the first gen to pop, but these brand new parts, very deadly.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. Although they brought the purple toolboxes rather than the Commodious. I believe the Commodious is the green one, or sorry, the blue one now. I'm showing my age here, guys. Blue is rare in DBD now. The Commodious, I believe, are more value. The purple ones go faster, but the green one, the blue ones, sorry, the Commodious gets you more charges. But maybe they just wanted to get the gen progress on the board, so they decided to go with those. Jojo does take a tag here, but I got to tell you, these survivors of Arcane seem to be doing a really good job of dodging flicks from Tech here on the Blight. It's kind of interesting. I don't know whether it's rust, if it's just incredibly great play by the survivors, or if we're getting lucky on some bumps and some of the map here. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I was trying to see what Tech was going to do on that mind game, and he manages to get the hit on Garafa. There is a totem going down, or there it is. Okay, great crouch there. Okay, but Garafa is going to go down, and that is our second hook on Garafa. So, you know, the tunnel out is kind of hard, but we might see one here.
These two survivors are cranking out main gen here. We should be seeing it done. No pain res, so unless Tech goes immediately to this main building, which the hook is right near main building, so getting a hit here. Wow. I don't know if that was Shrimpin or if that was Shrimpin. Yeah, a beautiful fake there, and we are now going to be taking a hit onto Jojo here, who just tries to pre-drop the pallet, avoiding that Blood Favor. But now is that reassurance?
I think that's reassurance. I mean, it could be it's got to be reassurance, right? So they know Garafa's in danger getting tunneled out, so we'll just let him hang on hook a little bit longer. There goes Blood Favor, so now we're down to just the one totem. Unfortunately for the survivors, though, Ruined is still a very strong totem. Looks like we're gonna see the middle generator, the main building generator go down. Waz takes an M1. I imagine they're gonna cycle over to get Garafa off hook. Again, Garafa is able to self unhook. So if they were to let him just dangle on hook, we really can't do anything. But that was a shoulder. The burden comes in. We're gonna get JoJo is gonna sacrifice themselves for a hook here. But that is keeping Garafa alive longer. I wonder if that was a great move though. JoJo was a fresh hook and is now on death hook. And we still have another generator done. I don't know how it's going to play out, but it'd be interesting to see if that ends up being, you know, the fresh hook comes into play.
Definitely interesting play there, especially to do it right in front of the killer, but I think they just wanted to deny Garafa from being tunneled out. But now I think Tech is going to be looking his sights otherwise and trying to find maybe JoJo. But, you know, again, there's a bunch of Jake Parks running around, you know, one of them without the beanie, but I think that would be Shrimping.
It's Shrimping. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it is.
Shrimping.
Yeah. But now we actually find JoJo here at the TNL. Not much to work with here. Is going to get that little bit of a mind game off here, but I don't think it's going to be able to make it through the window, so that's going to be a down. Is going to be a death here.
JoJo
now,
does have DS, but doesn't matter when you bring a Mori. And that's going to be a dead. That I would say that backfired on them. JoJo went from being fresh hooked to dead in under a minute. That's rough, and you can see the survivors are struggling now. I think Garafa still had a good chunk left after that reassurance, had a good amount of time left on their hook. I think that might have been a calculated risk that they might want to throw their calculator out and get a brand new one, Snipes.
Yeah, that was definitely interesting, but now we are going to be entering the 3v1. Wasp using his sprint burst very beautifully, still getting hit though, unfortunately. Tech kind of shaking off the nerves that we saw in the beginning, you know, and now we are going to be actually leaving, just trying to apply pressure. You know, we are in that 3v1 now, so if we can just get these survivors off the gen, we can let Ruin kind of do some of that work for you. You don't have to do it. Another beautiful hit here onto Shrimpin. Just absolutely incredible flicks coming out right now. And now we are going to be taking chase here onto this drop pallet. Not very safe. The mind game's not going to come out, but the bump, oh, that is so brutal. Can he get a time? Yes, he can.
Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Wow. I mean, that was... Tech was looking like me on Blight, and the reason I don't like playing Blight, because you get those back bumps that, you know, sometimes the game just decides you bump against nothing, and then you wind up not getting that, you know, not making it around. But Tech just kept the cool, took the extra bump, managed to get around, and yeah, no pallet is really safe from the Blight here. Really good job there by Garafa to not drop people. I think Tech was trying to bump off of. He's still up there. I think Tech was trying to bump off of the chest, and it just didn't happen. And wow, they got the generator done. Good for Wasp down here at Shack. Garafa was down. Did Garafa unbreakable? It looks like probably.
It was Shrimpin that was down, and Shrimpin indeed he did use the unbreakable here. Right. That was incredible. That was probably just incredibly unlucky for Tech. Just
syringe use there.
Just unfortunate there for Tech that the one person he slugged was the person with unbreakable, and now a little bit of a mind game here. The bump coming out. Wasp will be going down. So getting some more out of the trial. Garafa will just be leaving, and Shrimpin maybe trying to crawl to get Hatch, or no, maybe just gonna be accepting.
Well, nobody brought a Hatch offering, so Hatch could be anywhere.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Hatch can literally be anywhere, but it looks like we didn't get too far away from. Yeah, we didn't get too far away from where we went down, so that is going to be Garafa. Even though got hooked twice, got out the door only with one hook state because of the shoulder of the burden. So it's all about that efficiency.
Now we are seeing a more standard build coming out from Garafa. We have that Corrupt, that Pain Res, and DMS combo, and also Eruption. So very more standard base, and we also see the typical double speed add-ons. So Garafa is going to be trying to find a survivor, and very similar to the last match, not finding anyone off the initial rush.
I am personally disappointed. Yesterday, Aegis was rocking the 4 bunny fangs, but they're taking it a little bit more seriously today. So they're going with a less vibrant color, rocking some Claudette skins. Looks like they got that sort of dark jersey color, so they'll blend in pretty nicely with these tiles. We get a quick hit on Spexy. We're just gonna respect that pallet so we can get some of these nice pallets out of the way and hopefully continue this chase down. The survivors are just getting to the generators, it seems like. That corrupt intervention having good effect. And good bounce there, and Spexy does go down. Looked like they were going to get away with that medium vault, but not in the end. And Spexy will be our first hook. We had a significantly faster first hook this time, and that's looking good here for Team Arcane.
Are going to be seeing that slippery meat come into play, though. We have that DMS on the gen in the far distance here. I'm curious if Garafa is going to be going to that, or just going to be trying to find another survivor. And yeah, here comes it. The first
there it is, baby. Don't need unhookers, I'll unhook. Okay, but so unfortunately, though, it looks like Garafa didn't make a lot of distance. We are very close to where we were a minute ago. Or are we? No, sorry. You know what? No, there we were a little bit. I thought we were very close to the top hook there, but we managed to get away. We're gonna get a quick down here, maybe on Metox. But we're still at 5 gens, man.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely the issue here when you're facing Blight. It's a lot of fast-paced downs, and now we are going to be seeing a second hook here onto a pain res. If Garafa is not careful, though, it won't have the pain reses for the end game, which is almost, more important. We are going to be taking chase here on the Drago. A lot of resources being burnt very early on. I think it's something we didn't see too much in the beginning, and I think that's another slippery meat unhook as we see both Tech and Spexy on gens and Drago and Chase. So another person off the hook here, and a beautiful mind game here. Will Garafa win the 50-50 with
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I just couldn't. No, unfortunate there. Oh, nice bump against the wall there. Knocks down Drago. That was an unfortunate. That's a couple times we saw that last match with Tech too, where they go to bounce off something and there's just nothing, no debris there, right? We are getting our third fresh hook, but 2 gens do pop. So I mean, generators are getting done. I think the big difference in the builds here, Snipes, is the Ruin. Obviously, the pain res is going to give you a little bit of regression. Eruption is going to help you out as well, but no Ruin. With Ruin is so strong on a killer like Blight, because you can just pressure the entire map so easily that I wonder what perk is going to end up playing out better.
Especially on a map like Blood Lodge, able to get around so quickly. If it was maybe like Suffocation Pit, I could definitely see you trying to go for that more of the 3-gen, playstyle with Eruption. And we actually catch out 2 survivors here. And it looks like Ruffle wants Spexy, who was the injured one.
So smart!
That was incredible. And now we are going to be getting a hit onto Tech potentially here, or just getting a pallet out of the way, which is also very, very good. And we are going to be getting that pallet and the hit. So Garafa, I mean, beautiful, beautiful plays from.
So what happened there was Tech, the healthy survivor, stepped off and walked, and I was like, "Why are you walking like that? I don't understand what you're doing." Spexy was crouching, sort of blending in with the generator. Oh, nice 99 sprint burst there. Was blending in with the generator, the injured survivor, and Garafa did not take the bait and hit Tech. Instead, took the extra bounce, turned around, caught the number 7 sticking out there from the back of Claudette's jersey, and down Spexy over there. That was really smart. And as a result, we knocked down Spexy. We managed to get 2 hits on Tech. So that's a whole lot of, here we go. That's a whole lot of healing and recovery and not a whole lot of gen progress. So really smart move there. Hey, Tech Kobe'd! Tech Kobe'd!
Broke the curse from yesterday, and now we are going to be taking chase here on to Medics, who is going to be taking a down here. 3rd generator pops in the distance, and now Garafa, no pain reses to work with. Can the survivors get these generators done and meet that win con that their killer gave? Currently, I mean, it is looking very it's actually kind of back and forth. I think very good gen progress across the map. And I mean, also Graffa's spreading out these hooks, knowing he can't really tunnel out someone. They do have DS, I believe, on a couple of those builds, if not all of those builds. So yeah, I mean, really good on team
Aegis
Arcane
is the
here.
survivors there, yeah. Oh, Arcane is the killer. That was really interesting. They took the time to heal there. I really like that Graffa had bounced away from the crane generator and then quickly did a 180 and bounced back, assuming that whoever was on the generator was hiding. I think whoever it was the person who picked up the Slug's Fexy. But okay, we're gonna get a trade here. Again, you really can't. The smart thing to do is leave tech. Well, maybe we'll do it. Honestly, chasing down Metox and oh, we missed a skill check on that generator. I was gonna say chasing down Metox and leaving them slugged is not the worst thing in the world, but you can't pick up because everybody's gonna be having DS. I'm pretty sure. At least as a killer, you gotta presume that, right? I think only 2 of them have it, and Metox is one of them. So Metox does have DS. But as the killer, you got to assume pretty much everybody does, right? So, good little crouch tech there. I don't know. This is getting down to the nitty gritty for both. We got some generators cranking, but we are running out of hook states here. And frankly, a lot of the survivors, a couple of the perks are now rendered useless. Obviously, they've all had their first hook, so there's no more value out of slippery meat, or the luck offerings either. The luck add-ons, ante up. Sorry, up the ante.
Up the ante, yes.
Ante up the ante. You get what I'm saying.
But I mean, now 4 survivors injured. We are going to be finding one of them here, and I think just going to be trying to force this locker here. And it's actually Tech. No DS actually.
Oh,
maybe trying to mind game Graffa here. Unfortunately, we'll be entering the 3v1 here with 1 generator remaining. Although DMS is going to block this main generator, which did have quite a bit of progress here. And Graffa, trying to get that flick around the rock, just unfortunately not going to be happening here. Now, Drago in chase, probably arguably one of the better survivors to be chasing here for if you're team Aegis here. You don't want Metox getting tunneled out, and Graffa kind of recognizing that he's been a little bit too long from his generators. They could be doubling this and actually...
I don't know if I think I would have taken the chase. I guess we wanted to put Eruption down, but I don't know. I feel like that was a sprint burst. We used up the sprint burst right there, and they didn't get a ton of distance because they kind of ran past you with their sprint burst. I feel like that could have been an opportunity to get another hook. The next hook, they're in trouble. Everybody's injured. Good Chug! What a move! Well done, Drago. But do you know what I mean? Like I feel like the next hook they're in a serious trouble because they don't have they need to get healed up to probably unhook safely, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Just taking that hook there would be the better move. I do know Graffa though is a very skilled killer, very experienced killer. He's cooking right now. Fexy is actually going to be able to get that stun just to buy a little bit of distance here, trying to get that sprint burst back online. And we are actually going to be seeing the heal now, and it looks like Fexy's going to be trying to play some locker charade or locker roulette here, trying to, get Graffa to pick the wrong one. But actually, we get the reset onto Medics and Drago, which is definitely looking more upside for the survivors here.
I think that's pretty smart. I was saying they're in trouble the next time they get a hook. Well, they got the heals off, so it kind of, it leveled off the playing field a little bit. The generator, they were trying to crank the generators injured, and the killer just needed one more hook to really put them in danger. Well, we got the hook, but also the heal came off, so now at least somebody can potentially run in for a save. But this is a pretty central hook right in the middle of our 3-gen. That's the other thing. Tech did not have a 3-gen. We were looking at Shack and all the way up at the tractor or the dump truck all the way across the map. This time we've got, the map is... Did you see that person right next to him? Yeah. They jump scare Claudette. Anyways, Drago sneaking by there. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty rough given the wow, good body block. Given the proximity of the 3 generator here, I'm trying to say I think that Garofa's in good shape, but too much awesome stuff is happening. That's going to be a down here. That's going to be the end of Metox, and yeah, I think this is going to be a 4K1.
Yeah, I have to agree with you now. Entering the 2v1, not much gen progression. I think we saw the most was about 25%, and that eruption would have just procced it even more. But now 2v1, both survivors injured. Another one already in chase here, and actually getting hit at the window. Beautiful bump logic coming out from Garafa. So Drago will be going down, and now I mean, yeah, this is basically just the final hook that's going to solidify the first win, going to Arcane.
I like the that was Garafa learning his lesson, because earlier he went for that swing into main like that and swung down the stairs, and with the crouch tech at the stairs there, wasn't able to get the hit. So Garafa is patient, takes a second, gives it one extra bump, and then Drago crouching at the window doesn't get away with it that time. So I gotta respect. There's like a narrative, a story arc here, character arc here of Garafa chasing survivors in main building a Blood Lodge. That is going to be the Mori. That is going to be 4K1.
Normal build here, and yeah, we are just going to be seeing the haste with the I think that's the Garish's making kit, which is just going to be very, very helpful here for the yellow bottles, excuse me. And already on our first chase here with Drago, who was a almost MVP, I would say. He did a lot of really good chase in the last, and now we are seeing a continuous of the the finesse.
Get away with that!
This is crazy.
No way. There is one really, really filthy perk, by the way, that is always banned. Dissolution is such a dirty perk. So, by the way, that is also another in competitive Dead by Daylight. We usually have aura reading perks are right in the back of the head. We have aura reading perks and add-ons typically are banned or at least very heavily restricted. And we do see Cigar Box, which is it's going to take a lot of the stealth game away from the survivors. So we'll have to see if that comes into play, because Cigar Box gives you aura reading when you are affected by the yellow bottle as the killer. So we'll have to wait and see. But we got 2 gens done, it looks like. Oh, no, that was a pain ride. Sorry, I spoke like 1/4 second too soon. We got a gen and a half done for that first hook.
And we are going to be heading over to our next survivor, who is Svexy here at the jungle gym. A relatively safe pallet, but against Clown can become rather difficult here. A very good fake coming out, but I think Svexy might have just taken that and is going to be trying to play this pallet. Unfortunately, it goes too far and isn't able to vacuum back. Is going to be heading back towards this, but Dissolution is in play. So this TNL wall is going to be a little bit more safer. And we're actually going to head to the Z-Wall Gaming here, but that haste effect is just going to be too much, and so we are going to be just heading to the comp corner and getting another down. 2 gens pop, though, for 2 hooks.
I mentioned Dissolution. We've also, because we've seen so much Blood Favor, I didn't even think about mentioning it, but basically we've got, if you get hit, you can't throw pallets, and down pallets are kind of worthless to you. So very, very oppressive build here by Garafa. But again, given the fact that we've got, 4 brand new parts and free unhooks with our luck build, we are seeing the generators just flying by, and Garafa is going to hopefully look to track down some of the unhooked survivors. Getting 4 fresh hooks is definitely going to be a strong position to be in. Going, setting a good win condition. You really want to make sure that you get good swing there on Drago. We're gonna get a second hook on Drago as soon as we find them. Yeah, getting all 4. Sorry, apparently that's not Cigar Box. Is it not?
It is not. It is the
my bad. I would blame someone else, but I thought it was first myself too. So
the garish makeup kit, which increases the invigoration by 2 seconds.
yeah, that's what I said. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, just showing my expertise. I have 10,000 hours, by the way, guys. Anyways, good strong hit on Tech. Tech is gonna find themselves without any pallets and can't vault them either. Drago is gonna need a heal, but you see on your HUD there, Metox is about to finish the last generator. This is a strong, like I said, unfortunately no pain res, but this is a strong person to be chasing because now we get the fresh hook. But Metox is still free and clear and probably gonna stay stealthed up until the gates are open. We don't want to see Metox go down, otherwise that will be the last fresh hook, and that will be a bit of a that'll be definitely a boost in the final score here for our killer.
Yeah, Garoffa gonna be trying to, let Drago die here on the hook. And actually, last second save coming out from I'm sure it's gonna be Medics, yeah, or Healthy Survivor, I should say, and gonna be taking a tag here. Long way to go for the exit gate here, especially against the clown who has those haste bottles.
Sketchy.
And this is very, very, very scary here. You want Drago to be the one to go down because he is worth less. We did see that unhook coming out from the distance. Another unhook coming out, and whoa, it's getting a little bit spicy
Dissolution
here.
is active, so he couldn't vault that, and that's gonna be the fresh hook.
That's huge for
I think.
Drago.
Oh, this is scary. Okay, so do we go for Drago here and take the pick?
We actually do. I'm curious.
Unblocked at the last second.
No.
This is good if we can pull this off, but if they manage to get Metox up, they don't. Okay, I was gonna say if they get Metox up, that was a throw, but there just wasn't enough time.
It actually, I thought he was gonna go for the down potentially here.
Go for Metox.
Oh
I would go
my
for Metox.
god,
This is too greedy.
This is getting too scary here.
Take the 3 hooks.
But actually, I think he's gonna be able to down Svexy in time.
If he picks Svexy, no, this is a do not pick Svexy.
No.
Thank you. Like that is, yeah. I'm sorry. You do not want to give you don't want to give up Metox. Metox is 3 hooks and a fresh hook. That is way too much to sacrifice here. Okay, good. We're going deep in the map, and they ain't coming for him. I'm telling you that right now.
But. Oh yeah, he's on for a second. Oh actually, wait.
Yeah.
Slippery meat though. He's on first hook.
Oh, that's exactly why he's doing it. Oh, I totally forgot.
2 attempts.
This is crazy.
3 attempts.
It's Metox. Did we get the tech luck? Is this tech luck? No.
One more.
Tech
Last
luck.
jump.
Oh no.
Unfortunate.
That's funny. So that is now 3. That is 3 times Team Aegis has failed to do it. Now in Metox's defense, we had less. Fossey, the meat and potatoes killer, the guy who that does the heavy lifting for Team Aegis. Similar build, no dissolution, but we have our rapid brutality instead, and we're gonna start a quick chase on Garoffa here.
Interesting use here. We are, trying to use the pink bottles more instead of the yellow bottles to get that haste. First tag will be coming out into Garoffa, so now that rapid brutality coming into play here. No bottles to work with though, so going to be a little bit of a stretch here as we are making it to the crane pallet. A very, very safe pallet as we see that just immediately just get dropped. And smart here on Fasty to just throw down a yellow bottle, invigoration bottle, and just try and close some of this distance that Garoffa has made.
I definitely liked Garoffa's build. Oh, nice swing through there. Well done there. We're going to get it down here. I do think the dissolution pick is utilizing the no holds barred. So I think I like that better than the rapid brutality. Rapid brutality is a very strong perk on Clown, but it's typically not banned. So we'll have to wait and see which gets more value. Again, the idea that when you get a hit, you get faster, or when you get a hit, they can't jump pallets. You know, I think that one is objectively stronger. But you know what? A lot of killing also comes down to feel, like what you're used to. So given the opportunity to run anything, sometimes people might just go with what they're comfortable with and what they're used to, right? So anyways, 1 gen popped. We got a pain res on the 2nd generator. We're looking for... Oh, we're finding Wasp.
Oh.
Sprint burst, unfortunately, for the killer gets him out of that, but really good find there by Fosty.
And a good mind game coming out, but oh no, the auto aim. That is, it feels bad. And actually, you know, Wasp is just gonna be Wasp is just gonna be quickly refunding that blood favor, just actually gonna be coming in and just blocking that pallet completely. So beautiful job there from Fasty. Unfortunate for Wasp to just run right into the killer. No pain res on this hook, but it is next to a gen with high progress, so that is always what you want to see. I do want to point towards the add-ons. We saw the like invigoration add-ons the last time. We are seeing the increase of the duration, but we're also seeing that flask of bleach, which increases the hindered effect. So trying to utilize more of those purple bottles instead could be interesting. But we see blood favor leaving the trial, so now unfortunately Fasty is going to do a little bit more to try and play around these pallets.
That's so going back to my favorite map question. I do like the standard maps. Standard maps being, you know, Auto Haven, Macmillan, and Coldwind, corn maps. The one problem with them, as we're seeing here, is totem. We've been playing these maps for years and years, and totem spawns are pretty well known, and you see that, and we've lost our blood favor because of it. That's the one negative about playing a map like this, is that you know, there's only about 10 places where those totems can be, and the survivors all know them, right? So versus like a dead dog or like a mid witch, like those are a lot harder to find totems on those maps. So
yeah, and no one dying to protect it either. So we are going to be taking another down now onto Shrimpin. It's going to be a fresh hook, so, you know, sticking to that, you know, spreading out the hooks and trying to get it. We hear that scream in the distance, so another survivor. And we see Dramaturgy on JoJo here. Perk favorite of mine, I would say. It's just very, very funny.
I'm wondering, I just saw... was it Reassurance last time, or was it... and now the name of the perk is slipping my mind. Sorry, guys, there are about 1 billion perks in this game. And
second, or Camaraderie, is that where you're saying?
Camaraderie, thank you. It doesn't help that they changed the name of that one before, but...
Yeah.
I saw Camaraderie there on JoJo, so I'm wondering if it was Camaraderie last game on Garafa, but it doesn't matter. I'm just... I had the thought last time, but I couldn't think of the name of the perk, so I didn't mention it, but I just saw Camaraderie there, so... Big mind games, they managed to down Wasp.
Yeah, this palette is notoriously known for being very unsafe. You typically don't want to try and 50-50, especially against a clown who can just hinder you, and that vault animation is just a little bit slower here. Second hook, though, onto Wasp, so we are going to be seeing a potential tunnel out if they get, but something we saw in the first match, though, Shoulder the Burden is going to be potentially in play here. I'm not sure if they're going to be willing to sacrifice a hook, though, for that. I don't believe JoJo had the Shoulder the Burden, but we'll see. As we're taking chase here now onto Shrimpin, another person who's already been hooked.
Yeah, I mean, last time JoJo's shoulder play, like we said, it kind of backfired on them. So the killer is proxy camping here, keeping distance. So I don't think we're going to get to the anti-camp unhook. We're giving enough room here, but we are really keeping an eye out, which is, I mean, it's everybody's healthy, so someone can run in and trade, but at the same time, we're doing some pretty strong proxy camping. I just wonder, have we been too close? Nope, we're coming in now. We're coming in trying. Are we going to get the body block? Is there somebody else in here for it? We've got a strong body block here. Is it going to be enough? Hit him with the bottle. Hit him with the bottle. He gets the unhook.
No way.
That was so close.
That was
wow.
beautiful body block from Fasty, and Garafa just was able to sneak that in at the last second possible. That was actually huge for them. They needed that unhook desperately, and now JoJo's actually going to be taking chase here, the final survivor who needs to be hooked, taking it wide, but it's actually, no, it's not going to warrant in a hit. No way. So now we are going to be taking chase here. Oh my god.
Wow.
Actually,
And Fasti just can't commit to it. Great. Wow, those were really close. Both of those swings were really close on JoJo, but not enough. We're gonna take the chase on Shrimping here. Man, they got some good survive. I mean, both these teams are really good, but like notably, Shrimping had a great chase against the Blight, and JoJo with a couple really close calls there against the Clown here. The 4th generator pops. We are down to 1 generator. We have 4 hooks on the board. We need to get up to 9 for the win here, guys. Shrimping going down is going to help. Was Shrimping the one that we skipped the pain res on? I think he was, right?
I believe so. So
Holding my breath.
Potentially another
Doesn't look
one,
like
but
it.
It does not look in. This generator is getting closer and closer to popping. It looks like we are going to be heading over that way, though. So beautiful game sense coming out from Fasty to try and deny these survivors here. And Was is actually in chase, the death on hook survivor. This is very dangerous here if there is a short chase. However, if the chase extends, that gen pops and endgame does commence. Now,
Is that Blood Rush?
It is indeed Blood Rush.
That's a
here.
wild perk pick, but okay.
Paired with
we're
that Sprint Burst.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this generator here. You saw one of our Jakes up on the hill there. We're kind of in this unfortunate position where if we want to commit to a chase, we got to leave these generators and they're going to pop. And if we don't commit to the chase, we are we're just not able to get it down, and we're not progressing the match. You can see right now JoJo is healing Was, I believe it is. And now you're gonna see now we're down to 1. You know, we had 2 injuries and 1 injury now, and yeah, we're kind of in one of those that unfortunate position where we just can't seem to get something done. We could get Shrimping out of the match. Where look, JoJo's healing up again. If we get Shrimping out of the match, that's great, but we really need to get we really need to find and kill JoJo for sure. Yeah, a little bit scared there. I'm not sure if Fosty noticed that the heals came in, because that would be a pretty clear indication that they didn't. That looks like a sprint burst. No, we're just walking. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not.
We're out of bottles too.
Just barely is going to be able to get that down here onto Shrimp, but the gen pop. That is the one thing we talked about. Now in this end game, can Fasty get here in time? It is.
I don't think so.
Rather far. I don't think so. It is going to be looking like a 6-stage result. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6-stage result here. Just 2 stages shy of what we were looking for. Same thing. Just 2 stages shy of the first match.
On the Temple of Purgation, we've got Tech. Tech did exceptionally well. Got about, I think it was 8 hooks. I'm just looking at my notes here. Sorry, 7 hooks yesterday on their Bubba. So we'll have to see how it plays out today.
Yeah, I mean, Temple of Purgation is an interesting map here. A little bit of a 180. Very good patience there, though, from Tech. That is all about the beginning. Like, the beginning of the game is all about trying to burn these resources so that you can snowball at the later stages of the match. And right now, 2 pallets already being done. Temple of Purgation being known for a very limited resources map. So Garafa, extending these and actually greeting. Very beautiful job here from Garafa. Will be taking an M1. And I think a lot of killers tend to lean away from the M1. So I'm liking this from Tech. M1 is not a bad thing here on Bubba. It is applying pressure to the survivors and is forcing them to potentially make mistakes, which is what you want to capitalize as Bubba.
Absolutely. So one thing I really liked, like when you see a really good Bubba, being able to do those 180 flicks, like, we're going left, just kidding, we're going right, just kidding, we're going left. And we saw a lot of that We saw a lot of little pallet standoff there with Was. We saw a lot of that yesterday with Tech, and I was really impressed with his play. So I hope I get to see some of that again today. Corrupt Intervention is about 30 seconds off of being finished. We are going to get our first down here on Watts. We have a couple generators about to pop. Deadlock will come into play, but not before a couple of these generators pop. It won't. It's not too long anyway, so this will slow it down. But pretty good start for the survivors. Although again, we're not expecting a 4K here, so decent start here as well for. Sorry, that's Deadlock. Yeah, Deadlock will block the second gen from popping, but not for too long. Is what I said. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said Deadlock, but I was thinking
No holds barred.
Grim Embrace. No, I was thinking Grim Embrace.
Oh, okay.
But I said the right thing, and then I just in my brain mixed up what they do. That's all.
Now we are going to be taking chase here on to Shrimp and Bamboozle. Going to be denying this, and now beautiful job here actually from Tech. If he would have broke it there, he would have actually gotten the zoning. I guess it happens anyways, but I thought he was going to zone Shrimp into the other side of the edge of the map, and just another pallet drop. I mean, there's a lot of pallets going down. We see that perk there at the top corner for Tech, a little bit of a spicy potentially end game. Mind game not going to be working here on to Shrimpin', and now we have the double pallet. A new tile that comes to Temple of Purgation. It's an interesting pallet. Strong when both of them are up, strong when both of them are dropped, but weak when one of them is gone.
Yeah, so we are shredding pallets. We're this Bubba game is. I think we get that.
Oh,
Yes, well played. Sorry, I'm not cheering for any team in particular, but as a killer man, I get excited about that. It seems like I'm cheering for Team Aegis, but I tell you, if that was switched around the other teams, I'd be cheering as well. Really nice down there. We do see the third generator pop. While that happened, we're shredding through pallets, and the goal for the survivors is get all the generators done before we run out of those pallets. They're doing a really good job. They're on a good pace here to get the generators done. This is the generator with the most progress, though, and that is, what, 20%? That's not a lot, so... survivors have 3 gens done, but not a lot of progress otherwise.
A fast unhook coming out, and we are going to be taking chase here. It's kind of hard to determine which Jake this is. I don't know if it is Garaf or Shrimpin'. Both of them are injured, and actually Tech going to be trying to mind game and actually catches out a survivor who is going to be trying to rotate back towards that generator that had the most progress, and heading back towards the shack. Relatively safe. Bamboozle kind of shuts it down a little bit. Going to be expecting the Bamboozle play, so might just already have pre-ran, I should say, into the shack. No more God pallet. So, I mean, the survivors' gen pressure though is incredible.
That's what I'm talking about, right there, and we get it down from that. That is great. Our producers are fantastic. I've seen that. I've seen him do that like 3 or 4 times yesterday. From Bubba's point of view, seeing it from the survivor's point of view is beautiful. It's beautiful. You're like, oh, I'm going the right way. Oh, no, he's coming this way. I love it. That was great. That's our second hook on Was. For our third hook overall, JoJo's about to pop a generator, and the other gen has a lot of progress. So we got interrupted. I would say best case scenario we're looking at right now here for our killer is we want to get all 4 fresh hooks. And then somewhere between the 6 would be fine, 8 would be great, sort of range. That's kind of where I'm thinking.
Yeah, and we actually are catching out Garafa here. No pallets to work with. I mean, that's what I talked about earlier. Just all these pallets are being burned so quickly that when you do get this unhook or get a generator with high progress, having no resources to run to and just having to run the edge map is very brutal, especially when you're injured. We are going to be getting that pop here on to the main building. The pallet, the infamous pallet, is going to be available. But now, nowhere to run. JoJo might just be trying to do a locker play, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work out. And actually will. JoJo is actually going to be able to time it perfectly. That is.
But this is our target we want here, Snipes. We want this. This is our last fresh hook. And there's almost, I was going to say, there's no way. There's no way we get out of this basement alive. So, yes, they got the last generator done. This hook here will be 3, 6, 7. This will be 7 hooks, 4 fresh. That's actually a really strong. And we're in basement. And we have Noed, which just activated, and we haven't even activated. There's nowhere they're coming to get the save here. So that's going to be 3 extra hooks at the last minute. I think that's a really strong result from Tech here.
I agree, especially since, you know, there is perks allowed. We saw Garafa using Deliverance against Bubba. So, very, very interesting result. And now I'm sure we'll see Garafa
Self
come.
unhooks. Interesting perk. Very interesting perk. A little bit of stealth action going on.
I almost thought we were back in the All Halls League. Oh my gosh.
Right? That's what I was thinking. I don't think I've seen this in comp other than All Hallows. That's Unforeseen, I believe it's called, right?
Yes.
Unforeseen,
yes,
which will leave your terror radius behind on a generator. Very interesting. Very interesting. Although it's funny, it's our only kick perk. Not that we don't kick pallets, but like kick generators. But, you know, sometimes you'll often see it like coupled with, I don't know, eruption or something, you know? So we'll have to see.
And just a similar like beginning where we're just not finding survivors out here. Fasty just going to be camping this pallet here and just burning it already here. We are at a relatively quick pallet, or quick, oh my gosh, good pallet, but it's just going to be completely pre-dropped here. And now another pallet just being burned. This is very, very reminiscent of the first match where pallets are just being dropped left and right. And just unfortunately is really rough for the survivors.
I don't hate it, but I think we're dead here. Oh, no, we make that. No! I was going to say, oh my goodness.
Oh no, the pathing.
Oh my God, great movement. Oh my goodness, Garafa, I didn't think he could get around there that fast. Wow, okay. Well, anyways, one generator does pop. Wow. I thought that was like such a phenomenal move by Fasty, and it was, but not enough. Hold on. Hold on a minute here. We doubled up the one generator, and we see Metox on, it looks like obviously a different generator, not the one down here, because this one got DMS down here. Oh, it is this one.
Yes.
Oh, you know, it just got DMS. Yeah, that's fine.
And it is also the Painter's Gen. It won't be regressing while it is blocked, but once it is unblocked, we will be seeing that regression there on it. Double pallet, Medux is trying to play this well, but actually gets the M1 through the pallet. That is not what you want to see. We do have a very safe pallet here, and Garafa is going to be just revving up that chainsaw to break it immediately and continue this chase. Very good zoning, though, from Garafa, I would say. You know, forcing Medux to play this very unsafe pallet that is just going to result in a down in the end. And so now another fresh hook. No
really
Painters
interesting
is
choice
inside
there by
the wall.
Metox to like not go to the pallet, but play the 50-50 and give up pallet control. You know, like we ran to the left of the pallet instead of into the pallet, and I'm not quite sure why that happened, but regardless, there is one thing I did. Okay, so we just put down Unforeseen on that. So our terror radius is going to be in the middle of the map, which means we might not see the killer coming here. One notable thing about the perk choices here, Snipes, no bamboozle.
Yeah, no bamboozle indeed. We are going to be seeing the third generator pop, and Garafa are going to be trying to get some of this unforeseen value, but so far it just has not proven to be valuable, and just not reading where the survivors are at, unfortunately. These gens are flying by, and now heading back, checking on this generator that I think Tech was working on, I believe. So now that DMS gen is going to be unblocked. Medics, I think this is Medics.
Another gen.
This is getting very, very dangerous for Arcane.
So Metox is finding himself stuck out there again with nothing to work with, although that first chase we had with Fosty used up that entire side of the map's pallets. Like that's where that first chase was. That was that that I don't even know what you call it, the locker, what do you call that tile? With all the lockers on the one side, it's like a 2-lane.
It's like a 2-lane, yeah.
I don't even know. Do people call it a 2-lane? I don't think I've ever given a name to it.
I've just called it lockers. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, interesting here. I think that was some unforeseen value. It didn't look like Drago realized that the killer was trailing behind them until it was almost too late. We are waiting. There is a pallet here, but that's not going to be enough, and we don't get into the locker, so Drago is going to go down. This is going to be hook number, well, maybe not, where it might pressure that we're coming in to see how much pressure is on that gen. That generator is not in danger of popping before this hook, but it is getting up there. I do like the fact that they are popping DMS on this generator over here to, like, you know, swallow it up. They did it again instantly, although that let them know that's where one of the survivors was.
It is a very smart play, and the unhook coming out from Slippery Me. And so now Grafa is going to be forced to chase Heck here, which actually is what he wants here. No pallets to work with, as we talked about earlier. You know, Fasty just throwing all these pallets over in this area, and that's going to be another pain res as well. So just going to be denying some of that gen progress. It will proc, unfortunately. That is, oh no, this is looking so brutal here.
I don't want to. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but we are now at 5 hooks and 4 fresh, which means that we just need 3 more hooks, and you can't unhook against Bubba. So anyone except for Metox goes on hook, even if they get the, like, let's say they get the generator done, but anybody but Metox goes on hook, you can face camp it as a Bubba, and it's over, right? So.
And we are seeing Drago here on the Z wall. Unfortunately, will not be able to go down here, and so unfortunately that will be the 6th hook. But I mean, that's just
we need one more hook. We need one more hook from. What the? I agree. Okay, I agree. We need one more hook here from Tech or Fosty, or like. If Drago dies on hook, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If they get out the door with all these, it's a tie, I think. Is my math mathing?
Yes, I believe your math
1, 2,
is
3,
mathing.
4.
That is a tie. So
7.
Very
so,
interesting.
We're not doing. If I understand correctly, and please correct me in the backlight, but I asked to see your shows and stuff. Yeah, I agree. That's a good one. We have loaded in here. We got Grafa. Rockin', we got some more blood favor again, and let's look at these generators. This is always the thing I look at the beginning of a match in Suffocation Pit. Not quite going to get that bite on Fasty. It looks like we've got, wow, there's a really tight 3-gen kind of right side of the map there, almost like. Yeah, this is looking like a 3, like a 4 with a flex to a 5-gen. That is because those 2 middle gens are pretty close.
And honestly, good on Grafa for kind of recognizing this. He didn't really get the tag in the beginning on Fasty, and so now he's looking towards his generators here to get a tag here onto Drago, who was working on one of the generators, and now is actually going to be heading towards where kind of Grafa wants to be. You know, Blood Favor not going to be active, and Methox actually going to be here at the main building as well to maybe get hit as well. So 2 injuries already, very, very prominent. And actually, we noticed that little red glowing totem there is also here. So getting a hook in this would be very beneficial. And another hit onto Fasty, 3 injuries. I mean, that is what Ghoul does best, getting injuries very quickly, but getting the down is the harder part.
That's going to be our down. We do see a generator go down before Fasty goes down, but yeah, spreading some damage, spreading pressure around the map. We're going to get a pain risk here, so you're going to see Tech's generator probably get hit. Yep. And so it looks like they... Wow, that was a weird, very, very close up there to a wall for a second there. Yeah, this is interesting. So I think the gen they cracked was sort of the top right corner there to the right of our screen here. But we still have these 2 at main and in the top left corner, and then also at the water tower, and then another one pretty close to the water tower. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of generators sort of that can be linked together to be a 3-gen if we make it to late game. Good heads-up play there by Metox. But we're going to get our final injury, and now everybody's hurt. So, you know, Ghoul is kind of like Legion. It's almost pointless to heal, but we'll, you know, not always. It depends on the circumstances, but I'll have to wait and see if the survivors are going to do any healing at any point here. Man, dissolution on this killer would be insane.
Yeah, indeed, it would be. And you actually stole the words right out of my mouth. Now that all the survivors are injured, they might just stay injured, and that would just completely deny blood favor, except for when downs come in. So, because it does not trigger on the deep wounds effect. And now Groff is actually going to be just leaving and heading towards this bottom side here, and getting that. Oh, I think that Drago had Spripper, so actually is going to be able to make this pallet. Beautiful, beautiful play. Great use of their exhaustion perks, actually. That's something I've noticed throughout the trials today. Great use of all of their exhaustion perks, both on Aegis and Arcane.
Wow.
And what are these? The fake? Wait, oh my god.
3 gens pop! Wow.
What is happening?
Wow, and I hazard to say this is exactly what we need to see from Team Aegis. That's going to be a down. That's going to be our second hook, our second fresh hook. But during that chase, we saw, I couldn't see him either. During that chase, we saw 3 generators pop. Incredible, really, really heads up plays by the survivors to get that gen progress, to get that that efficiency. Efficiency is what makes good teams great. You can be great in chase, but if the generators aren't getting done, it doesn't matter, right? Looks like we are following the trail here of a we're chasing a bunny, and looks like we are going to get our second hook here on Fosty. Tries to double back, but ends up getting body blocked. That's going to be a second hook on Fosty. But again, we got a pretty good split on generators here. I think there's still one down by Shaq, right? Is there not?
There
Am I crazy?
is.
Yeah.
There is, I believe, one. I think towards the. Oh, actually, it's the middle gen.
It's
more
middle,
towards,
yeah.
It's middle. It's not really what you want to see, but I mean, this is still a strong beginning against the ghoul. Ghoul is typically a stronger killer here, and are just going to be trying to get that bite onto Tech, so we'll have to mend. And the unhook does come out, but Garafa might just try and spread his hooks and try and. Good little mind game here to get Tech out, but do you have this filler?
No, I think it's gone.
Oh,
Oh, it's still down. I knew it got thrown, but man, yeah, we're really not throwing pallets. And Garafa decides it's really, dude, that is, yeah, I was going to say, that is incredible. Tech went edge map, obviously went edge map as far as possible away from this generator. So when they went down, they would go down far, far from the gen and they get it done. But Tech was a fresh hook and didn't even die. So Garafa felt the pressure to get out of there, and by the time we get out of there, the gen gets done. So now we've given up our chase with the fresh hook, and we're chasing the worst possible person we could. Fosty's on death hook. That's one hook stage on the ground. We do not need Fosty. We need somebody else. We need, at best, Tech, at worst, one of the other two. And that is Tech on this door, and that looks like an open door to me. That is Tech out the door.
I was going to say we did leave chase with Tech at the bottom side of the map, so this this gate would be popping rather soon. We see some scratch marks here, and I'm curious to see if a survivor is actually nearby. And yes, there is. It is going to be Medux, which is another good survivor to get. It is a fresh hook here. They are going to be trying to reset, maybe come in for this body block. That grab will not result in a down quite yet, but only windows to work with here. This is, I mean, they're playing it beautifully. Medix is playing this very, very good. A nice mind game coming out from Garafa, but is it going to be enough to heal?
I think there's a pallet over here. There is a pallet here. Yep.
Oh,
and they managed to get the full heal off. What a great chase by Medox. I didn't see Medox was fresh too. My bad. I thought Medox had been hooked once. So yeah, another fresh survivor here goes for the swing, but can't quite get it. We got one more junk tile here to get around, and the body block comes in. But we get the heal. We get the heal tech. Crawl, heal, crawl. That's not enough.
That's not enough. Wait.
Are they trying to get? They're trying to get. Yeah, we picked up Drago instead of Medox.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, a hook is a hook, man. That's one extra stage they lost. They got out the door, rather. 2 fresh hooks out the door. 2 fresh hooks. 6 stages? That's going to be 6-2. That is like you had a good match as Trapper. Do you know what I mean? Wow. Well played by Aegis. Jeez.
And now Fasty could be literally anywhere at this point.
Anywhere.
However, the hatch is also random, so trying to maybe play for this hatch would be insane to get Fasty out as well. And that could be what we see here, but no tenacity, just pure luck here, trying to find the hatch here. And it looks like it did not spawn into Fasty's corner, so looks like we'll just be taking the death. But still, regardless,
I don't think
strong
he
as
can
we
crawl
are-
out if he wanted to. He'd bleed before he crawled.
Oh yeah.
What an explosive match. Again, Survivors of Age is incredibly gen efficient. Just well done. Uh-oh.
Oh,
And we found it.
and there we go.
Please turn down your speakers. You're about to hear a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. So yeah, that is going to be 6 hooks, 2 fresh. Great result for our survivors, and that's going to set up the killer of.
And we are back. Welcome back from that short little break. Hope everyone has refilled on their snacks and drinks. I know I have. And we are back. Fasty on the killer. So not seeing Tech on the side for Aegis here, but Fasty we know is a very good killer here. And we're already seeing a first hit very, very early on. Something we didn't see the last game, but still, we're on this little banana filler. Andrew, how are we feeling about this match?
I know we've seen Tech for 2 of the 3 matches, but again, I think that Fasty is their bread and butter killer. That's gonna be a quick swing. Oh, I was gonna say, Fasty seems to be their main killer, and then there's some specialists spread around like to multiple different killers. They got, like I said, they got a bit of a deep roster, so could be really interesting. We do see a very heavy totem build, but we already, I believe that we just lost crowd control, so no window blocking anymore. We still have that totem took a long time because we have Thrill of the Hunt and again Ruin and Blood Favor. I like the build given this rule set. I think we might kidnap here, but no, we get the vault. So well played there. It's nice that the community has really figured out the counter to the kidnap. I think we need to break this pallet. We got a couple of chain pallets here. It's looking like we might be in a bit of trouble. And this might be the end. Good ping on JoJo, though. My goodness. How am I feeling? I don't know. Talk to me in 5 minutes. That's the answer.
Well, that game might be over in 5 minutes with the way it's looking here. We already are getting a first gen pop, and JoJo is just going to be reading that perfectly, able to get the vault, and now is just going to be able to get a lot of distance here. Fasty is going to be able to deny that. I don't think he wanted to go for the vault there. I think he wanted to wrap around, but nonetheless, the vault happens, and now I think we actually have just flip-flopped here onto Shrimpin.
Oh, no.
Another gen pop. It is. Oh, okay, never mind. Shrimpin maybe not as good ping as JoJo, and so we are going to be taking that tag.
That's Ruin.
Oh, that is your gen regression there. So that is a little bit unfortunate here. We are here on this Ormond tile though. Good fake, but the body block coming out.
This is really well played so far by Arcane. Really, really great chase by JoJo, that first chase there. And it looks like, yeah, this tile here is so weird. I don't really know how to play it yet. And these 2 windows are diabolical together, but thankfully we get a hit there. There's a world where Fasty's flip around the corner there hits the windowsill and auto aims and doesn't hit. So I'm really glad for the sake of Fasty that it did actually hit, because this is a really rough start for our killer. Really great start for our survivors. We don't have a very hefty win condition, but I mean, any win condition is good enough if you can't get it down before 3 gens pop. So quick unhook on Shrimping.
Yeah, very quick unhook, and a hit actually through the pallet there on Was. Is going to be able to get that vault in time. We are going to be running this main building, which is notoriously strong for survivors. Essentially
There goes
seeing
Blood Favor.
Blood Favor. So Thrill of the Hunt is going to be the last remaining totem, and not something you're going to be looking for as a survivor. It's pretty much just gone. It's just trying to protect those totems. And now we are going to be taking chase here to the back of main building. Another gen pops. This is just looking brutal, and I mean, if I'm Fasty, JoJo is the last survivor I want to be chasing, and we saw such an incredible start from the beginning, and
There you go.
he's gonna actually finally get hit over that pallet, so the down will be happening, and now all survivors are injured, but they're actually going for a reset. So
Yeah, surprising reset. Again, we were saying how it wasn't really necessary a lot of the time. You know, staying injured. But I mean, we're talking about I mean, thankfully, Ghoul is a very mobile and strong killer. So no perks. If you're going to be no perks, this is maybe the best person to have perk. Okay, let's look at the silver lining here. We have a 4-gen down. We have a 4-gen with a hook in the 4-gen right now. That is actually a really good position to be in. Obviously, we can't tunnel out very easily with the obvious likelihood of multiple pain reses. Decisive strikes. So it's very unlikely that we'll be able to get a tunnel out. But if hopefully we can put some damage out and maybe hold 3 or 4 of these gens, it might wind up. We might be able to war of attrition manage to get this. I will say, no disrespect to Fosty, but Fosty has seemed a little bit less precise with Ghoul than we saw from Garafa. There's been multiple times where we'll go for a grapple on an object at the last second. The grapple goes away, which as someone who hasn't put a whole lot of time into the Ghoul, when I do play, I do that a lot. So it is something you really got to be careful of. We are trying to get a second down on JoJo, but JoJo will have decisive strike up, I would assume. And the goal. Oh, but we found the reset though. See, that's what. Do you see what I mean there? Like we went for a grapple but missed the grapple. That's happened multiple times.
yeah, it is just a little unfortunate. Getting that fastball is not going to be enough for Garafa, so 2 downs here. And, you know, I didn't hate the reset coming out from Arcane here. You know, Blood Favor gone. There's not really the threat of the pallets being blocked when you get hit with the bite. And we are going to be getting that unhook. And actually, is that Wigglytuff?
That's so funny!
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Made for this as well on Was. I think it is going to be running out very shortly though. And yeah, we are going to be taking the down here. So now, finally, Fasty starting to rack up these hook stages. It's looking more likely that he is going to be able to meet this win con for his team and put Aegis on the board. But still, there's a lot of game to be played. Anything can happen. We saw that incredible chase from JoJo in the beginning. We could see another chase like that from one of these other survivors or JoJo again.
Really, really rough start for Fosty, but we're really coming through. There's something we need to point out. It was a 6-hook game, but 6 is not a tie. Oh, good fault there. I thought that was gonna be a hit. 6 is no longer a tie. We have all 4 fresh hooks, so fresh hooks put us one step ahead of the other team. We just need to get our 6 hook states and we win. We don't need to beat 6 hooks. I mean, there still is a world where they have an incredible chase here, but anybody goes on hook and dies, you know, basically they can't let anybody die in endgame. They have to, all 4 people have to get out the door. If one person dies, then Aegis is going to take this. So very important to note. We were chasing down Shack side, which is what the survivors wanted the killer to do, but the killer has now come down towards these generators and we're pressuring the gens. If you get hooked down here, we're in a really rough state. Think we're gonna swing through. Good try, but man, JoJo just has Fosty's number.
Yeah, and this generator is getting very, very close to completion here. Actually, not as close as I thought, but it is all right. And good old Ghoul hitting through the wall. Shumpin, unfortunately, is going to be the victim of that. So now we are going to be just trying to check these generators. This gen at the water tower is a little bit farther away and is actually able to get some distance here. However, they are injured. Don't know if there's a pallet to work with here, but actually Fasty noticing the survivor here at the middle of the map is going to be trying to go for a mind game. Unfortunately, not going to be paying off. Good check spots here from, I think this is, I'm guessing this is JoJo. Yeah, this is JoJo. And it just, oh my God, JoJo right now.
We need to get Fosty a tentacle extension or something. He just seems to be just coming up short just each time. Please don't take that out of context. Anyways, Was, we're chasing our only healthy survivor. Well, was our only healthy survivor. We're so close. Okay, so I don't play a ton of Ghoul, and I don't know if you do, but like we are leaving every pallet up. I feel like if we kicked a few pallets, these survivors would be just dead to rights. But like every pallet is basically down.
Yeah, I don't agree with the pallets being up, but Fasty is definitely a more experienced killer than I am. So I do play Ghoul quite a bit. I find I run brutal strength on him to just get rid of these
Yeah.
pallets. Um, so yeah, I would agree with you, Andrew. But maybe Fasty's cooking something in his mind. Maybe he was trying to go for a little bit more of the kidnap tech than he did this time around. Garafa is one stage hook, so I mean, a camp on to Garafa would meet the win con here, but that is if Fasty can get this down. I mean, a hook on anyone and a camp out would be the win con for Fasty.
But
So
we're
this is
exceptionally close to this door, and basement is at main. Like, basement would have done it, right? I mean, the only thing you can maybe do here is hook right beside... yeah, never mind. See, I think this is maybe a mistake. If you hook right beside the door, then they can't open the door. But if they get shack door open, they're going to come in for the save here for sure.
yeah,
This is very close. This game looked like it was in Fasty's pocket, but this is scary. They're going to have both doors open, so they're going to have lots of room to go either way on the map. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Garafa has enough borrowed time to get out the door. But we're not camping. This is the move. If you can force these guys out the door...
and it
Okay.
sounds like we are going back to the hook, and we're not forcing them out quite yet. I'm wondering if the other survivor is going to be able to get this door, and maybe they're just going for a life
don't have...
play camaraderie.
They don't have
It's gonna
time to
be
get the other door
shocking.
open. This is going to be... I think unless there's a fumble, I'm pretty sure this is going to be Fasty. They don't have time to get that other door open. So Garafa is off hook. I don't know if I
Body
like
block.
this. I think you go for
no.
Garafa. Can we scoot around him? He scooted.
And he did scoot indeed, but now the body block coming
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Because anybody's a win, right? Anybody is
Yeah.
a win. They healed up Garafa. That's a... yeah,
And the
that's
pallet
it.
drop
That's
is
it.
going to be the death here. Jojo, who was proven exceptional in the chase, unfortunately just going to be losing that in the end game. That is going to solidify Aegis on board.
On the board, baby!
Yes.
We are 2-1-1. So, as things stand now, we're definitely going to go as far as the 6th match, maybe beyond as well. Because that is 6 hooks, 4 fresh. So it looks like they may still get everybody out the door here. But, oh, well, nope. I spoke too soon. Shrimping is going to die.
Unless a miracle happens, Wasp leaves, and Shrimp gets the hatch in the
Random
main
hatch,
building
yeah.
game. Random hatch here. Looks like the RNG gods are not on Shrimpin's side here, so potentially we can see the last chase play out into this end game collapse, and a pallet to work with, as we have seen many pallets drop throughout the map. Finally is going to be breaking it. But I mean, Fasty's going to be happy with this, getting his team on the board for a round, and we will be heading into the next set. I am very excited. Dark Lord Dracula, the one and the only. That is going to be a fun one on Coal Tower. Very classic.
I love Dracula. He's one of those killers that I want to put more time into. Earlier, this is what I said was my favorite map in the game. Definitely one of my favorite maps for competitive as well. I feel like it's a very balanced map. You got some good tiles, some good junk stuff, as well as it's not too big, so the killer and survivor all have resources. So there is one perk that I am loving this build, take out Blood Favor, and add something. I love Face the Darkness. I think it's a fantastic perk. It's like sneaky too, because if they heal, the totem goes away and it can't be destroyed. So yeah, we got the totem build, and we're rocking Face the Darkness for some extra information. I'm looking forward to this match.
Also, that paired with Thrill, if you're ever just trying to get some of these totems out of the way and you happen to scream, it is very, very obnoxious as anyone who has run against it. Face the Darkness with Thrill is just a brutal combo sometimes. So I'm curious to see if that's going to happen, or if the survivors are just going to, ignore totems in general. That's something we see a lot with totems builds. You just just ignore them completely until it gets down and closer to the 3v1. But a very, very quick down here as we are getting a first hook here. And it looks like we were thinking someone was nearby, but looks like no one in sight. We see those little scent orbs, and now actually going to be heading towards the 9 side of the map, blocking that. It's going to just, that is a brutal block too.
Saw him through the. I don't even know if the survivor saw the dog through the window, but we saw the dog. We saw the Jake through the window there. I think that the reason why we thought somebody was hanging out by JoJo is because JoJo played that like they were going for the pallet save, even though Blood Favor had already stopped that from happening. I don't think we're gonna get a hit here. No pallet. Incredible patience by Garafa here. Is gonna take the M1 eventually, but wow, that was very patient. You know, you can't see the dog very easily. We're gonna get a quick down again. I don't even think the survivors are aware of Face the Darkness yet because we've been downing the survivor who's been injured so fast.
Yeah, that is just absolutely incredible here. Already another hook. Dracula is a very strong chase killer as well. Not only is mobility very strong, but chase as well. You know, able to have 2 different forms. One where you can kind of hit over tiles like this car here. We are just going to be leaving and trying to go back for this hook. Looks like there was deliverance on Garafo, so that is very nice for the survivors of Arcane to just, you know, ignore.
This is a bait if I ever saw a bait. This is a DS bait. Yeah, I'm injured and I'm running at the killer. Oh no.
Oh no.
Killer, don't kill me. So we're gonna down Garafa, and I gotta say, I assume Fausti knows what's going on. Well, maybe he was angling back like he might go for the pickup. All right, well, this has got to be a DS, right? What? Oh,
No.
okay, never mind. Here I am saying there's no way that that Garafa intentionally ran towards the killer, but maybe they know something I don't.
I think Garafo was trying to go for like a meta game kind of thing, you know. You see an injured survivor running off that just got off the hook. You're expecting DS, like you said, you were completely expecting DS. Maybe they expect that from Fausti. Maybe he wanted to slug it out. Maybe Garafa has the unbreakable and is gonna just wanting to get up off the ground. So that could be a potential play that they were going for.
That's so funny you say that because you're absolutely right. It goes back to the days. Oh, a little bit ambitious there. It looked like we didn't get a full lunge there, but we're gonna get the hit on Garafa anyway. Back in the day before there was base kit endurance, you just didn't hit people off hook because you assumed everyone would have borrowed time because everybody ran borrowed time. So I think that's actually pretty heads up commentary there by you, Snipes. Although we know JoJo does not have DS here, so we might actually get a tunnel out in this tournament.
And the M1 because he's exposed from shoulder the burden. So unfortunately, we will just be taking that. That was so close. I thought JoJo was actually going to be able to get that window in time, but now we are going to be saying goodbye. 3 gens remaining, a 3v1 against Dracula. That is not where you want to be if you were Arcane.
I absolutely missed the shoulder play, and in my head I was like, "Wait, how is Garafa only 1 hooked? Was I wrong about the?" Like in my head, I was second guessing everything because I didn't realize what happened. But that's the second time in this tournament that JoJo has made that same play, and it backfired. That happened in the first game too. They wound up taking it in the Blight set, but I mean that was really scary. So.
Yeah, now we find the only injured survivor here with Shrimpin at the main building is not going to be able to get that fast fall in time, so we'll be going down. We are seeing Waz now on a totem. I'm curious to see which totem it's going to be. It is going to be Ruin, so that free gen regression is going to be gone for Fausti, and a little bit on the upside for Arcane survivors, but still, 3v1. Looking a little bit brutal. That is a fresh hook as well. Fausti's just going to be applying some of this manual kick gen regression. Lost has a little bit of progress, but I mean, this 3v1 is going to be hard to play.
This is looking like we're in a really, really rough spot here for Team Arcane. We've seen crazier things. Like we said this last match, you know, Fossey looked like they had that in the bag and it came down to the last chase or two. So, you know, it's not over.
Oh,
It is
no.
interesting. It is good that they got ruined down as they got into the 3v1, but there's a lot of I mean, there's blood favor, which the reason why this down came in was because of blood favor. Having that still on the board is going to be devastating. And there's not even going to be like in this situation, we had 2 survivors downed, like one hooked, one downed, and the last person. Now imagine throw screaming and no stealth into that. So we haven't yet seen very much, if any, face the darkness value, but it could come in pretty clutch.
Beautiful 99 sprint burst, by the way, by Waz to just, you know, deny that hit from coming out. And we are going back to the shack with that mobility that we talked about earlier here. Shrimpin, who is injured, trying to get the pickup here onto Garafa. It looks like Garafa does not have Unbreakable, actually, like I predicted. But still, we'll be getting actually the pickup here. And that is going to be a second hook for Garafa. Waz getting back on that generator that had a lot of progress. But I think we'll be interrupted. I think it's that gen over there at 9 that this hook is so close to.
Well, and the survivors, this is where we start talking about, I always talk about this. This is where the survivors are in triage mode. They are in trouble. That gamble from the shoulder of the burden play did not pay off. And at this point, they just need to get 1 generator done. Obviously, you need more than that, but you're not thinking, how do we get 3 generators done and get some hooks out the door? No, you're thinking, how do we make this not a 4K3? We cannot have it a 4K3. We need to get a 4K2. If you get a generator done, and wow, this one's cranking. If you manage to get a generator done, then you start worrying about 4K1 and you take it step by step. You cannot plan about, you know, like planning the long-term game, because it doesn't even look like we're going to get that, though. It really, really does not look like we are going to get another generator done. We're going to see Wasp coming in here for the unhook on Shrimping, but unfortunately, we can't work on this generator. The killer's coming right back to hook, and Garafa is dying on hook as we speak. So we're down to a 2v1, and there's no way that, well, I was going to say, there's no way the killer lets his generator get done, but he hasn't gone back to it yet. Okay, now he is. Okay.
Okay, thankfully, Fasty is going back to this generator, otherwise that gen would have for sure popped. Now we are taking chase on to Jojo, and if this chase goes on any further, yeah, I was gonna say Shrimpin will actually pop this generator here on the right side of the map, and trying to cut Shrimpin off here is not gonna work. I think Fasty is just gonna, you know, follow this up, and maybe he might just let one of those gens fly and just try and go for this down here. Good dodge though, coming out from Shrimpin. So that gen
They got the gen
here. They got the gen. 4K2 a little bit more realistic as far as a win con, and Shrimpin putting on the smooths here, and we are going to be heading towards the shack. Pallet is still up. Oh no, Pallet's gone. Pallet is gone. So he's actually going to have to leave here, and this generator was very close, as we saw before. It is nearing that 75 mark, and maybe looking for some survivors that is lurking around. Waz is nowhere to be seen.
This is, I mean, honestly, like I said, well, okay, here we go. We found Waz. I call that a win for the survivors. They were in a situation where they were going to get 4K3'd, and it looked like it was like, if Shrimping had gone down there, we might, if Shrimping had gone down quickly, they wouldn't have got the generator. As a result, Shrimping managed to not go down at all, and now they're in a position where they're threatening a 4K1. If we let a 4K1 happen, that will be very devastating for Fasty. Like, this was a potential 4K3, and giving up that much, that 2 more gens in the 2v1 would be really, really rough. A really rough result for our killer.
Yeah, and Waz is back on that generator, and Shrimpin trying to just do his best to delay the time, but Fasty's just not going to be having any of it, and is going to be heading straight back to this generator. needs an injury here to, I think, apply pressure to the Arcane survivors. The two remaining ones trying to do everything in their power to get this down. A good fake, but unfortunately Fasty's not going to be falling for it, so we are going to be taking that M1, and now going into bat form to close that distance. Is going to be trying to just loop around this debris here. Actually does get a little bit of distance here, but it does have a filler. Yeah, there it is, the Dracula form that can hit over that beautiful fire pillar.
All right, and that might be all she wrote. Unless, I mean, did shrimping cycle around to this generator? I got a good effort by the survivors. Must have come here. Good effort by the survivors. I mean, it's not technically over yet, but wow.
Yeah, it's nearing the inevitable here. We are one survivor down, one survivor injured, no way to heal, and now with Fasty fast on the tail, we are going to be seeing this down at the window, very reminiscent of a previous one at JoJo down at the top side of the map. But I mean, well played from the survivors of Arcane to bring that down to a 4K2. I thought that was going to be a 4K3 for sure. And now it looks like
We okay? We good?
everything's good.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we are picking up. So
What? Oh, Unbreakable. I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even. I was like, "What's happening?" Okay, well, there we go. All right, we go.
it's short-lived, very short-lived.
Yeah. Well, anyways, okay, so 4K2, it's, again, incredibly strong result for Fasty and Team Aegis. It's crazy. The last time this happened, where JoJo shouldered the burden in our first match, they still wound up winning that. But I gotta say, that went from JoJo having, that went from being in a pretty okay position to suddenly being Huntress. But I do enjoy the extra haste when people don't see it coming a lot of times. So, anyways, back in on the match, we have exchanged the Face of Darkness for Undying. So we got a little bit of totem protection, which honestly, I don't think we got a single scream last match from Face of Darkness. So maybe you're right. Even though I'm a big Face of Darkness enjoyer, Tech with a little bit of a crouch tech there manages to dodge the pounce from the dog. We are going for a Hellfire hit, and it hits. Great job there. Blood Favor is going to make it very difficult to get away, and we might see an incredibly fast down. This is exactly what we need to see from Team Arcane.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That is incredible! What looked to be a very fast chase is actually just going to be extending even further here, and Gruff is just going to leave.
That's wild. What a like there's so much good stuff from Tech in that chase. There was a good crouch at the beginning, a good juke of the dive, a great dodge of the Hellfire, just so much happening. We do see a pretty quick chase, pretty quick hit on Fasty here. We're gonna block the window, and Fasty's gonna run out of resources here. We don't have balanced landing. Are we gonna be able to, maybe we send a flying puppy, or we just run off to the corner of the map? I think we're gonna
a flying puppy.
Flying puppy. 2 gens pop. First hook comes in. Really good start for Team Aegis.
Yeah, and we are going to be getting the reset here onto Tech, so that is going to just be denying a free chase for Garafa in the future. Ruin is going to be a little bit detrimental if, Garafa can apply pressure. But here it is, slippery meat, something we've seen very, very often coming out from the survivors, and it's going to happen. Yes, unhook themselves.
It really has happened more than it hasn't, but when it doesn't, I feel like it's such a way. Like, in that situation, fine, but I think that you should always have somebody maybe like medium distance to you, and if you miss like 4, have them come in and get the unhook. Because I mentioned this before. We've seen one today, and today in the clown match was a little bit less important, where they missed it because it was like end game, whatever, didn't matter. But yeah, we saw yesterday. We saw multiple hook states go in from missed Kobe's. Fasty is getting hooked for the second time, so the survivors are doing really good, but Fasty's going to be in danger of getting tunneled out here, so that's a bit scary.
But given the win con, survivors just have to pop one more generator to meet the tie con, and there's pressure around the map. A very good sprint burst here from Drago to get some distance. We are going to be seeing Gruffa go into the bat form to try and close that distance. The wolf form coming out, and a good moonwalk coming out from Gruffa, but Drago is going to be, I was going to say Drago, he's holding this check spot's really nice, but will get mind game there. And now Blood Favorite active. However, Gruffa doesn't care. He's going to be heading straight to this Ormond tile that does have a lot of progress here. And the sprint burst, very good patience from Gruffa to just not go for an immediate hit.
Double back, though, so we are going to get a hit on Metox now. You can see lots of gen progress on the map. I believe that is... One gen does pop. We didn't... Sorry, there must have been a bug on the HUD because I didn't see that progress going. So we are now tied. Everybody's injured. Metox is cranking the last generator for the win condition, so it looks like they're going to make it, but if our killer comes over here, we could find ourselves in a situation like this isn't over, but every second that goes by, yeah, we're coming over. Ruin is going to activate. We had 2 survivors over here, though, so if one goes down, the other can work on it, too. Had cheeky little hellfire through the window there, but we aren't. Metox is not falling for it. And it looks like that generator across the map is going to pop, and that is going to be a win for Aegis. So Aegis, ever the comeback kid, is now tied. We are 2-2-1. So we are going to game 7.
Yeah,
we're seeing it all, and maybe a replay, but we'll get to that later.
I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream, you know, Aegis being down and how well they performed, even with the pressure of being down. You know, that's not something you want to be in a place of. You know, you always want to be ahead, but their ability to still win regardless of the score is, I think, what is setting them apart right now. They were down 2-0 the first 2 sets, not something you want to be in, but they were able to make the best of it, and they were able to tie that 3rd set, and then 4th set coming out, they were able to win, and now we are seeing this 5th set come out, and they are able to get the win as well. Beautiful plays from both sides, honestly, and oh my gosh,
no, poked his nose. Oh my goodness.
It's just so
That's
close.
so sad. I was gonna say that was a really cheeky move there by Drago. We had Garappa holding the Hellfire at the pallet, and then Drago was like juking a little bit, and then just walks away and goes, "Listen,
Oh my
wow." We've seen some insane jukes. I was gonna say Drago just walks away and goes, "Look, it doesn't reach this far, so get out of here, okay?" We've seen this. This might be it.
Oh, and he goes for the fake.
The left, right, dude. These survivors of Team Aegis are absolutely in Garappa's head. What is happening? I do think, okay, this is, good Hellfire. This is silly. I mean, the game's over, so it doesn't matter. But having all 3 survivors pressuring the same generator is, like, not a recipe for success. It doesn't matter, right? Like, at this point, there should be some, you can see Drago is actually on a different generator now, so they got the memo. They're fine, but this is a really great match. This was fun. I really liked it. I think that Garappa, so again, I believe this was Aegis's pick. So clearly Fosti is pretty comfortable with Dracula. Garappa might, again, I got to give credit to Garappa for playing every killer, but you can't be cracked at every single killer's mechanics. Like, you can't be an expert at 41 killers. You just can't do it. There's too much, like, you know, who has time in the day, right? So it seems like we've been just a little bit short on several chases, just a little short, just a little bit of a miss on some of those pounces, and Dead by Daylight can be a game of inches, and 1 inch here, vaulting a window, 1 inch there, dodging a pounce, and yeah, Aegis takes the win.
And we are going to be seeing that final gen pop, and that is just going to be the end game coming in. I mean, beautiful survivor gameplay coming out from Aegis here. You know, being so skilled against a killer like Dracula is very beneficial, especially if you have a cracked killer like Fasty was. But the next set we are going to be talking about is going to be Dr. Wrecker's Yard. I am a personal favorite of Doctor. I like watching what the survivors are going to do and how they're going to, teamwork and the coordination that goes into Doctor sets. Dropping pallets for your team, taking body blocks. So I'm curious to see what the builds are going to be on, like, for, survivor side. Maybe we see some Metal of Man. Maybe that's me just hoping a little bit. Or maybe we see some, rapid brutality, save the best for last to counter that, body block playstyle that we see. But again, there's all the perks available. So, you're expecting something a little bit crazy, right?
Oh, great pounce by Garafa! Great pounce. I was gonna say back, not to take away from your Doctor speculation. During the 3v1, I would love. You know how our stat minders often will give us the time on first down. I would love to know the timer between the death of Fasty and the next down, because it didn't come till endgame there on Metox back in the back behind main. That was like I was like 5 minutes without a down. It was crazy. Tech seems to,
as well as the totem builds that we've seen all day today. And I mean, yeah, the add-ons are pretty standard here. We have the extra range, and then I think the discipline for that, shocking. And is that scene partner I'm hearing going off in the distance? Someone is just screaming nonstop, and
I love it.
It is a very good pick. I will say it is very, very meta. It's a very solid chase perk, and we are going to be taking chase here on to, I believe this is Tech.
Well, it can work really. Oh, double back there on Metox. It can work out really well with Doctor, because there's a lot of particularly if you're playing around a downed pallet and you're trying to decide whether you need to vault or not. I mean, obviously if he's shocking or not. If you can see Killer's aura, you can't get mind game at it as much. Again, there you go, right there. Right there with some scene partner value, 100%. Yep. So we're trying to mind game here, and yeah, Metox is just getting the better of it. I think we are eventually going to go down here. Are we going to shock? Ooh! And we make that vault 100%. But right into Doctor. All right. It's interesting. This tournament seems like the no holds barred tournament. It seems like we're just playing. There's kind of a meta perk build for every killer, which is to say blood favor with ruin and stuff like that just seems to be strong on all killers. So we're seeing a lot of that as opposed to like killer specific builds,
Grappa, gonna be hitting a little bit of the 6-7 there as he's running into Shaq, and now we are gonna be going back towards the hook here. 2 gens have popped for that first chase. That is rather very good, I would say.
Pretty common with a I was gonna say a Doctor like killer, a killer like Doctor. Pretty common to see 3 or 4 generators pop. Metox missed their Kobe's.
No.
Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about. Their build is so risk reward. They could end up going, like, if Metox gets tunneled out here at 3 gens, this Doctor match is, all that great gen progress for a good first chase goes down the tubes, right? Metox gets unhooked, but Metox doesn't have DS. And did we bring a Mori? I didn't see if we brought a Mori or not, but we can just down a Mori. I would. There's no world where we didn't bring a Mori.
Well, Moris are base kit now, so on the death hook, they are just.
Well, not only in endgame though. Only in endgame, but we can instead of picking up and hooking for the final hook, you can Mori. You can cancel out DS by downing the survivor and Moriing them rather than having to pick them up.
And
very close.
Oh my gosh. Now, you almost want to say this is a mistake here. Medics being tunnel out here. The gens are progressing very heavily here. Not double backing here, so we are going to be getting a body block, though, to deny this down from coming out. Fasty is going to be taking that hit. Now, that is going to be Rapid Brutality, I believe, to get some distance here. That shock's going to be coming in before the pallet drop, and so not going to be there just yet. Actually going to be taking the down here. So
I agree with that 100%.
I definitely agree with that here. Scene partner getting some value here, going to go for the shock. Actually gets the beautiful flare coming out from Medics. But now we are stuck here in this unfortunate scenario here.
Oh,
So
no.
we are just going to be taking the down. But I mean, look at those gens.
Yeah, the
One
gens
gen
are done.
pop
That was huge.
and
Frosty going
Drago.
down there for Matox, like that was worthwhile now. Yeah. So all that talk about if he does and doesn't have DS, yeah. So he does have the Mori. So, Matox didn't have DS, but the killer didn't need to worry about that one way or the other. But Frosty coming in and getting the down there, and as it stands, that's our third hook state essentially. Frosty is back up on their feet, so we're at 3 hook states. This is really strong for Aegis. Like that failed Kobe turned from disaster to success by having Frosty go down and prolong that chase just long enough to keep to get the generators done. So Metox didn't need that. Looks like the survivors are going to be healing so they can tackle these gates at the same time. I mean, basically all you got to do, I mean, have they identified, if they've touched a totem, they've identified all 4 perks. Well, no, sorry, Rapid is kind of hard to identify actually.
Yeah,
They may be worried about no-ed is what my thought process is. He doesn't have no-ed, but they might be worried about it because they haven't identified all the perks for sure.
Oh no, that shot coming in just deny the vault coming out here from Tech. Is going to be making his way towards the shack. Surprisingly, not the safest loop against
They have
Doctor,
multiple
especially
scene
with
partners.
They do have multiple scene partners. I'm curious
Crazy.
their thought process. I mean, it is very smart here. And now you're going to be taking chase here onto Drago, so more stages coming out for Garafa. That is definitely very key. Now, Tech is going to be in the full Madness Tier 3. You can still do gates while you're in Tier 3, but cannot heal or do any other actions. Now, Tech is still injured, not at a gate, I believe. So now Drago is here at the edge map. Grapho will be finding it. I think they might just take this. It is going to be a little bit risky, I feel like, to go for this unhook. The gate is kind of far in with that Rapid Brutality. We could be seeing a little bit of a spicy endgame here, Andrew.
Yeah, so two kills. 6 hooks, 2 fresh is not bad, but they definitely could have done better. But the Kobe, right, the Kobe. So Drago's already off hook, keeping pressure. It is 15 seconds of borrowed time. We've got both of the other survivors are healed, and yeah, wow. If you had to go in and unhook you know what?
No!
What?
That's not enough. Wait, the swing and a miss? He's going to get the pick.
My hand is literally over my mouth right now. Because that was so huge. Like obviously it's the risk reward. Metox died because of failed Kobe's. But because Drago was able to Kobe, you don't have to go into an unhook scenario. Oh
my god.
We're
Hold
good. Take a hit and run to the exit gate. Take a hit and run to the exit gate.
And now it looks like
and then just make sure the last person doesn't leave so that we can crawl out. Yeah, you just have to stay in the map. Yeah, so Garafa needs to go after Tech and force Tech out the exit gate. I think he was scared. I think he was scared they were going to body block because he had to go so far to the hook. And if they leave, no, okay, it's still going to matter. He's going to get Drago because he's going to force them out.
He's going to
and then he
force
can
them out
Mori
and
them.
then just Mori.
Yeah, it's close, but not quite.
Yeah.
Very close. There's a bit of a delay when they exit the match. That's what happened there. Okay, so that's gonna be 6 hooks. 6 hooks, 2 fresh. So that was very close. Honestly,
Shoulder this time. And whoa, what am I looking at here? I don't hate this. I really don't. This is going to be a very spicy match. If we're looking at the killer build here.
I don't know what to think about it. That's going to be a lithe. Oh my goodness, great move. I was going to say, that's a lithe if we get away with that vault, and we did. Great move there by Shrimping. Just, you know, missing by a hair, which is fortunate because his hair is out. He's not wearing the toque, so he has nothing to cover his hair, but Doctor misses by just a hair. That's going to be a quick vault there, too. Really good. Man, Shrimping has had some great chases today, I got to say. All the survivors from Arcane have had their fair share of nice chases, but Shrimping started the day off, so it's kind of bears mentioning. We see some generator progress happening here. We are kind of all over the map, though. Shrimping has taken the chase into multiple directions, so we have interrupted a few of our active generators. But at this point in the map, it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, I just thought, sorry, this is going back to last match. Another reason why scene partner might be valuable is because of the lack of the red stain. That actually makes it a little bit stronger versus Doctor. So that's kind of something I hadn't thought of. Looks like we're coming in for a hit tank, but we're not going to make it. And Shrimping is going to go down in Shack with Shack pallet down with basement right there. This is a very scary place to be in for our survivors.
Oh gosh. If you have played Wrecker's Yard in any sort of comp setting, you know basement is the one place you do not want to go, and especially with, you know, the build that Tech is running. Sorry, not running pain res, so he doesn't need to worry about the hooks. And this gen was being progressed as well. You know, Shaq is progressed, gets some info on 2 different survivors, and she's probably going to be trying to. We see no way out, so he's going to try and spread out these hooks to get 4 hook stages and get that full potential. And actually is extending a little bit farther away, and actually we are going to be seeing that reset. Tech doesn't, or the reset unhook. It looks like Tech doesn't even care. He is just going to commit to this chase here onto Waz.
Well, as you said, we do need to spread our hooks around. We can't camp very well. Oh, we're coming in. Shrimping's coming in for a hit tank. Just DS play, I guess. I guess that's just a DS play, right? It is interesting to note with our very, very spicy. We've had some spicy perks. Actually, you know what? They're gonna. I mean, not that they're watching, but the Rancor is gonna have been identified, and Garafa is our obsession. So having been already hooked, that is interesting. We're gonna get a hit here on Waz. We still only have 1 generator done. This is looking really, really good for Tech so far. Obviously, a lot of gen progress on the board. Somebody had to go pick up Shrimping, or Shrimping had Shrimping might have Unbreakable, but
yeah, Shrimping had Unbreakable
along
with DS that we were talking about. So was trying to go for a DS play, but you know, Tech not worried about it. He's just trying to get these fresh hooks, honestly, getting that no way out, using a big blast, a little static blast here in mid chase to try and just stop some of these generators from popping here. It's just going to be an unfortunate down here. No survivor nearby.
No fear.
Yeah, that was crazy. You hear that gen being worked on. You know, it is going to pop, though. So there's going to be a 3rd gen here with 2 hook stages for Tech. But that end game is going to be very spicy indeed.
Going back to the I think it was the Ghoul game. Yeah, the Ghoul game, the sort of difference maker was the fact that we got all the fresh hooks. So we're kind of looks like we're playing that way here again, where we're kind of looking like we're if we get 1 more fresh hook, then all we got to do is get our 6 hooks and we win rather than tie. So that's a really strong position to be in. But the survivors did just finish their 4th generator. We have 1 gen left. We only have 2 stacks of No Way Out. Obviously, Rancor and Noed are going to make the end game pretty spicy, but we'll have to wait and see. No, oh, did vault. I was going to say Garafa with the heads up not vaulting there, but it was a little delayed and actually does take the hit there. So we've got 2 injured survivors. Again, Garafa's a great chase here. If we can down Garafa in a pretty reasonable order, if we can down Garafa, and frankly, if we can hook, if they get the last gen done and the hook is anywhere near Noed, this game's over. You know? Shrimping takes a hit.
Beautiful hit tank coming out from Shrimping to just give Garafa a little bit more distance, make it to a tile here. Unfortunately, that pallet will not be going down just quite yet because of the shock here. That 2nd shock is going to be missing and actually going to be taking that vault here, you know, utilizing the lack of red stain here. But this gen is going to pop before Noed is procced. And if Shrimping is on a gate already, that is going to be No Way Out procced as well before Garafa even gets hooked here, and that haste is going to help just slightly. is on a pallet, and just again, no fear from tech, just going to be taking this hook in the end game. Noed is
Where is his
active.
totem?
Where is the totem? That is the question here. It looks like it is
It's pretty far. Okay, but here's
Pretty
the other
far.
thing though. Shrimping is completely worthless right now. Cannot come do anything. Like, not worthless, but can't do anything. Shrimping is one shot down. Well, I mean, everyone's one shot down, but shrimping is instamoriable with the Rancor. That is our third hook, third fresh. If we can find and keep JoJo, that will be a win, but it might be a little bit hard to do given, well, this is
Wasp.
They are on the totem already. Shrimping, of all people, is on the totem, but it's not going to come through before Wasp goes down. Wasp would be our fourth hook. Shrimping is still in danger.
Yeah, and so is Garafa here being injured. So does have a pallet here to work with at the car stack, but with these shocks coming in, it's going to be very rough to play around. Very good vault though, is able to get that in time, and now actually going to be dodging it here. They are on the gate. Very heads up play from Garafa, going to be going into that. Waz is getting picked up off the floor. Gates are being opened. This is not enough.
So the gate being open, I believe, is this close side. So, yes. So JoJo is on the other gate. Oh, we have to go straight to the other gate, but we don't know. It's too late. It's too late. That's going to be a win for Arcane. Yep, it's too late. By one hook. That's crazy. If he could have just found shrimping, that would have been enough. But unfortunately, that chase with Garafa was just enough. Great heads-up play to force the locker pull. Couldn't go for the
Fasty is going to be expecting this endgame to come out. Not a terrible choice, honestly. If you're expecting endgame to come out, Noed is a very safe pick here. We are catching a couple survivors out here. We see one scratch marks near the logs, and also we also see Garafa just kind of sprint bursting over to this Ormond tile. Not the safest tile, but we're just going to be just, kicking it in. We see Unicorn Medallion, actually, on the add-on side for Fasty.
Good swing through there on Garafa. Yeah, I'm a fan of Unicorn. I know that really good Weskers know like when to run it and when not to run it, because it really depends on the type of loops. I know that I actually am a little bit surprised to see it on Macmillan maps, because I know Macmillan maps, like for instance this jungle gym here, I think is it lends itself to the jukes it lends itself to the standard long short dashes. But you short dash around one wall and then long dash around another. But it's also definitely one of those perks that, one of those add-ons that is a feeling like if you like it, you like it, Man, we are having some good jukes from here and from Garafa, and this is not what Fasty needs to start the match. My goodness.
No, it is not. Unfortunately, that will be the down, but not before a couple generators, I think, are going to pop here. Those brand new parts really putting in work. It looks like 3 generators might be popping for this first chase, which insane.
We did get pain res down, so that will slow down one of the 3 generators. One pops before the hook comes in. And yeah, it looks like here we've got Shrimping finishing their generator. In all the quick action and dashing and whatnot, I didn't look at what the gen split was. It looks like we had several generators tops. This is actually a rough gen split for our killer, because hesitated on the double dash thinking it was going to be a fake, and the survivor JoJo just full sends it. This middle gen, this gen we're passing by right now, is considered part of the bottom side gens, and it is not bottom. It is not shack side. It is very far. We're going to go for a grab and a slam. But in this setting with, everybody rocking Decisive Strike, all that's going to do is take a little bit extra time away from Garafa needing to mend. We can't really push the tunnel out here. And that third gen does finally pop there.
Yeah, and now we're going to taking chase here onto Shrimpin, who's had some immaculate chases all day. And I'm sure we're going to see some great chases here, as well as we are heading towards the top side of the map, and I believe that was a life. It was a life. And if you actually notice earlier, at the shack, we saw Shrimpin slow vault the pallet, or the window, I should say, to, save life for a better moment. And that is exactly what Shrimpin did. Unfortunately, this is a 50-50, and Shrimpin will be losing it. So another down. And the gens did fly at
Down
the beginning, but they're slowly beginning to... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I jumped in. Sorry. The down came in exactly where they wanted to. That slow vault, like you said, was a really smart heads up move. Allowed us to get all the way from the bottom of the shack side all the way down to the main building. And as I said, these generators are just not looking like we have a 3-gen here, but they're pretty spread out. And that one generator that leads all the way into the middle tiles, that really strong middle area. Great dash along the wall, though, there. Doesn't stub the toe, and we're going to get a hit on Garafa. That was definitely what we need to see. But as you see, immediately, Garafa all the way down to the other end of the map. The survivors understand the assignment. We need to die far away from this 3-gen. Looks like we're not going to pursue the chase here. We're just going to stay down here. We didn't get a pain res on shrimping snipes. So that pain res is still available for later. But I also don't think we're going to end up getting all 4 survivors down before the end game. So I think it was a necessity rather than a choice. There just wasn't a hook there.
Yeah, and this so-called mid generator is very deep into the mid side. We are going to be seeing that top generator pop, but honestly, I don't think Fasty should be even worried about this side of the map. Main building is still relatively strong, even with the pallets dropped. You still can get a couple loops out of here. We are going to be going on to back to Shrimpin. So, if we do see a quick down, we could be seeing maybe a pain res on this side of main building, but it looks like actually just going to be using that live to get some distance here to this pallet. Not very safe pallet. And actually just decides a W key and Jiggy all the way to the main building and adrenaline, but it no.
Oh my goodness, so much happening. Adrenaline, haha, I got you. Haha, I got you. All right, so we're getting a hook on the gate here. Both gates are top side of the map right now. Where is this Noed? That could be the difference maker in this end game. We're looking around, we're running around. Never mind, we're already on it. That's unfortunate.
We're already on it.
Yeah. This is looking like a really strong survivor result here, unfortunately, for the killer of Aegis.
No, and Fasty just came barely not in the nick of time here. And we are going to be catching out a couple survivors, and Waz is one of the survivors you would like to chase here and potentially, try and zone and maybe get a throw. A throw would be really good here at the edge of the map. It looks like we are going to be just heading towards Shack and probably just going to pre-dropping this. Yeah.
Shack pallet's still up or down now, so that's actually making this a really rough position. The survivors are going to want to get those doors open, heal up, and come and take body blocks. We want to... Our targets are... Yeah, we're going to take a vault here. Our targets are going to be either Was or Jojo. Looks like we might actually get the hit, the down on here, so we're going to get a fresh hook. And again, this is very, very far. I think the survivors will probably just leave this. This is incredibly far from the both exit gates. I imagine survivors go, you know what, good result, and let's take this. This will be what, 6 hooks, 3 fresh. Let's take 6-3, head out, and count on our killer to get 7 hooks.
Yeah.
Right, because I can't imagine they go for this. It's so far.
Yeah, it would be pretty greedy, I would say, for Arcane to go for this. This is a very strong win con of 6 stages with 3 fresh, especially on a map like Suffo, where Wesker isn't really excels on some of these.
They're going for it.
They're actually going for this. This is going to be very interesting to see now, because if you give Jojo or if you give Garafa, that's more hook stages.
They have so far to go. I don't know if listen, this is doable for sure. Like, Wesker isn't as dangerous as many killers, like, going for this general unhook here. But, like, if you take Garafa or Was, they're both worth the same amount. And there's Jojo. Yeah, there's a grab. Oh, sorry, that was Was who got off hook. My bad.
Was, and the body block coming out.
Honestly, if
From
you tag
JoJo.
JoJo against the wall, they might make it. That was only one dash. We have more dashes. Remember, only person who can die
Oh my
here is
gosh.
Shrimping. If Shrimping dies, then it's worth it.
No, the miss. Wait. Whoa! Garafa gets pulled from the exit gate. There's no way.
That's funny. That was somebody ducking a bullet and their friend gets shot. All right,
Oh
so
my
you know what? They didn't
God.
lose anything for the try. That's good. But if they'd lost
Yeah.
JoJo there, that could have been
That was-
wild.
That was very scary. Yeah, if JoJo did get grabbed there, that would have been another fresh hug. That is a very funny endgame.
We have Garafa. We see Noah again. We, in fact, have the exact same build as last time, I believe, right? We are. Except, go ahead.
The Jewel Beetle.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. We talked about throws the last game, but this add-on excels at it. You know, just getting those throws is very key, but it can be a little bit of a, double-edged sword. You can get those throws and it just doesn't hit. So curious to see how this game is going to play out.
Strong stealth game by our survivors here. Crow landed, but that could have been disturbed by the killer. By the way, I just want to point out too, we have Svexy coming in. Svexy played in the first couple matches and then has been sitting out since then. So Svexy back in the fog for what may be the last match for Team Aegis. Still looking for our first chase. I mean, this is looking good for Aegis. We finally found one. How are these generators? I usually am so like gung ho about looking for these generators, and okay. Little egg value on the side of the map throw, and Tech is in trouble. Do we make a check ballot? We do, just in time. First generator pops. That was very, very close, though. That was very close. I think Tech wasn't expecting the egg value there. Okay, so this is a very clean 3-1-3 split. That is a very mid. That generator, mid generator, is very mid, and the other three generators are very top side. Live coming in from Tech, going deep into the corner near near the completed generator. Just wants to die far away from this. We do have a pallet though. Gonna play the pallet.
Beautiful pathing here from Tech. Unfortunately, just going to greed the pallet too much and is going to take the down for it. However, that was a lot of time bought, and it is in a corner where there's no generators to be completed here. But Painter is unfortunately going to be coming out, and that DMS is going to be onto Svexy, possibly just getting a skill check at the worst possible time. It has happened to me way too many times when my teammates are calling the pain res, and I'm just like, I have a skill check. So we are going to be taking chase now here. I believe this is Svexy who is working this generator, so just going to be completely dropping this pallet and trying to, extend this chase for his team. Now we are going to be continuing here, and the unhook does come out in the distance, so we are going to just try and get these fresh hooks that we saw in the last round. We have 3 fresh 6 hooks, and oh my gosh, that is close.
The stair juke! Wow, that was really, really strong. Some great moves here. Svexy, apparently not rusty from sitting out a few matches. Fosty's going to pop that second generator. We are looking for we got a lot of back and forth. That is going to be a grab and a throw with no damage, though. Svexy's going to get infected with the Ouroboros, but not take damage. But you know what? Svexy is quite happy staying right here and not going to the other end of the map. I think we are just dying down by Shack over in this corner. We are just going to crank all the gens out across the map and use these resources, which, by the way, ample resources in this corner. No God rocks for line of sight blockers, so a little bit harder to mind game these when you've got the low wall junk tiles here.
Svexy, I do know the name. He's a very good 1v1 player. I've gone against him many times. Very, very well versed in the 1v1, as we see here. Very phenomenal chase coming out. And now we are seeing a third generator pop. We are going to get a pain res here on this corner gen, though, again. But so far away from these generators here in a very nice split. You see the 2 here at Shack, the one in the middle that we were talking about earlier, and the one all the way at main building. I'm sure they're going to be ignoring that main one just for now, so they can maybe pop one more here. Actually, I think they're just going to be popping that main generator.
This middle gen, as I said, was pretty middle. It actually connects sort of nicely to the bottom side, like toward the shack side generators, as opposed to the top. But the one in the corner by shack, if you have a survivor with sprint burst, they can get to mid and get out of there. So it's going to be not the easiest generators to crack, but it's also has a pretty decent amount of distance. I'm shocked we're down here right now.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say the same thing. I am in utter shock that we're down here. Medic's not taking the window actually, and just gonna go for the pallet here to loop back around into the main building here. I'm gonna be getting that window very easily, and we are gonna be taking this vault here. But the end game is already upon us here. Noed is in play, but I mean, even if we get medics here, it's gonna be 5 stages again.
And split
1
gates.
stage difference and split gates. They're already gonna be on that bottom gate. Medics is going to be just taking the down here for his team, and they're just going to be getting the rest of the people out here.
And we didn't get that. Sorry, I stepped on your toes there. I apologize, but yeah,
No,
I saw the gates and I was like, oh, that's such a. It's so brutal seeing last time we had the gates both on one side and they had to go all the way across the map, versus this time you see, okay, we've got Noed active. We're near the main building. There's a generator down by the shack. It's over. We're going to the tiebreaker. So, yeah, well played. Yeah, Garafa, I agree. That was rough. Split gates. Who designed this game? Crazy. I agree. So that is going to be a W, and we are all tied up at 3-3-1. And wow. I believe we are replaying Cannibal. The bubble match.
Back, everyone. Thank you guys for sticking with us through this very long day of the best of 7 between Arcane and Aegis. We are on our final trial and set of the day. We are replaying the Bubba set that was tied from earlier on Temple of Purgation here. This time, Arcane will be playing first on Killer. It was Aegis earlier, but now we are playing in opposite order here. And yeah, drop it back on the Killer, Andrew. Very exciting matches today.
It's really nice to know. Well, what do you expect from this match? I expect if they do better than 7 hooks, they did well. If they do less than 7 hooks, they did not as well, because they both got 7 hooks last time. So it's nice knowing what to expect on this one. This is this first chase by Metox is doing a really good job at splitting those dropping some pallets. You know, this is kind of what happened last time, where you kill a whole area of the map. It's actually interesting. Metox managed to make some distance, which would have been great, except Tech was working on a generator nearby, and now Tech is killing the rest of the pallets in the area. So this whole shack side is going to be a pretty rough place. We left. Okay. Shack side is going to be very, very tough later on, because we've killed a lot of the pallets over there. It looks like we're baiting. Metox is baiting the sprint burst there. Fasty and Drago about to finish their first generators, but again, we took the chase over to them. We managed to sprint burst away. Okay. It's a lot happening. Like we're bouncing back and forth between bunny to bunny.
Yeah, you can almost say we're hopping back and forth here, and we are going to be breaking another pallet here. Something that we've seen a little bit different this match is actually, you know, the distance between the pallets that are being dropped are a little bit farther than what we saw last time. The first game we saw, you know, pallets just getting dropped left and right, you know, without even Bubba charging up. So they're being a little bit more greedy here, and they're playing a little bit more safe here. We already see 3 gens pop here.
Great job.
This is very, very huge here. And Drago is going to be on the hook. We see that pain res coming out onto a generator that had very minimal progress. So basically almost a waste of pain res there. Deadlock would have procced. So that gen that has a lot of progress that is deadlocked would have got pain res if it wasn't deadlocked. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, that was really good. The pain res, like, just barely can't get Tech there. I was gonna say that that pain res was really was one of those, like, you know, breaks your heart pain reses, because it almost had no effect. So really good job by the survivors for that. After you, milady, to Tech. Tech might be out of resources here. We might be just going for a locker play. Nope. Oh my goodness!
God, no!
No way!
That's a blunder.
So I don't know, for people who haven't played Bubba a lot since they kind of changed him a little bit. They changed his tantrum so that he doesn't tantrum as long, but they made it so that he tantrum. If you start to charge and let go and don't let it like rev down all the way, you tantrum so easily, and that's what we saw there. I cannot believe Tech got away with that. Managed to bait the Bubba, like pretending that he was going to go in the locker, and Bubba kind of like revved and then let go. Gonna let it go down, and then Tech. I wonder, Tech is their Bubba extraordinaire. I wonder if he knows exactly how long to fake the locker there, so that he knows that if he tries to re-rev, he won't make it. I bet he knows. I bet he knows exactly the timing.
And we see it again. We see it again. That is actually incredible. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to. Wait! Oh, okay. I thought he was going to be able to make it back in time, but no, yeah, he will be going down, but still very, very beneficial here. Looks like Karafa might be trying to go for this pain res. It might be a little bit risky. I think there's a survivor in the area, so if a body block comes out here, we could be seeing...
Deadlock is going to work against him.
But, oh my gosh!
Deadlock just ruined that for him!
Oh my god, and this is why I usually, when I play Killer, I go for one type of perk. I go either gen regression or I go gen blocking, thrilling tremors, deadlock, deadmans, that type of thing. So that actually just cost Karafa, unfortunately, another pallet being burnt, but Tech getting off the unhook, potentially maybe another slippery meat, but...
I think it was slippery meat. I was going to say, Tech did it! Tech managed to Kobe! So the generator that's blocked has a ton of value. Oh, you know what? The pain res did hit that generator. It did hit that generator. It was almost done to hit the generator. Okay. Oh, so close. How has Metox was the first one chased and still has not been hooked. There's the generators done. We have no endgame perks. I'm not sure what we're doing there. Is this Karafa just accepting the fact that they had a rough match? I think that might be what that is. Drago taking the hook here, which will probably be the only hook. That'll be resigning to 4 hooks, 2 fresh. A phenomenal. God, if Aegis wins this, man, I swear to God.
Oh my God. Run, buddies.
Scatter, buddies! Buddies, scatter!
Yeah, I mean, that is a phenomenal result from the first one. We saw 7 Sages in the first one, and now we're going down to 4. So, the survivors of Aegis learning from their mistakes potentially, and I mean, they played that burst.
Back on the board, we do see Noed, so we do have, and we have Bamboozle as well. No gen regression, just some gen slowdown, like you were talking, picking a lane and sticking with it. And this is for all the marbles, guys. This is this match. If they tie, I swear to God, if they tie, I'm never having a sandwich. But and we do see we are loosely following Garafa or Was. I can't tell which.
Well, we know who it is, and it's definitely not Shrimpin, I think, who is still rocking the hair.
Oh yeah, the hatless.
Wow, I love seeing people who are like really good with Bubba. You mentioned it earlier. Just those 180s are they're so impressive to me.
I think he's dead.
And he is going to make it to a locker. Actually, extending that chase.
Oh, he gets it!
Oh my God!
Oh, so close. I didn't think he was gonna get it. Yeah, that 180, by the way, is exact. I'm so like I've seen it so many times that it's like I'm just like, yeah, that's just Tech playing Bubba. That's just how he plays Bubba. So nice. Yeah. And we need to Tech needs to come up with his own tech so he can have the tech.
The tech. That's crazy. We are gonna be seeing one. Oh, he's actually gonna be interrupting it. Good Beautiful stun from Shrimp. Is a very risky play at times, could result in getting hit through the pallet, but Shrimpin is very confident, it seems like, in his ability. Going to be saving that life here. Very beautiful played. Bamboozle going to be coming out, though, and good on him to loop this and actually connect this tile here nearby. Is just going to be taking the break here, though, and running straight to another tile. Already got the unhook onto Grafa, so it is going to be a little bit of, that's just going for the tunnel out here.
And our first generator is gonna pop. Did we touch a generator here? Do we have DS? I don't know what's happening. No DS anyway.
We did touch a generator. We touch a
generator. Yeah. Okay. So that's 2 hooks. Again, fresh hooks are going to go a long distance here, but also tunneling somebody out isn't going to hurt either. So, and seeing as we're rocking Moris in this tournament, Garafa's in danger at 4 gens. You know.
Definitely not where you want to be if you're Arcane survivors. I mean, you have already a steep win con. Bubba isn't the greatest of killers, but, you know, 2 hooks already for 2 generators, and it's on the same survivor. I don't believe any of the survivors are running shoulder this time, so we aren't going to be seeing that scream come out just yet. And actually, it looks like Tech does not care about the tunnel out. He's actually going to be just going for Shrimpin instead here. And a little bit of a jiggy here, but Bam. Oh my god, he jiggied. Very, very good distance there from Shrimp. That is, I think, what Arcane needed here on the survivor side to get some momentum back for their team.
Was that a 99 sprint burst? Because he got insane distance. My goodness. That was crazy. Anyways, I don't know if I love the choice to not go for Garafa. But also, I don't think there's any wrong choices. I think, you know, you get it down, right? Oh, and, well, he's right here.
Oh, Caster curse added again.
Yeah, if the tunnel out takes too long, big swing gets it. If the tunnel out takes too long, then, what, we're not going to Mori? That's scary.
Oh, no, the pallet save. Oh,
why didn't we Mori? Did he not bring a Mori? I didn't, like, I'm not seeing what he brought, so. That could be the swing that Arcane needs. Because if you look on your HUD, you see 2 generators about 40% done. That's going to be a swing. You're going to Mori, right? He doesn't... Kibimi didn't bring it?
Okay.
Ooh. All right.
I thought we were about to see another back-to-back pallet save here coming out from Arcane, but it's going to be a death here at 2 gens.
Any hook it's over. So we just need, and we have Noed, and any hook is over because you can Noed, Bubba, you can't unhook. So they need to get these last 2 generators done without anyone going down. It's not impossible, but Tech is definitely in a strong position right now.
Yeah, good comms though from the survivors to pre-run this. You know, there was Jake running in the distance that had sight on Bubba and called out that Tech was going to be heading over to that generator here. Now we are going to be taking chase here onto Waz. Doesn't have much to work with here, and actually was Shrimpin, I think, was doing this generator here and just going to be burning these pallets left and right here. We do know there's another survivor nearby. Bamboo's going to be blocking this window. That gen is going to be blocked just for a short period of time with Deadlock. Now heading towards the shack pallet is still up here, so we are going to be seeing. No, we're not going to see the drop. That was very, very greedy from Shrimp, but very well played as well. Still, 1 hook solidifies basically the win here for
I want to point something out about Tech there. Tech was about to full charge the chainsaw and stopped because he knew exactly what I said that it seemed like they didn't know last time. He knew last gen pops. Again, you have to avoid any hit on anything, M1 or M2. He dialed back the chainsaw because he specifically knew he was dead if he went for it, you know? Or he was he would tantrum. There's no way they get out the door here, right? Okay, yeah, switch chase over to this guy. Yes. Oh, he did. I was going to say, maybe they're on both doors. Yeah, this is going to be it here. This is, maybe. I mean, do we make this pallet? We do. Oh my god, this is like, there's no way they make it out, right? There's no possible way. You don't take an M1, right? Unless what if they find Noed? We got bloodlust going on here. It's over.
Oh yeah, okay. Here it is. It is over. That hate's just gonna be too much.
Goodness.
However, pallet save.
I know, right?
That'd be insane. No, and look at that totem
downstairs.
Too. It's deep
yeah. Rough spot to find it.
Especially right on this hook as well. Oh my! Oh, Tech is aware of it though. Tech was aware of it, and Jupiter will be going down. They had to do something. Arcane just not going to be able to pull this through. And Aegis actually going to be taking the win here.
I can't believe they won.
Is insane. What a set of matches coming out. I mean, neither gate has been worked on here. This is just a 4K0. What a result!
I just want to throw out there the first 3 matches of the day were the sets of the day were Blight. Aegis lost. Clown, Aegis lost. Bubba, Aegis tied. They didn't get a win until game 4 or set 4, Ghoul, and then they won 2 down to the elimination, tied it up in the 7th, and then came back and won the tiebreaker. Incredible performance by both. I don't even want to I don't even want. What do we? Guys, can we talk
Peace
about
offering.
how wonderful and silly Dead by Daylight is? This is the stuff I live for. Like, I love the competitive matches, but also Dead by Daylight is such a silly game with nodders and all that stuff that it just what a great game we've all decided to come together and enjoy as a community. GG's, Aegis wins it in 8, I guess you could call it. Technically wins it in 7. Technically wins it in 7 because this is a replayed set, but wow. Well played by both teams. Well played.
Absolutely incredible performance from both of these teams coming out. And yeah, just insane plays. Tech bringing it home once again. We saw it yesterday and we're seeing it today. Very, very beautiful. Tech bringing it home for Aegis. Aegis wins our first Community Cup of 2026. And that is going to conclude it. I mean, Andrew, thank you for casting for me today, or with me today. Sorry, not for me.
I do it all for you, Snipes. It's all for you.
It was a pleasure being on the desk
landing
with
on the
you.
live. Yeah, I agree. Guys, so chat, everybody out there, we're gonna be running this back again next weekend. We'll be having another no holds barred, no rules Community Cup with 4, I believe 4 new teams. We might see double up depending on who signs up, but definitely four different matchups. So we look forward to doing that again. I'll be here as well as Snipes, I believe, as well. But on that note, we're going to sign off for the day. It's been a long, long match.